Hello and welcome to Let's Read A Raw Youth by Fyodor Dostoevsky. This video is the third of a collection of 4, and it presents the end of Part 2 of the novel and the first 5 chapters of Part 3. If you would like to access the other segments of the project, or if you would like to access the entire project in the format of a playlist, enlarge the video description below, and you will find links there to accommodate you. Otherwise, stick around, and we will continue with our narrative. Chapter 7. 1. I woke up at 8 o'clock in the morning, instantly locked my door, sat down by the window and began thinking. So I sat till 10 o'clock. The servant knocked at my door twice, but I sent her away. At last, at 11 o'clock, there was a knock again. I was just going to shout to the servant again, but it was Lisa. The servant came in with her, brought me in some coffee, and prepared to light the stove. It was impossible to get rid of the servant, and all the time Thecla was arranging the wood and blowing up the fire, I strode up and down my little room, not beginning to talk to Lisa, and even trying not to look at her. The servant, as though on purpose, was inexpressibly slow in her movements, as servants always are when they notice they are preventing people from talking. Lisa sat on the chair by the window and watched me. "Your coffee will be cold," she said suddenly. I looked at her. Not a trace of embarrassment, perfect tranquillity, and even a smile on her lips. Such are women, I thought, and could not help shrugging my shoulders. At last the servant had finished lighting the stove and was about to tidy the room, but I turned her out angrily and at last locked the door. "Tell me, please, why have you locked the door again?" Lisa asked. I stood before her. "Lisa, I never could have imagined you would deceive me like this," I exclaimed suddenly, though I had never thought of beginning like that, and instead of being moved to tears, an angry feeling which was quite unexpected stabbed me to the heart. Lisa flushed. She did not turn away, however, but still looked straight in my face. "Wait, Lisa, wait. Oh, how stupid I've been. But was I stupid? I had no hint of it till everything came together yesterday. And from what could I have guessed it before? From your going to Madame Stolbaev's and to that Darya Onisimovna? But I looked upon you as the sun, Lisa, and how could I dream of such a thing? Do you remember how I met you that day 2 months ago at his flat, and how we talked together in the sunshine and rejoiced? Had it happened then? Had it?" She answered by nodding her head. "So you were deceiving me even then. It was not my stupidity, Lisa. It was my egoism more than stupidity, the egoism of my heart and, maybe, my conviction of your holiness. Oh, I have always been convinced that you were all infinitely above me, and now this. I had not time yesterday in one day to realize, in spite of all the hints. And besides, I was taken up with something very different yesterday." At that point I suddenly thought of Katerina Nikolaevna, and something stabbed me to the heart like a pin, and I flushed crimson. It was natural that I could not be kind at that moment. "But what are you justifying yourself for? You seem to be in a hurry to defend yourself, Arkady. What for?" Lisa asked softly and gently, though her voice was firm and confident. "What for? What am I to do now, if it were nothing but that question? And you ask what for? I don't know how to act. I don't know how brothers do act in such cases. I know they go with pistols in their hands and force them to marry. I will behave as a man of honor ought. Only I don't know how a man of honor ought to behave. Why? Because we are not gentlefolk, and he's a prince and has to think of his career. He won't listen to honest people like us. We are not even brother and sister, but nondescript, illegitimate children of a house serf without a surname. And princes don't marry house serfs. Oh, it's nauseating. And what's more, you sit now and wonder at me." "I believe that you are very much distressed," said Lisa, flushing again. "But you are in too great a hurry, and are distressing yourself." "Too great a hurry? Why, do you think I've not been slow enough? Is it for you, Lisa, to say that to me?" I cried, completely carried away by indignation at last. "And what shame I've endured, and how that prince must despise me! It's all clear to me now, and I can see it all like a picture. He quite imagined that I had guessed long ago what his relation was to you, but that I held my tongue, or even turned up my nose while I bragged of my honor. That's what he may well have thought of me. And that I have been taking his money for my sister's shame. It was that he loathed so, and I think he was quite right, too, to have every day to welcome a scoundrel because he was her brother, and then to talk of honor. It would turn any heart to stone, even his. And you allowed it all. You did not warn me. He despised me so utterly that he talked of me to Stepelkov, and told me yesterday that he longed to get rid of us both, Versilov and me. And Stepelkov, too. Anna Andreevna is as much your sister as Lizaveta Makarovna. And then he shouted after me, 'My money's better than his.' And I insolently lolled on his sofa and forced myself on his acquaintances as though I were an equal, damn them. And you allowed all that. Most likely Darzan knows by now, judging at least by his tone yesterday evening. Everyone knew it except me." "No one knows anything. He has not told any one of his acquaintances, and he could not," Lisa added. "And about Stepelkov, all I know is that Stepelkov is worrying him, and that it could only have been a guess on Stepelkov's part anyway. I have talked to him about you several times, and he fully believed me that you know nothing, and I can't understand how this happened yesterday." "Oh, I paid him all I owed him yesterday anyway, and that's a load off my heart. Lisa, does Mother know?" "Of course she does. Why, yesterday she stood up for you against me." "Oh, Lisa, is it possible that in your heart of hearts you think yourself absolutely right, that you really don't blame yourself in the least? I don't know how these things are considered nowadays, but what are your ideas? I mean, as regards me, your mother, your brother, your father. Does Versilov know?" Mother has told him nothing. He does not ask questions. Most likely he does not want to ask. He knows, but does not want to know. That's it, it's like him. Well, you may laugh at a brother, a stupid brother, when he talks of pistols. But your mother... Surely you must have thought, Lisa, that it's a reproach to Mother. I have been tortured by that idea all night. Mother's first thought now will be, it's because I did wrong, and the daughter takes after the mother. Oh, what a cruel and spiteful thing to say, cried Lisa, while the tears gushed from her eyes. She got up and walked rapidly towards the door. Stay, stay! I caught her in my arms, made her sit down again, and sat down beside her, still keeping my arm round her. I thought it would be like this when I came here, and that you would insist on my blaming myself. Very well, I do blame myself. It was only through pride I was silent just now, and did not say so. I am much sorrier for you and Mother than I am for myself. She could not go on, and suddenly began crying bitterly. Don't, Lisa, you mustn't. I don't want anything. I can't judge you. Lisa, what does Mother say? Tell me, has she known long? I believe she has, but I only told her a little while ago, when this happened, she said softly, dropping her eyes. What did she say? She said, bear it, Lisa said, still more softly. Ah, Lisa, yes, bear it. Don't do anything to yourself, God keep you. I am not going to, she answered firmly, and she raised her eyes and looked at me. Don't be afraid, she added. It's not at all like that. Lisa, darling, all I can see is that I know nothing about it, but I've only found out now how much I love you. There's only one thing I can't understand, Lisa. It's all clear to me, but there's one thing I can't understand at all. What made you love him? How could you love a man like that? That's the question. And I suppose you've been worrying yourself all night about that too, said Lisa, with a gentle smile. Stay, Lisa, that's a stupid question, and you were laughing. Laugh away, but one can't help being surprised, you know. You and he, you are such opposite extremes. I have studied him. He's gloomy, suspicious. Perhaps he is very good-hearted, he may be, but on the other hand, he is above all extremely inclined to see evil in everything, though in that he is exactly like me. He has a passionate appreciation of what's noble, that I admit, but I fancy it's only in his ideal. Oh, he is apt to feel remorse. He has been all his life continually cursing himself and repenting, but he will never reform. That's like me too, perhaps. Thousands of prejudices and false ideas, and no real ideas at all. He is always striving after something heroic and spoiling it all over trifles. Forgive me, Lisa, I'm a fool, though. I say this and wound you, and I know it. I understand it. It would be a true portrait, smiled Lisa. But you are too bitter against him on my account, and that's why nothing you say is true. From the very beginning he was distrustful with you, and you could not see him as he is. But with me, even at Luga, He has had no eyes for anyone but me ever since those days at Luga. Yes, he is suspicious and morbid, and but for me he would have gone out of his mind, and if he gives me up, he will go out of his mind or shoot himself. I believe he has realized that and knows it," Lisa added dreamily, as though to herself. "Yes, he is weak continually, but such weak people are capable at times of acting very strongly. How strangely you talked about a pistol, Arkady. Nothing of that sort is wanted, and I know what will happen. It's not my going after him, it's his coming after me. Mother cries and says that if I marry him I shall be unhappy, that he will cease to love me. I don't believe that. Unhappy perhaps I shall be, but he won't cease to love me. That's not why I have refused my consent all along. It's for another reason. For the last 2 months I've refused, but today I told him, yes, I will marry you. Arkasha, do you know yesterday?" Her eyes shone, and she threw her arms round my neck. "He went to Anna Andreevna's and told her with absolute frankness that he could not love her. Yes, he had a complete explanation with her, and that idea's at an end. He had nothing to do with the project. It was all Prince Nikolai Ivanovitch's notion, and it was pressed upon him by those tormentors, Stebelkov and someone else. And today, for that, I've said yes. Dear Arkady, he is very anxious to see you, and don't be offended because of what happened yesterday. He's not quite well this morning, and will be at home all day. He's really unwell, Arkady. Don't think it's an excuse. He has sent me on purpose, and told me to say that he needs you, that he has a great deal he must tell you, and that it would be awkward to say it here, in your lodging. Well, good-bye. Oh, Arkady, I am ashamed to say it. As I was coming here, I was awfully afraid that you would not love me any more. I kept crossing myself on the way, and you've been so good and kind. I shall never forget it. I am going to Mother. And you try and like him a little, won't you?" I embraced her warmly and told her, "I believe, Lisa, you're a strong character. And I believe that it's not you who are going after him, but he who is going after you. Only what made you love him? That's the question," Lisa put in with her old mischievous laugh, pronouncing the words exactly as I had done. "That's the question." And as she said it, she lifted her forefinger exactly as I do. We kissed at parting. But when she had gone, my heart began to ache again. 2. I note merely for myself, there were moments after Lisa had gone when a perfect host of the most unexpected ideas rushed into my mind, and I was actually quite pleased with them. Well, why should I bother? I thought. What is it to me? It's the same with everyone, or nearly so. What of it if it has happened to Lisa? Am I bound to save the honor of the family? I mention all these details to show how far I was from a sound understanding of the difference between good and evil. It was only feeling saved me. I knew that Lisa was unhappy, that Mother was unhappy, and I knew this by my feeling when I thought of them, and so I felt that what had happened must be wrong. Now I may mention beforehand that from that day, right up to the catastrophe of my illness, events followed one another with such rapidity that, recalling them now, I feel surprised myself that I was able to stand up against them, crushing as they were. They clouded my mind and even my feelings, and if in the end I had been overwhelmed by them and had committed a crime, I was within an ace of it. The jury might well have acquitted me. But I will try to describe it all in the exact order of events, though I forewarn the reader that there was little order in my thoughts at that time. Events came rushing on me like the wind, and my thoughts whirled before them like the dead leaves in autumn. Since I was entirely made up of other people's ideas, where could I find principles of my own when they were needed to form independent decisions? I had no guide at all. I decided to go to see Prince Sergei that evening, that we might be perfectly free to talk things over, and I stayed at home till evening. But when it was getting dark, I received again a note by post, a note from Stebelkov. It consisted of 3 lines, containing an urgent and most persuasive request that I would call on him next morning at 11 o'clock, on most important business, and you will see for yourself that it is business. Thinking it over, I resolved to be guided by circumstances, as there was plenty of time to decide before tomorrow. It was already 8 o'clock. I should have gone out much earlier, but I kept expecting Versilov. I was longing to express myself to him, and my heart was burning. But Versilov was not coming, and did not come. It was out of the question for me to go to see my mother and Lisa for a time, and besides I had a feeling that Versilov certainly would not be there all day. I went on foot, and it occurred to me on the way to look in at the restaurant on the canal side, where we had been the day before. Sure enough, Versilov was sitting there in the same place. "I thought you would come here," he said, smiling strangely and looking strangely at me. His smile was an unpleasant one, such as I had not seen on his face for a long time. I sat down at the little table and told him in full detail about the prince and Lisa, and my scene with Prince Sergei the evening before. I did not forget to mention how I had won at roulette. He listened very attentively, and questioned me as to Prince Sergei's intention to marry Lisa. "Pauvre enfant, she won't gain much by that, perhaps. But very likely it won't come off, though he is capable of it. Tell me, as a friend, you knew it, I suppose, had an inkling of it?" "My dear boy, what could I do in the matter? It's all a question of another person's conscience and of feeling, even though only on the part of that poor girl. I tell you again, I meddled enough at one time with other people's consciences, a most unsuitable practice. I don't refuse to help in misfortune, so far as I'm able, and if I understand the position myself. And you, my dear boy, did you really suspect nothing all this time?" "But how could you?" I cried, flaring up. "How could you, if you'd a spark of suspicion that I knew of Lisa's position, and saw that I was taking money at the same time from Prince Sergei? How could you speak to me, sit with me, hold out your hand to me, when you must have looked on me as a scoundrel, for I bet anything you suspected I knew all about it and borrowed money from Prince Sergei knowingly. Again, it's a question of conscience, he said with a smile. And how do you know, he added distinctly, with unaccountable emotion, how do you know I wasn't afraid, as you were yesterday, that I might lose my ideal and find a worthless scamp instead of my impulsive, straightforward boy? I dreaded the minute and put it off. Why not, instead of indolence or duplicity, imagine something more innocent in me? Stupid, perhaps, but more honourable, que diable! I am only too often stupid without being honourable. What good would you have been to me if you had had such propensities? To persuade and to try to reform in that case would be degrading. You would have lost every sort of value in my eyes, even if you were reformed. And Lisa, are you sorry for her? I am very sorry for her, my dear. What makes you think I am so unfeeling? On the contrary, I will try my very utmost. And you, what of your affair? Never mind my affair. I have no affairs of my own now. Tell me, why do you doubt that he'll marry her? He was at Anna Andreevna's yesterday and positively refused. That is, disowned the foolish idea that originated with Prince Nikolai Ivanovitch of making a match between them. He disowned it absolutely. Yes. When was that? And from whom did you hear it? He inquired with interest. I told him all I knew. He pronounced, as it were dreamily and pondering. Then it must have happened just about an hour before another explanation. Oh, well, of course, such an interview may have taken place between them, although I know that nothing was said or done either on his side or on hers. Though, of course, a couple of words would be enough for such an explanation. But I tell you what, it's strange. He laughed suddenly. I shall certainly interest you directly with an extraordinary piece of news. If your prince did make his offer yesterday to Anna Andreevna, and suspecting about Lisa, I should have done my utmost to oppose his suit, entre nous soit dit, Anna Andreevna would in any case have refused him. I believe you are very fond of Anna Andreevna. You respect and esteem her. That's very nice on your part, and so you will probably rejoice on her account. She is engaged to be married, my dear boy. And judging from her character, I believe she really will get married. I give her my blessing, of course. Going to be married? To whom? I cried, greatly astonished. Guess. I won't torment you. To Prince Nikolai Ivanovitch, to your dear old man. I gazed at him with open eyes. She must have been cherishing the idea for a long time, and no doubt worked it out artistically in all its aspects. He went on languidly, dropping out his words one by one. I imagine this was arranged just an hour after Prince Sergei's visit. You see how inappropriate was his dashing in? She simply went to Prince Nikolai Ivanovitch and made him a proposal. What? Made him a proposal? You mean he made her a proposal? Oh, how could he? She did. She herself. though to be sure he is perfectly ecstatic. They say he is simply sitting now, wondering how it was the idea never occurred to him. I have heard he has even taken to his bed, from sheer ecstasy, no doubt. Listen, you are talking so ironically. I can hardly believe it. And how could she propose to him? What did she say? I assure you, my dear boy, that I am genuinely delighted, he answered, suddenly assuming a wonderfully serious air. He is old, of course, but by every law and custom he can get married. As for her, again, it's a matter of another person's conscience, as I've told you already, my dear boy. However, she is quite competent to have her own views and make her own decision. But the precise details and the words in which she expressed herself, I am not in a position to give you, my dear boy. But no doubt she was equal to doing it, in a way which neither you nor I would have imagined. The best of it all is that there's nothing scandalous in it. It's all très comme il faut in the eyes of the world. Of course, it's quite evident that she was eager for a good position in the world, but you know she deserves it. All this, my dear boy, is an entirely worldly matter. And no doubt she made her proposal in a magnificent and artistic style. It's an austere type, my dear boy, the girl nun, as you once described her. The cool young lady has been my name for her a long time past. She has almost been brought up by him, you know, and has seen more than one instance of his kindly feeling towards her. She assured me some time ago that she had such a respect for him and such a high opinion of him, such feeling for him and such sympathy with him, and all the rest of it, so that I was to some extent prepared. I was informed of all this morning in her name and at her request by my son, her brother Andrei Andreevich, whom I believe you don't know, and whom I see regularly twice a year. He respectfully approves of the step she has taken. Then it is public already? Good heavens, I am amazed! No, it's certainly not public yet, not for some time. I don't know, I am altogether out of it, in fact, but it's all true. But now, Katerina Nikolaevna, what do you think? It won't suit Buring's tastes, will it? I don't know, actually, that he will dislike it. But you may be sure that on that side, Anna Andreevna is a highly respectable person. But what a girl she is! Yesterday morning, immediately before this, she inquired of me whether I were in love with the widow Akhmakov. Do you remember I told you of it yesterday with surprise? It would have been impossible for her to marry the father if I had married the daughter. Do you understand now? Oh, to be sure, I cried. But could Anna Andreevna really have imagined that you could possibly want to marry Katerina Nikolaevna? Evidently she could, my dear boy, but however, I believe it's time for you to go where you were going. My head aches all the time, you know. I'll tell them to play Lucia. I love the solemnity of its dreariness, but I've told you that already. I repeat myself unpardonably. Perhaps I'll go away from here, though. I love you, my dear boy, but goodbye. Whenever I have a headache or toothache, I thirst for solitude. A line of suffering came into his face. I believe now he really was suffering with his head particularly. Till tomorrow, I said. "Why till tomorrow? And what is to happen tomorrow?" he said with a wry smile. "I shall go to see you, or you come to see me." "No, I shan't come to you, but you'll come running to me." There was something quite malevolent in his face, but I had no thoughts to spare for him. What an event! Breaking in. We now have ourselves a matrimonial tangle. Prince Nikolai Ivanovitch is, of course, the old Prince Sokolsky, whose extravagant wealth has been such a rich target all this time. Anna Andreevna has just made a move that will make her a very wealthy widow when the old man dies. At the same time, the maneuver would close off any avenue for Prince Sergei's securing a dowry in that direction, which would upset the plans of the scheming Stebelkov. And perhaps it would also limit the financial gains to be had from a marriage to Katerina Nikolaevna, the old prince's daughter. Hence Arkady's comment that her suitor, Baron Buring, would not be pleased with the news. As a reminder, Anna Andreevna is Versilov's biological and legal daughter, despite the fact that the old prince has been closer to a father figure to her than Versilov. It would have been quite impossible for her to marry the old prince if Versilov had pursued Katerina Nikolaevna. For 2 marriages in this regard would have made Anna Andreevna both Versilov's daughter and his stepmother-in-law, and it would have made Katerina Nikolaevna both the stepdaughter and the stepmother-in-law of Anna Andreevna. Here we have an unconventional argument for why older men ought not to be sniffing around younger females, and vice versa. Of course, Arkady has been incredulous for some time about the very possibility of an attraction between Versilov and Katerina Nikolaevna. But by now we have reason to question our adolescent's intuition on these things. At any rate, this new betrothal should, at least in theory, clarify Prince Sergei's next steps. Lisa is, of course, certain that the young man has already voluntarily turned down Anna Andreevna, although Versilov is less so. But whether voluntarily or not, that avenue is closed to him. One translation note is needed pertaining to Section 1. In our Garnett translation, Lisa claims that her mother's advice regarding her pregnancy is to bear it. That is ambiguous between 2 meanings. Another translation disambiguates the expression, and the advice is to keep it. In other words, Sonia, Lisa's mother, advises her not only to endure, but to carry the child to term. As well she might, when speaking to her beloved daughter, who was conceived under similar circumstances. But now we must get back to Lisa's beloved. End of comments. (3) Prince Sergei was really unwell, and was sitting alone with his head wrapped in a wet towel. He was very anxious to see me, but he had not only a headache, he seemed to be aching morally all over. To anticipate events again, all that latter time, right up to the catastrophe, It was somehow my fate to meet with people who were one after another so excited that they were all almost mad, so that I couldn't help being infected with the same malady myself. I came, I must confess, with evil feelings in my heart, and I was horribly ashamed, too, of having cried before him the previous night. And anyway, Lisa and he had so clearly succeeded in deceiving me that I could not help seeing myself as a fool. In short, my heart was vibrating on false notes as I went in. But all this affectation and false feeling vanished quickly. I must do him the justice to say that his suspiciousness had quickly disappeared, that he surrendered himself completely. He betrayed almost childish affection, confidence, and love. He kissed me with tears, and at once began talking of the position. Yes, he really did need me. His words and the sequence of his ideas betrayed great mental disorder. He announced with great firmness his intention to marry Lisa, and as soon as possible. The fact that she is not of noble birth does not trouble me in the least, believe me, he said to me. My grandfather married a serf girl who sang in a neighboring landowner's private theatre. My family, of course, have rested certain expectations upon me, but now they'll have to give way, and it will not lead to strife. I want to break with my present life for good, to have everything different, everything new. I don't understand what made your sister love me, but if it had not been for her, I should not have been alive to this day. I swear from the depth of my soul that my meeting her at Luga was the finger of Providence. I believe she loved me because I had fallen so low. Can you understand that, though, Arkady Makarovich? Perfectly, I declared in a voice of full conviction. I sat at the table, and he walked about the room. I must tell you the whole story of our meeting without reserve. It began with a secret I had guarded in my heart, of which she alone heard, because only to her could I bring myself to trust it. And to this day no one else knows it. I went to Luga then with despair in my heart, and stayed at Madame Stolbeev's. I don't know why. Seeking solitude, perhaps. I had only just resigned my commission in the regiment, which I had entered on my return from abroad, after my meeting with Andrei Petrovitch out there. I had some money at the time, and in the regiment I led a dissipated life and spent freely. Well, the officers, my comrades, did not like me, though I tried not to offend anyone. And I will confess it to you, no one has ever liked me. There was a certain Cornet Stepanov, I must admit an extremely empty-headed, worthless fellow, not distinguished in any way. There was no doubt he was honest, though. He was in the habit of coming to see me, and I did not stand on ceremony with him. He used to sit in a corner, mute but dignified, for days together, and he did not get in my way at all. One day I told him a story that was going the round, with many foolish additions of my own, such as that the colonel's daughter was in love with me, and that the colonel had his eye upon me for her, and so would do anything to please me. In short, I will pass over the details, but it led to a very complicated and revolting scandal. It was not Stepanov who spread it, but my orderly, who had overheard and remembered it all, for I had told an absurd story compromising the young lady. So, when there was an inquiry into the scandal, and this orderly was questioned by the officers, he threw the blame on Stepanov. That is, he said that it was to Stepanov I'd told the story. Stepanov was put in such a position that he could not deny having heard it. It was a question of honor. And as 2/3 of the story had been lying on my part, the officers were indignant, and the commanding officer who had called us together was forced to clear the matter up. At this point the question was put to Stepanov in the presence of all. Had he heard the story or not? And at once he told the whole truth. Well, what did I do then? I, a prince whose line goes back 1,000 years. I denied it, and told Stepanov to his face that he was lying, in the most polite way, suggesting that he had misunderstood my words and so on. I'll leave out the details again, but as Stepanov came to me so often, I was able, with some appearance of likelihood, to put the matter in such a light that he might seem to be plotting with my orderly for motives of his own. And this told in my favor. Stepanov merely looked at me in silence and shrugged his shoulders. I remember the way he looked at me and shall never forget it. Then he promptly resigned his commission. But how do you suppose it ended? Every officer, without exception, called on him and begged him not to resign. A fortnight later, I too left the regiment. No one turned me out, no one suggested my resigning. I alleged family reasons for my leaving the army. That was how the matter ended. At first I didn't mind, and even felt angry with them. I stayed at Luga, made the acquaintance of Lizaveta Makarovna. But a month afterwards I began to look at my revolver, and to think about death. I looked at everything gloomily, Arkady Makarovich. I composed a letter to the commanding officer and my former comrades, with a full confession of my lie and a vindication of Stepanov's honor. When I had written the letter, I asked myself the question, should I send it and live, or should I send it and die? I should never have decided that question. Chance, blind chance, brought me near to Lizaveta Makarovna after a strange and rapid conversation with her. She had been at Madame Stolbeyev's before that. We had met and parted with bows and had rarely spoken. I suddenly told her everything. It was then she held out a hand to me. How did she settle the question? I didn't send the letter. She decided that I should not send it. She argued that if I did send the letter, I should, of course, have been doing an honorable action, sufficient to wash away all the filth of the past, and far more. But she doubted my having the strength to endure it. It was her idea that no one would have the strength to bear it, for then the future would be utterly ruined, and no new life would be possible. It is true Stepanov had suffered for it, but he had been acquitted by public opinion as it was. It was a paradox, of course, but she restrained me, and I gave myself into her hands completely. Her reasoning was Jesuitical but feminine, I cried. She had begun to love you already. It was my regeneration into a new life. I vowed to change, to begin a new life, to be worthy of myself and of her, and this is how it has ended. It has ended in my going with you to roulette, in my playing faro. I could not resist the fortune. I was delighted at being in the swim, delighted with all these people, with racehorses. I tortured Lisa to my shame." He rubbed his forehead with his hand and walked up and down the room. "We are both, you and I, stricken by the same Russian curse, Arkady Makarovich. You don't know what to do, and I don't know what to do. If a Russian deviates ever so little from the rut of routine laid down for him by tradition, at once he is at a loss what to do. While he's in the rut, everything's clear. Income, rank, position in society, a carriage, visits, a wife. But ever so little off it, and what am I? A leaf fluttering before the wind. I don't know what to do. For the last 2 months I have striven to keep in the rut. I have liked the rut. I've been drawn to the rut. You don't know the depth of my downfall here. I love Lisa, but at the same time I've been thinking of Madame Akhmakov." "Is it possible?" I cried in distress. "By the way, what did you say yesterday about Versilov's having instigated you to behave in a mean way to Katerina Nikolaevna?" "I may have exaggerated it, and perhaps I have been unfair to him in my suspiciousness, as I have been to you. Let us drop the subject. Why, do you suppose that I have not been brooding over a lofty ideal of life all this time? Ever since Luga, perhaps? I swear that ideal has never left me. It has been with me continually, and has lost none of its beauty in my heart. I remembered the vow I made to Lizaveta Makarovna to reform. When Andrei Petrovitch talked about the aristocracy to me yesterday, he said nothing new, I can assure you. My ideal is firmly established. A few score acres, and only a few score, for I've scarcely anything left of the fortune. Then absolutely complete abandonment of the world and a career. A rural home, a family, and myself a tiller of the soil or something of the sort. Oh, in our family it's nothing new. My uncle, my grandfather too, tilled the soil with their own hands. We have been princes for 1,000 years, as aristocratic and as ancient a name as the Rohans. But we are beggars. And this is how I will train my children. Remember always, all your life, that you are a nobleman, that the sacred blood of Russian princes flows in your veins. But never be ashamed that your father tilled the soil with his own hands. He did it like a prince. I shall not leave them property, nothing but that strip of land, but I would bring them up in the loftiest principles. That I should consider a duty. Oh, I should be helped by Lisa, by work, by children. Oh, how we have dreamed of this together, dreamed of it here in this room. And would you believe it? At the same time, I was thinking of Madame Akhmakov, and of the possibility of a worldly and wealthy marriage, though I don't care for the woman in the least. And only after what Nastchokin said about Buring, I resolved to turn to Anna Andreevna. But you went to decline the match? That was an honorable action anyway, I suppose. You think so? He stopped short before me. No, you don't know my nature, or else there is something I don't know myself, because it seems I have more than one nature. I love you sincerely, Arkady Makarovich, and besides I am terribly to blame for the way I've treated you for the last 2 months. And so I want you, as Lisa's brother, to know all this. I went to Anna Andreevna to make her an offer of marriage, not to disown the idea. Is it possible? But Lisa told me. I deceived Lisa. Tell me, please, you made a formal offer and Anna Andreevna refused it. Was that it? Was that it? The facts are of great importance to me, Prince. No, I did not make an offer at all, but that was only because I hadn't time. She forestalled me. Not in direct words, of course, though the meaning was clear and unmistakable. She delicately gave me to understand that the idea was henceforth out of the question. So it was the same as your not making her an offer, and your pride has not suffered. How can you reason like that? My own conscience condemns me. And what of Lisa, whom I have deceived and meant to abandon? And the vow I made to myself and my forefathers to reform and to atone for all my ignoble past. I entreat you not to tell her that. Perhaps that is the one thing she would not be able to forgive me. I have been ill since what happened yesterday. And now it seems that all is over, and the last of the Sokolskys will be sent to prison. Poor Lisa. I have been very anxious to see you all day, Arkady Makarovich, to tell you, as Lisa's brother, what she knows nothing of as yet. I am a criminal. I have taken part in forging railway shares. Something more? What, you are going to prison? I cried, jumping up and looking at him in horror. His face wore a look of the deepest gloom and utterly hopeless sorrow. "Sit down," he said, and he sat down in the armchair opposite. "To begin with, you had better know the facts. It was more than a year ago, that same summer that I was at Ems with Lydia and Katerina Nikolaevna, and afterwards at Paris, just at the time when I was going to Paris for 2 months. In Paris, of course, I was short of money, and it was just then Stebelkov turned up, though I knew him before. He gave me some money and promised to give me more, but asked me in return to help him. He wanted an artist, a draftsman, engraver, lithographer, and so on, a chemist, an expert, and for certain purposes. What those purposes were he hinted pretty plainly from the first. And would you believe it? He understood my character. It only made me laugh. The point is that from my school days I had an acquaintance, at present a Russian exile, though he was not really a Russian, but a native of Hamburg. He had been mixed up in some cases of forging papers in Russia already. It was on this man that Stebelkov was reckoning, but he wanted an introduction to him, and he applied to me. I wrote a couple of lines for him, and immediately forgot all about it. Afterwards he met me again and again, and I received altogether as much as 3,000 from him. I had literally forgotten all about the business. Here I've been borrowing from him all the time with IOUs and securities, and he has been cringing before me like a slave. And suddenly yesterday I learned from him for the first time that I am a criminal. When? Yesterday? Yesterday morning, when we were shouting in my study just before Nastchokin arrived. For the first time he had the effrontery to speak to me quite openly of Anna Andreevna. I raised my hand to strike him, But he suddenly stood up and informed me that his interests were mine, and that I must remember that I was his accomplice and as much a swindler as he. Though he did not use those words, that was the sense. What nonsense! Why, surely it's all imagination. No, it's not imagination. He has been here today and explained things more exactly. These forged documents have been in circulation a long time and are still being passed about, but it seems they've already begun to be noticed. Of course, I've nothing to do with it, but— "You see, though, you were pleased to give me that little letter. That's what Stepelkov told me." "So you didn't know, of course, what for? Or did you know?" "I did know," Prince Sergei answered in a low voice, dropping his eyes. "That's to say, I knew and didn't know, you see. I was laughing, I was amused. I did it without thinking, for I had no need of forged documents at that time, and it wasn't I who meant to make them. But that 3,000 he gave me then, he did not put down in his account against me, and I let it pass. But how do you know? Perhaps I really am a forger. I could not help knowing. I am not a child. I did know, but I felt in a merry humor, and I helped scoundrels, felons, helped them for money. So I, too, am a forger." "Oh, you are exaggerating. You've done wrong, but you're exaggerating." "There's someone else in it. A young man called Zhabelsky, some sort of attorney's clerk. He, too, had something to do with these forgeries. He came afterwards from that gentleman at Hamburg to see me about some nonsense. Of course, I didn't know what it was about myself. It was not about those forgeries, I know that. But he has kept in his possession 2 documents in my handwriting, only brief notes. And, of course, they are evidence, too. I understood that today. Stepelkov makes out that this Zhabelsky is spoiling everything. He has stolen something, public money, I believe, but means to steal something more, and then to emigrate. So he wants 8,000, not a penny less, to help him on his way. My share of the fortune I had inherited would satisfy Stepelkov, but he said Zhabelsky must be satisfied too. In short, I must give up my share of the fortune, and 10,000 besides. That's their final offer. And then they will give me back my 2 letters. They're in collusion, that's clear." "It's obviously absurd. If they inform against you, they will betray themselves. Nothing will induce them to give information." "I understand that. They don't threaten to give information at all. They only say, 'We shall not inform, of course, but if it should be discovered, then—' That's what they say, and that's all, but I think it's enough. But that's not the point. Whatever happens, and even if I had those letters in my pocket now, yet to be associated with those swindlers, to be their accomplice forever and ever, to lie to Russia, to lie to my children, to lie to Lisa, to lie to my conscience. Does Lisa know?" "No, she does not know everything. It would be too much for her in her condition. I wear the uniform of my regiment, and every time I meet a soldier of the regiment, and every second, I am inwardly conscious that I must not dare to wear the uniform." "Listen," I cried suddenly. "There's no need to waste time talking about it. There's only one way of salvation for you. Go to Prince Nikolai Ivanovitch, borrow 10,000 from him, ask him for it without telling him what for. Then send for those 2 swindlers, settle up with them finally, buy back your letters, and the thing is over. The whole thing will be ended, and you can go and till the land. Away with vain imaginings, and have faith in life." "I have thought of that," he said resolutely. "I have been making up my mind all day, and at last I have decided. I have only been waiting for you. I will go. Do you know, I have never in my life borrowed a farthing from Prince Nikolai Ivanovitch. He is well disposed to our family and has come to their assistance. But I personally have never borrowed money from him. But now I am determined to. Our family, you may note, is an older branch of the Sokolskys than Prince Nikolai Ivanovitch's. They are a younger branch, collaterals in fact, hardly recognized. There was a feud between our ancestors. At the beginning of the reforms of Peter the Great, my great-grandfather, whose name was Peter too, remained an old believer and was a wanderer in the forest of Kostroma. That Prince Peter married a second wife who was not of noble birth. So it was then these other Sokolskys dropped out, but what was I talking about?" He was very much exhausted and seemed talking almost unconsciously. "Calm yourself," I said, standing up and taking my hat. "Go to bed. That's the first thing. Prince Nikolai Ivanovitch is sure not to refuse, especially now in the overflow of his joy. Have you heard the latest news from that quarter? Haven't you really? I have heard a wild story that he is going to get married. It's a secret, but not from you, of course." And I told him all about it, standing hat in hand. He knew nothing about it. He quickly asked questions, inquiring principally when and where the match had been arranged, and how far the rumor was trustworthy. I did not, of course, conceal from him that it had been settled immediately after his visit to Anna Andreevna. I cannot describe what a painful impression this news made upon him. His face worked and was almost contorted, and his lips twitched convulsively in a wry smile. At the end he turned horribly pale and sank into a reverie, with his eyes on the floor. I suddenly saw quite clearly that his vanity had been deeply wounded by Anna Andreevna's refusal of him the day before. Perhaps in his morbid state of mind, he realized only too vividly at that minute the absurd and humiliating part he had played the day before in the eyes of the young lady of whose acceptance, as it now appeared, he had all the time been so calmly confident. And worst of all, perhaps, was the thought that he had behaved so shabbily to Lisa, and to no purpose. It would be interesting to know for what these foppish young snobs think well of one another, and on what grounds they can respect one another. This prince might well have supposed that Anna Andreevna knew of his connection with Lisa, in reality her sister, or if she did not actually know, that she would be certain to hear of it sooner or later. And yet he had no doubt of her acceptance. "And could you possibly imagine," he said suddenly, with a proud and supercilious glance at me, "that now, after learning such a fact, I could be capable of going to Prince Nikolai Ivanovitch and asking him for money? Ask him, the accepted fiancé of the lady who has just refused me, like a beggar, like a flunky? No, now all is lost, and if that old man's help is my only hope, then let my last hope perish." In my heart I shared his feeling, but it was necessary to take a broader view of the real position. Was the poor old prince really to be looked upon as a successful rival? I had several ideas fermenting in my brain. I had, apart from Prince Sergei's affairs, made up my mind to visit the old man next day. For the moment I tried to soften the impression made by the news and to get the poor prince to bed. "When you have slept, things will look brighter, you'll see." He pressed my hand warmly, but this time he did not kiss me. I promised to come and see him the following evening, and we'll talk, there's so much to talk of." He greeted these last words of mine with a fateful smile. Breaking in. It may be easy to lose sight of the details of Prince Sergei's backstory, so here's a quick recap, told in chronological order. After the affair at Ems, the young prince found himself in Paris, where, with his worldly living, he had careless interactions with both Stebelkov and this other figure, Zhabelsky. Interactions which gave him some quick cash, but also implicated him in white-collar crime. We don't know what Zhabelsky's game is. With Stebelkov, we know it has to do with forging shares in a publicly traded railway company, something we caught an allusion to way back in Part 1, Chapter 8, when Stebelkov made a mysterious reference to it. As a reminder, this episode is based upon a real-life crime of Dostoevsky's day. After this Parisian episode, he had his misadventure with the regiment. The details here are not terribly important, but they involve sophomoric braggadocio regarding the colonel's daughter, and then defaming a fellow officer to cover his tracks. He left the regiment and encountered Lisa while staying at Luga. Lisa became his comforter during those days and convinced him not to send a letter to the regiment confessing his bad behavior. Fast forward to the present, and he has Lisa as his pregnant lover, and both Stebelkov and Zhabelsky extorting him for thousands he does not possess. He has also rejoined a different regiment, and has made brief references to this both here and elsewhere. He has one potential out, borrowing from the old Prince Sokolsky, but he is ashamed to do so, since the older man is now the fiancé of the woman who has just rejected him. All this serves to indicate that Vassin had the right description of the man back in Part 1, Chapter 9, Section 2, as a figure capable of high ideals, but saddled with a weak will. Vassin, it will be recalled, had also been in Luga at the same time as Prince Sergei and Lisa. To my memory, this is the first time that Arkady, as the 20-year-old chronicler of events, lets slip a caustic comment of the young prince, as a foppish young snob who simply expected to be accepted by Anna Andreevna, when she, in turn, would have known of his abandoning her own pregnant half-sister in the process. This chapter has described the events of the second day of the narrative of Part 2. We are about to encounter that fateful third day. End of comments. Chapter 8. 1. All that night I dreamed of roulette, of play, of gold and reckonings. I seemed in my dreams to be calculating something at the gambling table, some stake, some chance, and it oppressed me all night like a nightmare. To tell the truth, the whole of the previous day, in spite of all the startling impressions I had received, I had been continually thinking of the money I had won at Zershikov's. I suppressed the thought, but I could not suppress the emotion it aroused, and I quivered all over at the mere recollection of it. That success had put me in a fever. Could it be that I was a gambler, or at least, to be more accurate, that I had the qualities of a gambler? Even now, at the time of writing this, I still at moments like thinking about play. It sometimes happens that I sit for hours together, absorbed in silent calculations about gambling, and in dreams of putting down my stake, of the number turning up, and of picking up my winnings. Yes, I have all sorts of qualities, and my nature is not a tranquil one. At 10 o'clock I intended to go to Stebelkov's, and I meant to walk. I sent Matvey home as soon as he appeared. While I was drinking my coffee, I tried to think over the position. For some reason I felt pleased. A moment's self-analysis made me realize that I was chiefly pleased because I was going that day to the old prince's. But that day was a momentous and startling one in my life, and it began at once with a surprise. At 10 o'clock my door was flung wide open, and Tatyana Pavlovna flew in. There was nothing I expected less than a visit from her, and I jumped up in alarm on seeing her. Her face was ferocious, her manner was incoherent, and I dare say, if she had been asked, she could not have said why she had hastened to me. I may as well say at once that she had just received a piece of news that had completely overwhelmed her, and she had not recovered from the first shock of it. The news overwhelmed me, too. She stayed, however, only half a minute, or perhaps a minute, but not more. She simply pounced upon me. "So this is what you've been up to," she said, standing facing me and bending forward. "Ah, you young puppy, what have you done? What, you don't even know? Goes on drinking his coffee. Oh, you babbler, you chatterbox. Oh, you imitation lover. Boys like you are whipped, whipped, whipped." "Tatyana Pavlovna, what has happened? What is the matter? Is mother—" "You will know," she shouted menacingly, ran out of the room, and was gone. I should certainly have run after her, but I was restrained by one thought, and that was not a thought, but a vague misgiving. I had an inkling that of all her vituperation, imitation lover was the most significant phrase. Of course I could not guess what it meant, but I hastened out, that I might finish with Stebelkov and go as soon as possible to Nikolai Ivanovitch. The key to it all is there, I thought instinctively. I can't imagine how he learned it, but Stebelkov already knew all about Anna Andreevna, down to every detail. I will not describe his conversation and his gestures, but he was in a state of enthusiasm, a perfect ecstasy of enthusiasm over this masterstroke. "She is a person, yes, she is a person," he exclaimed. "Yes, that's not our way. Here we sit still and do nothing. But as soon as she wants something of the best, she takes it. She's an antique statue. She is an antique statue of Minerva. Only she is walking about and wearing modern dress." I asked him to come to business. This business was, as I had guessed, solely to ask me to persuade and induce Prince Sergei to appeal to Prince Nikolai Ivanovitch for a loan. Or it will be a very, very bad lookout for him, though it's not of my doing. That's so, isn't it? He kept peeping into my face, but I fancy did not detect that I knew anything more than the day before. And indeed he could not have imagined it. I need hardly say that I did not by word or hint betray that I knew anything about the forged documents. Our explanations did not take long. He began at once promising me money, and a considerable sum, if only you will manage that the prince should go. The matter is urgent, very urgent, and that's the chief point, that the matter's so pressing. I did not want to argue and wrangle with him, as I had done the day before, and I got up to go, though, to be on the safe side, I flung him in reply that I would try. But he suddenly amazed me beyond all expression. I was on my way to the door, when all at once he put his arm round my waist affectionately, and began talking to me in the most incomprehensible way. I will omit the details of the conversation, that I might not be wearisome. The upshot of it was that he made me a proposition that I should introduce him to Monsieur Dergatchev, since you go there. I instantly became quiet, doing my utmost not to betray myself by the slightest gesture. I answered at once, however, that I was quite a stranger there, and though I had been in the house, it was only on one occasion, by chance. "But if you've been admitted once, you might go a second time. Isn't that so?" I asked him point blank, and with great coolness, why he wanted it. And to this day I can't understand such a degree of simplicity in a man who was apparently no fool, and who was a businessman, as VIII had said of him. He explained to me quite openly that he suspected that something prohibited and sternly prohibited was going on at Dergatchev's, and so if I watch him, I may very likely make something by it. And with a grin he winked at me with his left eye. I made no definite answer, but pretended to be considering it, and promised to think about it. And with that I went hastily away. The position was growing more complicated. I flew to VIII, and at once found him at home. "What, you too?" he said enigmatically on seeing me. Without inquiring the significance of this phrase, I went straight to the point and told him what had happened. He was evidently impressed, though he remained absolutely cool. He cross-examined me minutely. "It may very well be that you misunderstood him." "No, I quite understood him. His meaning was quite clear." "In any case, I am extremely grateful to you," he added with sincerity. "Yes, indeed, if that is so, he imagined that you could not resist a certain sum of money. And besides, he knows my position. I've been playing all this time, and behaving badly, VIII." "I have heard about that." "What puzzles me most of all is that he knows you go there constantly too," I ventured to observe. "He knows perfectly well," VIII answered quite simply, "that I don't go there with any object. And indeed, all those young people are simply chatterers, nothing more. You have reason to remember that as well as anyone." I fancied that he did not quite trust me. "In any case, I am very much obliged to you." "I have heard that Monsieur Stebelkov's affairs are in rather a bad way." I tried to question him once more. "I've heard, anyway, of certain shares." "What shares have you heard about?" I mentioned the shares on purpose, but of course not with the idea of telling him the secret Prince Sergei had told me the day before. I only wanted to drop a hint and see from his face, from his eyes, whether he knew anything about shares. I attained my object. From a momentary indefinable change in his face, I guessed that he did perhaps know something in this matter too. I did not answer his question, "What shares?" I was silent, and it was worth noticing that he did not pursue the subject either. "How's Lizaveta Makarovna?" he inquired with sympathetic interest. "She's quite well. My sister has always thought very highly of you." There was a gleam of pleasure in his eyes. I had guessed long before that he was not indifferent to Lisa. "Prince Sergei Petrovitch was here the other day," he informed me suddenly. "When?" I cried. "Just 4 days ago." "Not yesterday?" "No, not yesterday." He looked at me inquiringly. "Later perhaps I may describe our meeting more fully, but for the moment I feel I must warn you," Vassin said mysteriously, "that he struck me as being in an abnormal condition of mind, and of brain indeed. I had another visit, however," he added suddenly with a smile, "just before you came, and I was driven to the same conclusion about that visitor, too." "Has Prince Sergei just been here?" "No, not Prince Sergei. I am not speaking of the prince just now. Andrei Petrovich Versilov has just been here, and—" "You've heard nothing? Hasn't something happened to him?" "Perhaps something has, but what passed between you exactly?" I asked hurriedly. "Of course I ought to keep it secret. We are talking rather queerly, with too much reserve." He smiled again. "Andrei Petrovich, however, did not tell me to keep it secret. But you are his son, and as I know your feelings for him, I believe I may be doing right to warn you. Only fancy, he came to me to ask the question, in case it should be necessary for him very shortly, in a day or two, to fight a duel, would I consent to be his second? I refused absolutely, of course." I was immensely astonished. This piece of news was the most disturbing of all. Something was wrong, something had turned up, something had happened of which I knew nothing as yet. I suddenly recalled in a flash how Versilov had said to me the day before, "I shan't come to you, but you'll come running to me." I rushed off to Prince Nikolai Ivanovitch, feeling more than ever that the key to the mystery lay there. As he said goodbye, Vassin thanked me again. 2. The old prince was sitting before an open fire, with a rug wrapped round his legs. He met me with an almost questioning air, as though he were surprised that I had come, Yet almost every day he had sent messages inviting me. He greeted me affectionately, however. But his answers to my first questions sounded somewhat reluctant and were fearfully vague. At times he seemed to deliberate and looked intently at me, as though forgetting and trying to recall something which certainly ought to be connected with me. I told him frankly that I had heard everything and was very glad. A cordial and good-natured smile came into his face at once, and his spirits rose. His mistrust and caution vanished at once as though he had forgotten them. And indeed he had, of course. "My dear young friend, I knew you would be the first to come. And do you know, I thought about you yesterday. Who will be pleased? He will. Well, no one else will indeed, but that doesn't matter. People are spiteful gossips, but that's no great matter. Chère enfant, this is so exalted and so charming. But of course you know her well, and Anna Andreevna has the highest opinion of you. It's a grave and charming face out of an English keepsake. It's the most charming English engraving possible. 2 years ago I had a regular collection of such engravings. I always had the intention, always. I only wonder why it was I never thought of it." "You always, if I remember rightly, distinguished Anna Andreevna and were fond of her." "My dear boy, we don't want to hurt anyone. Life with one's friends, with one's relations, with those dear to one's heart, is paradise. All the poets. In short, it has been well known from prehistoric times. In the summer, you know, we are going to Soden, and then to Bad Gastein. But what a long time it is since you've been to see me, my dear boy. What's been the matter with you? I've been expecting you. And how much has happened meanwhile, hasn't it? I am only sorry that I am uneasy. As soon as I am alone, I feel uneasy. That is why I must not be left alone, must I? That's as plain as 2 + 2 make 4. I understood that at once from her first word. Oh, my dear boy, she only spoke 2 words, but it was something like a glorious poem. But of course you are her brother, almost her brother, aren't you? My dear boy, it's not for nothing I'm so fond of you. I swear I had a presentiment of all this. I kissed her hand and wept." He took out his handkerchief as though preparing to weep again. He was violently agitated, suffering, I fancy, from one of his nervous attacks, and one of the worst I remember in the whole course of our acquaintance. As a rule, almost always in fact, he was ever so much better and more good-humoured. "I would forgive everything, my dear boy," he babbled on. "I long to forgive everyone, and it's a long time since I was angry with anyone. Art, la poésie dans la vie, philanthropy. And she, a biblical beauty, quelle charmante personne, eh? Le chant de Salomon. Non, ce n'est pas Salomon, c'est David qui mettait une jeune belle dans son épouse chauffée dans sa vieillesse. Enfant David, Salomon, all that keeps going round in my head, a regular jumble. Everything, cher enfant, may be at the same time grand and ridiculous. Cette jeune belle de la vieillesse de David, c'est tout un poème. And Paul de Kock would have made of it a son de bossa noir, and we should all have laughed. Paul de Kock has neither taste nor sense of proportion, though he is a writer of talent. Katerina Nikolaevna smiles. I said that we would not trouble anyone. We have begun our romance, and though they ask them to let us finish it. Maybe it is a dream, but don't let them rob me of this dream. How do you mean it's a dream, Prince? A dream? How a dream? Well, let it be a dream, but let me die with that dream. Oh, why talk of dying, Prince? You have to live now, only to live. Why, what did I say? That's just what I keep saying. I simply can't understand why life is so short. To avoid being tedious, no doubt, for life, too, is the Creator's work of art, in a perfect and irreproachable form like a poem of Pushkin's. Brevity is the first essential of true art. But if anyone is not bored, he ought to be allowed to live longer. Tell me, Prince, is it public property yet? No, my dear boy, certainly not. We have all agreed upon that. It's private, private, private. So far I've only disclosed it fully to Katerina Nikolaevna, because I felt I was being unfair to her. Oh, Katerina Nikolaevna is an angel. She is an angel. Yes, yes. Yes, and you say yes? Why, I thought that you were her enemy too. By the way, she asked me not to receive you any more. And only fancy, when you came in I quite forgot it. What are you saying? I cried, jumping up. Why, where? My presentiment had not deceived me. I had had a presentiment of something of the sort ever since Tatiana's visit. Yesterday, my dear boy, yesterday. I don't understand, in fact, how you got in, for orders were given. How did you come in? I simply walked in. The surest way. If you had tried to creep in by stealth, no doubt they would have caught you. But as you simply walked in, they let you pass. Simplicity, cher enfant, is in reality the deepest cunning. I don't understand. Did you, too, decide not to receive me, then? No, my dear boy, I said I had nothing to do with it. That is, I gave my full consent. And believe me, my dear boy, I am much too fond of you. But Katerina Nikolaevna insisted so very strongly. So there it is. At that instant, Katerina Nikolaevna appeared in the doorway. She was dressed to go out, and as usual came in to kiss her father. Seeing me, she stopped short in confusion, turned quickly, and went out. Voila! Cried the old prince, impressed and much disturbed. It's a misunderstanding, I cried. One moment, I'll come back to you directly, Prince. And I ran after Katerina Nikolaevna. All that followed upon this happened so quickly that I had no time to reflect, or even to consider in the least how to behave. If I had had time to consider, I should certainly have behaved differently. But I lost my head like a small boy. I was rushing towards her room, but on the way a footman informed me that Katerina Nikolaevna had already gone downstairs and was getting into her carriage. I rushed headlong down the front staircase. Katerina Nikolaevna was descending the stairs in her fur coat, and beside her, or rather arm in arm with her, walked a tall and severe-looking officer, wearing a uniform and a sword, and followed by a footman carrying his greatcoat. This was the Baron, who was a colonel of 35, a typical smart officer, thin, with rather too long a face, ginger mustache, and even eyelashes of the same color. Though his face was quite ugly, it had a resolute and defiant expression. I describe him briefly as I saw him at that moment. I had never seen him before. I ran down the stairs after them without a hat or coat. Katerina Nikolaevna was the first to notice me, and she hurriedly whispered something to her companion. He slightly turned his head, and then made a sign to the footman and the hall porter. The footman took a step towards me at the front door, but I pushed him away and rushed after them out on the steps. Buring was assisting Katerina Nikolaevna into the carriage. "Katerina Nikolaevna! Katerina Nikolaevna!" I cried senselessly like a fool. Like a fool! Oh, I remember it all. I had no hat on. Buring turned savagely to the footman again and shouted something to him loudly, 1 or 2 words. I did not take them in. I felt someone clutch me by the elbow. At that moment the carriage began to move. I shouted again and was rushing after the carriage. I saw that Katerina Nikolaevna was peeping out of the carriage window, and she seemed much perturbed. But in my hasty movement I jostled against Buring unconsciously, and trod on his foot, hurting him a good deal, I fancy. He uttered a faint cry, clenched his teeth, and with a powerful hand grasped me by the shoulder and angrily pushed me away, so that I was sent flying a couple of yards. At that instant his greatcoat was handed him. He put it on, got into his sledge, and once more shouted angrily to the footman and the porter, pointing to me as he did so. Thereupon they seized me and held me. One footman flung my greatcoat on me, while a second handed me my hat, and I don't remember what they said. They said something, and I stood and listened, understanding nothing of it. All at once I left them and ran away. III. Seeing nothing and jostling against people as I went, I ran till I reached Tatyana Pavlovna's flat. It did not even occur to me to take a cab. Buring had pushed me away before her eyes. I had, to be sure, stepped on his foot, and he had thrust me away instinctively, as a man who had trodden on his corn. And perhaps I really had trodden on his corn. But she had seen it, and had seen me seized by the footman. It had all happened before her, before her. When I had reached Tatyana Pavlovna's, for the first minute I could say nothing, and my lower jaw was trembling, as though I were in a fever. And indeed I was in a fever, and what's more, I was crying. Oh, I had been so insulted. "What, have they kicked you out? Serve you right, said Tatyana Pavlovna. I sank on the sofa without a word and looked at her. "What's the matter with him?" she said, looking at me intently. "Come, drink some water, drink a glass of water, drink it up. Tell me what you've been up to there now." I muttered that I had been turned out, and that Buring had given me a push in the open street. Can you understand anything, or are you still incapable? Come here, read and admire it." And taking a letter from the table, she gave it to me, and stood before me expectantly. I at once recognized Versilov's writing. It consisted of a few lines. It was a letter to Katerina Nikolaevna. I shuddered, and instantly comprehension came back to me in a rush. The contents of this horrible, atrocious, grotesque, and blackguardly letter were as follows, word for word. "Dear Madam Katerina Nikolaevna, depraved as you are in your nature and your arts, I should have yet expected you to restrain your passions and not to try your wiles on children. But you are not even ashamed to do that. I beg to inform you that the letter you know of was certainly not burnt in a candle and never was in Kraft's possession, so you won't score anything there. So don't seduce a boy for nothing. Spare him. He is hardly grown up, almost a child, undeveloped mentally and physically. What use can you have for him? I am interested in his welfare, and so I have ventured to write to you, though with little hope of attaining my object. I have the honor to inform you that I have sent a copy of this letter to Baron Buring. A. Versilov." I turned white as I read. Then suddenly I flushed crimson, and my lips quivered with indignation. "He writes that about me! About what I told him the day before yesterday!" I cried in a fury. "So you did tell him!" cried Tatyana Pavlovna, snatching the letter from me. "But I didn't say that! I did not say that at all! Good God, what can she think of me now? But it's madness, you know. He's mad. I saw him yesterday. When was the letter sent?" "It was sent yesterday, early in the day. It reached her in the evening, and this morning she gave it me herself." "But I saw him yesterday myself. He's mad. Versilov was incapable of writing that. It was written by a madman. Who could write like that to a woman?" "That's just what such madmen do write in a fury when they are blind and deaf from jealousy and spite, and their blood is turned to venom. You did not know what he is like. Now they will pound him to a jelly. He has thrust his head under the axe himself. He'd better have gone at night to the Nikolaevsky railway and have laid his head on the rail. They'd have cut it off for him if he's weary of the weight of it. What possessed you to tell him? What induced you to tease him? Did you want to boast?" "But what hatred! What hatred!" I cried, clapping my hand on my head. "And what for? What for? Of a woman? What has she done to him? What can there have been between them that he can write a letter like that?" "Hatred!" Tatyana Pavlovna mimicked me with furious sarcasm. The blood rushed to my face again. All at once I seemed to grasp something new. I gazed at her with searching inquiry. "Get along with you!" she shrieked, turning away from me quickly and waving me off. "I've had bother enough with you all. I've had enough of it now. You may all sink into the earth for all I care. Your mother is the only one I'm sorry for." I ran, of course, to Versilov. But what treachery! What treachery! IV. Versilov was not alone. To explain the position beforehand, After sending that letter to Katerina Nikolaevna the day before, and actually dispatching a copy of it to Baron Buring, God only knows why, naturally he was bound to expect certain consequences of his action in the course of today, and so had taken measures of a sort. He had in the morning moved my mother upstairs to my coffin, together with Lisa, who, as I learned afterwards, had been taken ill when she got home and had gone to bed. The other rooms, especially the drawing-room, had been scrubbed and tidied up with extra care. And at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, a certain Baron R. did in fact make his appearance. He was a colonel, a tall, thin gentleman, about 40, a little bald, of German origin, with ginger-colored hair like Buring's, and a look of great physical strength. He was one of those Baron R's of whom there are so many in the Russian army, all men of the brightest baronial dignity, entirely without means, living on their pay, and all zealous and conscientious officers. I did not come in time for the beginning of their interview. Both were very much excited, and they might well be. Versilov was sitting on the sofa facing the table, and the Baron was in an armchair on one side. Versilov was pale, but he spoke with restraint, dropping out his words one by one. The Baron raised his voice and was evidently given to violent gesticulation. He restrained himself with an effort, but he looked stern, supercilious, and even contemptuous, though somewhat astonished. Seeing me, he frowned, but Versilov seemed almost relieved at my coming. "Good morning, dear boy. Baron, this is the very young man mentioned in the letter, and I assure you he will not be in your way, and may indeed be of use." The Baron looked at me contemptuously. "My dear boy," Versilov went on, "I am glad that you've come indeed, so sit down in that corner, please, till the Baron and I have finished. Don't be uneasy, Baron. He will simply sit in the corner." I did not care, for I had made up my mind, and besides, all this impressed me. I sat down in the corner without speaking, as far back as I could, and went on sitting there without stirring or blinking an eyelid till the interview was over. "I tell you again, Baron," said Versilov, rapping out his words resolutely, "that I consider Katerina Nikolaevna Akhmakov, to whom I wrote that unworthy and insane letter, not only the soul of honor, but the acme of all perfection." "Such a disavowal of your own words, as I have observed to you already, is equivalent to a repetition of the offence," growled the Baron. "Your words are actually lacking in respect." "And yet it would be nearest the truth if you take them in their exact sense. I suffer, do you see, from nervous attacks and nervous ailments, and am in fact being treated for them, and therefore it has happened in one such moment." "These explanations cannot be admitted. I tell you for the third time that you are persistently mistaken, perhaps purposely wish to be mistaken. I have warned you from the very beginning that the whole question concerning that lady, that is, concerning your letter to Madame Akhmakov, must be entirely excluded from our explanation. You keep going back to it. Baron Buring begged and particularly charged me to make it plain that this matter concerns him only. That is, your insolence in sending him that copy, and the postscript to it, in which you write that you are ready to answer for it, when and how he pleases. But that, I imagine, is quite clear without explanation. I understand, I hear. You do not even offer an apology, but persist in asserting that you are ready to answer for it when and how he pleases. But that would be getting off too cheaply. And therefore I now, in view of the turn which you obstinately will give to your explanation, feel myself justified on my side in telling you the truth without ceremony. That is, I have come to the conclusion that it is utterly impossible for Baron Buring to meet you on an equal footing. Such a decision is no doubt advantageous for your friend, Baron Buring, and I must confess you have not surprised me in the least. I was expecting it. I note in parenthesis, it was quite evident to me from the first word and the first glance that Versilov was trying to lead up to this outburst, that he was intentionally teasing and provoking this irascible baron, and was trying to put him out of patience. The baron bristled all over. I have heard that you are able to be witty, but being witty is very different from being clever. An extremely profound observation, Colonel. I did not ask for your approbation, cried the Baron. I did not come to bandy words with you. Be so good as to listen. Baron Buring was in doubt how to act when he received your letter, because it was suggestive of a madhouse. And, of course, means might be taken to suppress you. However, owing to certain special considerations, your case was treated with indulgence, and inquiries were made about you. It turns out that though you have belonged to good society, and did at one time serve in the Guards, you have been excluded from society, and your reputation is dubious. Yet in spite of that, I have come here to ascertain the facts personally. And now, to make things worse, you don't scruple to play with words, and inform me yourself that you are liable to nervous attacks. It's enough. Baron Buring's position and reputation are such that he cannot stoop to be mixed up in such an affair. In short, I am authorized, sir, to inform you that if a repetition or anything similar to your recent action should follow hereafter, measures will promptly be found to bring you to your senses very quickly and very thoroughly, I can assure you. We are not living in the jungle, but in a well-ordered state. You are so certain of that, my good Baron? Confound you! Cried the Baron, suddenly getting up. You tempt me to show you at once that I am not your good Baron. I must warn you once again, said Versilov, and he too stood up, that my wife and daughter are not far off, and so I must ask you not to speak so loud, for your shouts may reach their ears. Your wife, the devil! I am sitting here talking to you solely in order to get to the bottom of this disgusting business. The Baron continued as wrathfully as before, not dropping his voice in the least. Enough! He roared furiously. You are not only excluded from the society of decent people, but you're a maniac, a regular raving maniac, and such you've been proved to be. You do not deserve indulgence, and I can tell you that this very day measures will be taken in regard to you, and you will be placed where they will know how to restore you to sanity, and will remove you from the town. He marched with rapid strides out of the room. Versilov did not accompany him to the door. He stood gazing at me absent-mindedly, as though he did not see me. All at once he smiled, tossed back his hair, and, taking his hat, he too made for the door. I clutched at his hand. "Ah, yes, you are here too. You heard?" he said, stopping short before me. "How could you do it? How could you disgrace with such treachery?" He looked at me intently. His smile broadened and broadened till it passed into actual laughter. "Why, I've been disgraced! Before her! Before her! They laughed at me before her eyes, and he pushed me away!" I cried, beside myself. "Really? Poor boy, I am sorry for you. So they laughed at you, did they?" "You are laughing yourself! You are laughing at me! It amuses you!" He quickly pulled his hand away, put on his hat, and laughing aloud, went out of the flat. What was the use of running after him? I understood, and I had lost everything in one instant. All at once I saw my mother. She had come downstairs and was timidly looking about her. "Has he gone away?" I put my arms around her without a word, and she held me tight in hers. "Mother, my own, surely you can't stay. Let us go at once. I will shelter you. I will work for you like a slave, for you and for Lisa. Leave them all, and let us go away. Let us be alone. Mother, do you remember how you came to me at Touchard's, and I would not recognize you?" "I remember, my own. I have been bad to you all your life. You were my own child, and I was a stranger to you." "That was his fault, Mother. It was all his fault. He has never loved us." Yes, he did love us." "Let us go, Mother." "How could I go away from him? Do you suppose he is happy?" "Where's Lisa?" "She's lying down. She felt ill when she came in. I'm frightened. Why are they so angry with him? What will they do to him now? Where's he gone? What was that officer threatening?" "Nothing will happen to him, Mother. Nothing does happen to him, or ever can happen to him. He's that sort of man. Here's Tatyana Pavlovna. Ask her if you don't believe me. Here she is." Tatyana Pavlovna came quickly into the room. "Goodbye, Mother. I will come to you directly, and when I come, I shall ask you the same thing again." I ran away. I could not bear to see anyone, let alone Tatyana Pavlovna. Even Mother distressed me. I wanted to be alone. 5. But before I had crossed the street, I felt that I could hardly walk, and I jostled aimlessly, heedlessly against the passers-by, feeling listless and adrift. But what could I do with myself? What use am I to anyone, and what use is anything to me now? Mechanically I trudged to Prince Sergei's, though I was not thinking of him at all. He was not at home. I told Fyodor, his man, that I would wait in his study, as I had done so many times before. His study was a large one, a very high room, cumbered up with furniture. I crept into the darkest corner, sat down on the sofa, and, putting my elbows on the table, rested my head in my hands. Yes, that was the question. What was of any use to me now? If I was able to formulate that question then, I was totally unable to answer it. But I could not myself answer the question or think about it rationally. I have mentioned already that towards the end of those days I was overwhelmed by the rush of events. I sat now, and everything was whirling round like chaos in my mind. Yes, I had failed to see all that was in him, and did not understand him at all, was the thought that glimmered dimly in my mind at moments. He laughed in my face just now. That was not at me. It was all Buring then, not me. The day before yesterday he knew everything, and he was gloomy. He pounced on my stupid confession in the restaurant, and distorted it, regardless of the truth. But what did he care for the truth? He did not believe a syllable of what he wrote to her. All he wanted was to insult her senselessly, without knowing what for. He was looking out for a pretext, and I gave him the pretext. He behaved like a mad dog. Does he want to kill Buring now? What for? His heart knows what for, and I know nothing of what's in his heart. No, I don't know even now. Can it be that he loves her with such passion? Or does he hate her to such a pitch of passion? I don't know. But does he know himself? Why did I tell Mother that nothing could happen to him? What did I mean to say by that? Have I lost him or haven't I? She saw how I was pushed away. Did she laugh too or not? I should have laughed. They were beating a spy. What does it mean? Suddenly flashed on my mind. What does it mean that in that loathsome letter he puts in that the document has not been burnt, but is in existence? He is not killing Buring, but is sitting at this moment, no doubt, in the restaurant, listening to Lucia. And perhaps after Lucia he will go and kill Buring. Buring pushed me away, almost struck me. Did he strike me? And Buring disdains to fight even for Silov, so would he be likely to fight with me? Perhaps I ought to kill him tomorrow with a revolver, waiting for him in the street. I let that thought flit through my mind quite mechanically, without being brought to a pause by it. At moments I seemed to dream that the door would open all at once, that Katerina Nikolaevna would come in, would give me her hand, and we should both burst out laughing. No, my student, my dear one. I had a vision of this, or rather an intense longing for it, as soon as it got dark. It was not long ago I had been standing before her, saying good-bye to her, and she had given me her hand and laughed. How could it have happened that in such a short time we were so completely separated? Simply to go to her and explain everything this minute. Simply. Good heavens, how was it that an utterly new world had begun for me so suddenly? Yes, a new world, utterly new. And Lisa and Prince Sergei, that was all old. Here I was now at Prince Sergei's. And Mother, how could she go on living with him if it was like this? I can do anything, but she, what will be now? And the figures of Lisa, Anna Andreevna, Stebelkov, Prince Sergei, Fyodor, kept disconnectedly whirling round in my sick brain. But my thoughts became more and more formless and elusive. I was glad when I succeeded in thinking of something and clutching at it. I have my idea, I thought suddenly. But have I? Don't I repeat that from habit? My idea was the fruit of darkness and solitude, and is it possible to creep back into the old darkness? No, my God, I never burnt that letter. I actually forgot to burn it the day before yesterday. I will go back and burn it in a candle, of course, only I don't know if I'm thinking properly. It had long been dark, and Pyotr brought candles. He stood over me and asked whether I had had supper. I simply motioned him away. An hour later, however, he brought me some tea, and I greedily drank a large cupful. Then I asked what time it was. It was 8:30, and I felt no surprise to find I had been sitting there 5 hours. "I have been in to you 3 times already," said Pyotr, "but I think you were asleep." I did not remember his coming in. I don't know why, but I felt all at once horribly scared to think I had been asleep. I got up and walked about the room, that I might not go to sleep again. At last my head began to ache violently. At 10 o'clock, Prince Sergei came in, and I was surprised that I had been waiting for him. I had completely forgotten him, completely. "You are here, and I've been round to fetch you," he said to me. His face looked gloomy and severe, and there was not a trace of a smile. There was a fixed idea in his eyes. "I have been doing my very utmost all day and straining every nerve," he said with concentrated intensity. "Everything has failed, and nothing in the future but horror." Nota bene, he had not been to Prince Nikolai Ivanovitch's. "I have seen Zhebelsky. He is an impossible person. You see, to begin with, we must get the money, then we shall see. And if we don't succeed with the money, then we shall see. I have made up my mind not to think about that. If only we get hold of the money today, tomorrow we shall see everything. The 3,000 you won is still untouched, every farthing of it. It's 3,000 all except 3 rubles. After paying back what I lent you, there is 340 rubles change for you. Take it. Another 700 as well, to make up 1,000, and I will take the other 2,000. Then let us both go to Zhershikov and try at opposite ends of the table to win 10,000. Perhaps we shall do something. If we don't win it, then... this is the only way left, anyhow." He looked at me with a fateful smile. "Yes, yes," I cried suddenly, as though coming to life again. "Let us go. I was only waiting for you." I may remark that I had never once thought of roulette during those hours. "But the baseness, the degradation of the action," Prince Sergei asked suddenly. "Our going to roulette? Why, that's everything," I cried. "Money's everything. Why, you and I are the only saints, while Buring has sold himself, Anna Andreevna sold herself, and Versilov... Have you heard that Versilov's a maniac? A maniac! A maniac! Are you quite well, Arkady Makarovich? Your eyes are somehow strange. You say that because you want to go without me, but I shall stick to you now. It's not for nothing I've been dreaming of play all night. Let us go, let us go, I kept exclaiming, as though I had found the solution to everything. Well, let us go, though you're in a fever, and there... He did not finish. His face looked heavy and terrible. We were just going out when he stopped in the doorway. Do you know, he said suddenly, that there is another way out of my trouble besides play? What way? A princely way. What's that? What's that? You'll know what afterwards. Only let me tell you I'm not worthy of it, because I have delayed too long. Let us go, but you remember my words. We'll try the lackey's way. And do you suppose I don't know that I am consciously, of my own free will, behaving like a lackey? Six. I flew to the roulette table, as though in it were concentrated all hopes of my salvation, all means of escape. And yet, as I have mentioned already, I had not once thought of it before Prince Sergei's arrival. Moreover, I was going to gamble not for myself, but for Prince Sergei, and with his money. I can't explain what was the attraction, but it was an irresistible attraction. Oh, never had those people, those faces, those croupiers with their monotonous shouts, all the details of the squalid gambling saloon seemed so revolting to me, so depressing, so coarse, and so melancholy as that evening. I remember well the sadness and misery that gripped my heart at times during those hours at the gambling table. But why didn't I go away? Why did I endure and, as it were, accept this fate, this sacrifice, this devotion? I will only say one thing. I can hardly say of myself that I was then in my right senses. Yet at the same time I had never played so prudently as that evening. I was silent and concentrated, attentive and extremely calculating. I was patient and niggardly, and at the same time resolute at critical moments. I established myself again at the zero end of the table, that is, between Zhershikov and Fyodor, who always sat on the former's right hand. The place was distasteful to me, but I had an overwhelming desire to stake on zero, and all the other places at that end were taken. We had been playing over an hour. At last, from my place, I saw Prince Sergei get up from his seat, and with a pale face move across to us, and remain facing me the other side of the table. He had lost all he had, and watched my play in silence, though he probably did not follow it, and had ceased to think of play. At that moment I just began winning, and Zhershikov was counting me out what I had won. Suddenly, without a word, Fyodor, with the utmost effrontery, took one of my 100-ruble notes before my very eyes and added it to the pile of money lying before him. I cried out and caught hold of his hand. Then something quite unexpected happened to me. It was as though I had broken some chain that restrained me, as though all the affronts and insults of that day were concentrated in that moment in the loss of that 100-ruble note. It was as though everything that had been accumulating and suppressed within me had only been waiting for that moment to break out. "He's a thief! He has just stolen my 100 rubles!" I exclaimed, looking round beside myself. I won't describe the hubbub that followed. Such a scandal was a novelty there. At Zhershikov's, people behaved with propriety, and his saloon was famous for it. But I did not know what I was doing. Zhershikov's voice was suddenly heard in the midst of the clamor and din. "But the money's not here, and it was lying here, 400 rubles. Another scene followed at once. The money in the bank had disappeared under Zhershikov's very nose, a roll of 400 rubles. Zhershikov pointed to the spot where the notes had only that minute been lying, and that spot turned out to be close to me, next to the spot where my money was lying, much closer to me than to Fyodor. "The thief is here! He has stolen it! Search him!" I cried, pointing to Fyodor. "This is what comes of letting in all sorts of people," thundered an impressive voice in the midst of the general uproar. "Persons have been admitted without introduction. Who brought him in? Who is he?" "A fellow called Dolgoruki." "Prince Dolgoruki?" "Prince Sokolsky brought him," cried someone. "Listen, Prince," I yelled to him across the table in a frenzy. "They think I'm a thief when I've just been robbed myself. Tell them about me! Tell them about me!" And then there followed something worse than all that had happened that day, worse than anything that had happened in my life. Prince Sergei disowned me. I saw him shrug his shoulders, and heard him, in answer to a stream of questions, pronounce sharply and distinctly, "I am not responsible for anyone. Please leave me alone." Meanwhile, Fyodor stood in the middle of the crowd, loudly demanding that he should be searched. He kept turning out his own pockets. But his demands were met by shouts of, "No, no, we know the thief." 2 footmen were summoned, and they seized me by my arms from behind. "I won't let myself be searched! I won't allow it!" I shouted, pulling myself away. But they dragged me into the next room. There, in the midst of the crowd, they searched me to the last fold of my garments. I screamed and struggled. "He must have thrown it away. You must look on the floor," someone decided. "Where can we look on the floor now?" "Under the table. He must have somehow managed to throw it away." "Of course, there's no trace." I was led out, but I succeeded in stopping in the doorway, and with senseless ferocity I shouted to be heard by the whole saloon, "Roulette is prohibited by the police. I shall inform against you all today." I was led downstairs. My hat and coat were put on me, and the door into the street was flung open before me. Breaking in. The centerpiece of this chapter is, of course, the treachery of Versilov. We might wonder, with Arkady, what exactly his motivation was in sending off the rude letter to Katerina Nikolaevna. I take Tatyana Pavlovna to be one of our most reliable guides to these things, and the clues she offers are in section 3. There, she mocks Arkady for thinking that Versilov's hatred for the young woman was the primary cause. She also very nearly accuses Arkady of boasting to Versilov about the supposed tryst with Katerina Nikolaevna 2 days before. The apparent implication is that Versilov has belittled his son while tweaking the nose of Baron Buring in a mad fit of jealousy. This possibility appears finally to have dawned on Arkady, as in section 5 we see that he is explicitly considering that Versilov might be caught between passionate love and passionate hatred. Naturally,Versilov's outrageous letter is the cause of Katerina Nikolaevna's new instruction not to receive Arkady at the house, and of the outraged blusterings of Buring's associate to Versilov. And Versilov was anticipating a duel with Buring, hence his request to Vassin to serve as his second. While less central to the plot, some details from section 1 are worth rehearsing, since they are easily missed and will be relevant later. Stebelkov asked Arkady to spy on the Dergachev group. That was the group of revolutionaries from Part 1, Chapter 3 of the novel, and Stebelkov has sniffed out illegal activity and an opportunity for blackmail. Stebelkov is Vassin's stepfather, which is why, when Arkady visits Vassin shortly thereafter, he wonders why the older man didn't just ask Vassin to be his spy, since the latter has also gained access to the Dergachev group. Vassin's evasiveness in this interview is worth noting. Finally, in section 2, as the old prince is anticipating his future life with Anna Andreevna, he references 2 kings from the Old Testament. It is David, not Solomon, who, in the 1st chapter of 1 Kings, takes a young woman to his bed when he is old, although the relationship is never consummated. That is the paradigm the old prince looks forward to in the twilight of his life. But as for Arkady, he has apparently just lost the esteem of his beloved, his father, and his best friend all in one day, while suffering public humiliation both in the street at the hands of Buring and at the saloon in the hands of Zhershikov and others. We must see what awaits him now. End of comments. Chapter 9. 1. The day had ended with a catastrophe. There remained the night, and this is what I remember of that night. I believe it was 1 o'clock when I found myself in the street. It was a clear, still, and frosty night. I was almost running and in horrible haste, but not towards home. Why home? Can there be a home now? Home is where one lives. I shall wake up tomorrow to live. But is that possible now? Life is over. It is utterly impossible to live now, I thought. And as I wandered about the streets, not noticing where I was going, and indeed I don't know whether I meant to run anywhere in particular, I was very hot, and I was continually flinging open my heavy raccoon-lined coat. No sort of action can have any object for me now, was what I felt at that moment. And strange to say, it seemed to me that everything about me, even the air I breathed, was from another planet, as though I had suddenly found myself in the moon. Everything, the town, the passers-by, the pavement I was running on, all of these were not mine. "This is the Palace Square, and here is St. Isaac's," floated across my mind. "But now I have nothing to do with them." Everything had become suddenly remote. It had all suddenly become not mine. I have Mother and Lisa, but what are Mother and Lisa to me now? Everything is over. Everything is over at one blow, except for one thing, that I am a thief forever. How can I prove that I'm not a thief? Is it possible now? Shall I go to America? What should I prove by that? Versilov will be the first to believe I stole it. My idea? What idea? What is my idea now? If I go on for 50 years, for 100 years, someone will always turn up to point at me and say, "He's a thief. He began his idea by stealing money at roulette." Was there resentment in my heart? I don't know. Perhaps there was. Strange to say, I always had, perhaps from my earliest childhood, one characteristic. If I were ill-treated, absolutely wronged and insulted to the last degree, I always showed at once an irresistible desire to submit passively to the insult, and even to accept more than my assailant wanted to inflict upon me, as though I would say, "All right, you have humiliated me, so I will humiliate myself even more. Look and enjoy it." Touchard beat me and tried to show I was a lackey and not the son of a senator, and so I promptly took up the role of a lackey. I not only handed him his clothes, but of my own accord I snatched up the brush and began brushing off every speck of dust, without any request or order from him, and ran after him, brush in hand, in a glow of menial devotion, to remove some particle of dirt from his dress coat. So much so that he would sometimes check me himself and say, "That's enough, Arkady, that's enough." He would come and take off his overcoat, and I would brush it, fold it carefully, and cover it with a check silk handkerchief. I knew that my schoolfellows used to laugh at me and despise me for it. I knew it perfectly well, but that was just what gratified me. Since they want me to be a lackey, well, I am a lackey then. If I'm to be a cad, well, I will be a cad. I could keep up a passive hatred and underground resentment in that way for years. Well, at Zershikov's I had shouted to the whole room in an absolute frenzy, "I will inform against you all. Roulette is forbidden by the police." And I swear that in that case, too, there was something of the same sort. I was humiliated, searched, publicly proclaimed a thief, crushed. Well, then, I can tell you, you have guessed right. I am worse than a thief. I am an informer. Recalling it now, that is how I explain it. At the time, I was incapable of analysis. I shouted that at the time unintentionally. I did not know, indeed, a second before that I should say it. It shouted itself. The characteristic was there already in my heart. There is no doubt that I had begun to be delirious while I was running in the streets, but I remember quite well that I knew what I was doing. and yet I can confidently assert that a whole cycle of ideas and conclusions were impossible for me at that time. I felt in myself, even at those moments, that some thoughts I was able to think, but others I was incapable of. In the same way, some of my decisions, though they were formed with perfect consciousness, were utterly devoid of logic. What is more, I remember very well that at some moments I could recognize fully the absurdity of some conclusion, and at the same time, with complete consciousness, proceed to act upon it. Yes, crime was hovering about me that night, and only by chance was not committed. I suddenly recalled Tatyana Pavlovna's saying about Versilov, "He'd have better gone at night to the Nikolaevsky railway and have laid his head on the rails. They'd have cut it off for him." For a moment, that idea took possession of all my feelings, but I instantly drove it away with a pang at my heart. If I lay my head on the rails and die, they'll say tomorrow he did it because he stole the money. He did it from shame. No, for nothing in the world. And at that instant, I remember I experienced a sudden flash of fearful anger. To clear my character is impossible, floated through my mind. To begin a new life is impossible too, and so I must submit, become a lackey, a dog, an insect, an informer, a real informer, while I secretly prepare myself, and one day suddenly blow it all up into the air, annihilate everything and everyone, guilty and innocent alike, so that they will all know that this was the man they had all called a thief, and then kill myself. I don't remember how I ran into a lane, somewhere near Konogvardesky Boulevard. For about 100 paces on both sides of this lane, there were high stone walls enclosing backyards. Behind the wall on the left, I saw a huge stack of wood, a long stack such as one sees in timber yards, and more than 7 feet higher than the wall. I stopped and began pondering. In my pocket I had wax matches in a little silver matchbox. I repeat, I realized quite distinctly at that time what I was thinking about and what I meant to do, and so I remember it even now. But why I meant to do it I don't know. I don't know at all. I only know that I suddenly felt a great longing to do it. To climb over the wall is quite possible, I reflected. At that moment I caught sight of a gate in the wall not 2 paces away, probably barred up for months together. Standing on the projection below and taking hold of the top of the gate, I could easily climb onto the wall, I reflected. And no one will notice me. There's no one about, everything's still. And there I can sit on the wall and easily set fire to the wood stack. I can do it without getting down, for the wood almost touches the wall. The frost will make it burn all the better. I have only to take hold of a birch log with my hand. And indeed there's no need to reach a log at all. I can simply strip the bark off with my hand while I sit on the wall, set light to it with a match, and thrust it into the stack, and there will be a blaze. And I will jump down and walk away. There will be no need to run, for it won't be noticed for a long while. That was how I reasoned at the time, and all at once I made up my mind. I felt an extraordinary satisfaction and enjoyment, and I climbed up. I was very good at climbing. Gymnastics had been my specialty at school, but I had my overboots on, and it turned out to be a difficult task. I succeeded somehow in catching hold of one very slight projection above and raised myself. I lifted my other hand to clutch the top of the wall, but at that instant I slipped and went flying backwards. I suppose I must have struck the ground with the back of my head, and must have lain for 2 or 3 minutes unconscious. When I came to myself, I mechanically wrapped my fur coat about me, feeling all at once unbearably cold, and, scarcely conscious of what I was doing, I crept into the corner of the gateway, and sat crouching and huddled up in the recess between the gate and the wall. My ideas were in confusion, and most likely I soon fell into a doze. I remember now, as it were in a dream, that there suddenly sounded in my ears the deep, heavy clang of a bell, and I began listening to it with pleasure. II. The bell rang steadily and distinctly, once every 2 or 3 seconds. It was not an alarm bell, however, but a pleasant and melodious chime, and I suddenly recognized that it was a familiar chime, that it was the bell of St. Nikolai's, the red church opposite to Chard's, the old-fashioned Moscow church which I remembered so well, built in the reign of Tsar Alexei Mikhailovich, full of tracery, and with many domes and columns. And that Easter was only just over, and the new-born little green leaves were trembling on the meagre birches in Touchard's front garden. The brilliant evening sun was pouring its slanting rays into our classroom, and in my little room on the left, where a year before Touchard had put me apart that I might not mix with counts' and senators' children, there was sitting a visitor. Yes, I, who had no relations, had suddenly got a visitor for the first time since I had been at Touchard's. I recognized this visitor as soon as she came in. It was my mother, though I had not seen her once since she had taken me to the village church, and the dove had flown across the cupola. We were sitting alone together, and I watched her strangely. Many years afterwards I learned that, being left by Versilov, who had suddenly gone abroad, she had come on her own account to Moscow, paying for the journey out of her small means, and almost by stealth, without the knowledge of the people who had been commissioned to look after her, and she had done this solely to see me. It was strange, too, that when she came in and talked to Touchard, she did not say one word to me of being my mother. She sat beside me, and I remember I wondered at her talking so little. She had a parcel with her, and she undid it. In it there turned out to be 6 oranges, several gingerbread cakes, and 2 ordinary loaves of French bread. I was offended at the sight of the bread, and with a constrained air I announced that our food was excellent, and that they gave us a whole French loaf for our tea every day. "Never mind, darling. In my foolishness I thought, maybe they don't feed them properly at school. Don't be vexed, my own." "And Antonina Vassilyevna," Touchard's wife, "will be offended. My schoolfellows will laugh at me too." "Won't you have them? Perhaps you'll eat them up." "Please don't." and I did not even touch her presents. The oranges and gingerbread cakes lay on the little table before me, while I sat with my eyes cast down, but with a great air of dignity. Who knows? Perhaps I had a great desire to let her see that her visit made me feel ashamed to meet my schoolfellows, to let her have at least a glimpse that she might understand, as though to say, "See, you are disgracing me, and you don't understand what you are doing." Oh, by that time I was running after Touchard with a brush to flick off every speck of dust. I was picturing to myself, too, what taunts I should have to endure as soon as she was gone, from my schoolfellows, and perhaps from Touchard himself, and there was not the least friendly feeling for her in my heart. I only looked sideways at her dark-colored old dress, at her rather coarse, almost working-class hands, at her quite coarse shoes, and her terribly thin face. There were already furrows on her forehead, though Antonina Vassilievna did say that evening after she had gone, "Your mamma must have been very pretty." So we sat, and suddenly Agafya came in with a cup of coffee on a tray. It was just after dinner, and at that time Touchard always drank a cup of coffee in his drawing-room. But Mother thanked her and did not take the cup. As I learned afterwards, she never drank coffee in those days, as it brought on palpitations of the heart. The fact was that Touchard inwardly considered her visit, and his permitting me to see her, a great act of condescension on his part, so that the cup of coffee sent her was, comparatively speaking, a signal proof of humanity, which did the utmost credit to his civilization, feelings, and European ideas. And, as though on purpose, Mother refused it. I was summoned to Touchard, and he told me to take all my lesson books and exercise books to show my mother, that she may see what you have succeeded in attaining in my establishment. At that point, Antonina Vassilievna, pursing up her lips, minced out to me in a jeering and insulting way, "Your mamma does not seem to like our coffee." I collected my exercise books and carried them to my waiting mother, passing through the crowd of counts' and senators' children in the classroom who were staring at Mother and me. And it actually pleased me to carry out Touchard's behests with literal exactitude. "Here are my lessons in French grammar. Here are my dictation exercises. Here are the conjugations of the auxiliary verbs avoir and être. Here is the geography, descriptions of the principal towns of Europe and all parts of the world," and so on. For half an hour or more I went on explaining in a monotonous little voice, keeping my eyes sedately cast down. I knew that my mother knew nothing of these learned subjects, could not perhaps even write, but in this too I was pleased with my part. But I did not succeed in wearying her. She listened all the time without interrupting me, with extraordinary and even reverent attention, so that at last I got tired of it myself and left off. Her expression was sad, however, and there was something pitiful in her face. She got up to go at last. Touchard suddenly walked in, and with an air of foolish importance asked her whether she was satisfied with her son's progress. Mother began muttering incoherent things. Antonina Vassilievna came up too. Mother began begging them both not to abandon the orphan, who was as good as an orphan now, but to treat him with kindness. And with tears in her eyes she bowed to them both, each separately, and to each with a deep bow, exactly as simple people bow down when they ask a favor of the gentry. The Touchards had not expected this, and Antonina Vassilievna was evidently softened, and revised her opinion about the cup of coffee. Touchard humanely responded with even greater dignity that he made no distinction between the children, that here all were his children, and he was their father, that I was almost on an equal footing with the sons of senators and counts, and that she ought to appreciate that, and so on and so on. Mother only bowed down, but was much embarrassed. At last she turned to me, and with tears shining in her eyes said, "Good-bye, darling." She kissed me. That is, I allowed myself to be kissed. She evidently wanted to go on kissing, embracing and hugging me. But either she herself felt ashamed before company, or felt hurt by something else, or guessed that I was ashamed of her, for she hurriedly went out, bowing once more to the Touchards. I stood still. "Mais suivez donc votre mère," said Antonina Vassilievna. "Il n'a pas de cœur, cet enfant." Touchard responded by shrugging his shoulders, which meant, of course, "It's not without reason that I treat him as a lackey." I obediently followed my mother. We went out onto the steps. I knew that they were all looking at me out of the window. Mother turned towards the church and crossed herself 3 times. Her lips were trembling. The deep bell chimed musically and regularly from the belfry. She turned to me and could not restrain herself. She laid both hands on my head and began crying over it. "Mother, stop! I'm ashamed. They can see from the window." She broke out hurriedly. "Well, God be with you. The heavenly angels keep you. Holy Mother, Saint Nikolai. My God," she repeated, speaking rapidly and making as many signs of the cross over me as she possibly could. My darling, stay, my darling." She hurriedly put her hand in her pocket and drew out a handkerchief, a blue checked handkerchief, with a tightly fastened knot at the corner, and began untying the knot. But it would not come untied. "Well, never mind. Take it with the handkerchief. It's clean. It may be of use, perhaps. There are four penny bits in it. Perhaps you'll need the money. Forgive me, darling. I have not got any more just now. Forgive me, darling." I took the handkerchief. I wanted to observe that we were allowed very liberal diet by Monsieur Touchard and Antonina Vassilievna, and were not in need of anything. But I restrained myself and took the handkerchief. Once more she made the sign of the cross over me. Once more she whispered a prayer, and suddenly bowed to me exactly as she had done to the Touchards upstairs. A prolonged low bow. I shall never forget it. Then I shuddered. I don't know why. What had she meant by that bow? Was she confessing the wrong she had done me, as I fancied once long afterwards? I don't know. But at the time it made me more ashamed than ever that they were looking out of window, and that Lambert would most likely begin beating me. At last she went away. The apples and oranges had been devoured by the sons of counts and senators, and the four-penny bits were promptly taken from me by Lambert and spent at the confectioner's on tarts and chocolates, of which I was not offered a taste. Fully 6 months had passed, and it was a wet and windy October. I had quite forgotten about Mother. Oh, by then, hate, a blind hatred of everything, had crept into my heart and was its sustenance, though I still brushed Touchard as before. But I hated him with all my might, and every day hated him more and more. It was then that in the melancholy dusk of one evening I began rummaging for something in my little box, and suddenly, in the corner, I saw her blue cotton handkerchief. It had been lying there ever since I had thrust it away. I took it out and even looked at it with some interest. The corner of the handkerchief still retained the creases made by the knot, and even the round impress of the money was distinctly visible. I put the handkerchief in again, however, and pushed the box back. It was the eve of a holiday, and the bells were ringing for the all-night service. The pupils had all gone to their homes after dinner, but this time Lambert had stayed for Sunday. I don't know why he hadn't been fetched. Though he used still to beat me as before, he used to talk to me a great deal, and often needed me. We talked the whole evening about Lepage's pistols, which neither of us had seen, and Circassian swords, and how they cut, how splendid it would be to establish a band of brigands. And finally Lambert passed to the familiar obscene subjects which were his favourite topics. And though I wondered at myself, I remember I liked listening. Suddenly I felt it unbearable, and I told him I had a headache. At 10 o'clock we went to bed. I turned away with my head under the quilt and took the blue handkerchief from under my pillow. I had, for some reason, fetched it from the box an hour before, and as soon as our beds were made, I put it under the pillow. I put it to my face, and suddenly began kissing it. "Mother, mother," I whispered, and my whole chest contracted as though in a vice. I closed my eyes. I saw her face with the quivering lips when she crossed herself, facing the church, and afterwards made the sign of the cross over me. And I said to her, "I'm ashamed, they are looking at us." "Mother, darling, Mother, were you really with me once? Mother, darling, where are you now, my faraway visitor? Do you remember your poor boy, whom you came to see? Show yourself to me just this once. Come to me, if only in a dream, just that I may tell you how I love you, may hug you and kiss your blue eyes, and tell you that I'm not ashamed of you now, and tell you that I loved you even then, and that my heart was aching then, though I simply sat like a lackey. You will never know, Mother, how I loved you then. Mother, where are you now? Do you hear me? Mother, Mother, do you remember the dove in the country?" "Confound him! What's the matter with him?" Lambert grumbled from his bed. "Stop it, I'll give it to you. You won't let me sleep." He jumped out of bed at last, ran to me, and began pulling off the bedclothes. But I kept tight hold of the quilt, which I had wrapped round my head. "You are blubbering! What are you blubbering about, you fool? I'll give it to you!" And he thumped me, He thumped me hard on my back, on my side, hurting me more and more, and I suddenly opened my eyes. It was broad daylight, and the snow on the wall was glistening with hoarfrost. I was sitting huddled up, almost frozen and almost numb in my fur coat, and someone was standing over me, waking me up, abusing me loudly, and kicking me in the ribs with his right foot. I raised myself and looked. I saw a man wearing a splendid bear-lined coat and a sable cap. He had black eyes, foppish pitch-black whiskers, a hooked nose, white teeth grinning at me, a face white and red like a mask. He bent down over me very close, and a frosty vapor came from his lips at each breath. "Frozen's a drunken fool! You'll freeze like a dog! Get up, get up!" "Lambert!" I cried. "Whoever are you?" "Dolgoruki." "Who the devil's Dolgoruki?" "Simply Dolgoruki. Touchard. The one you stuck a fork into in the restaurant." "Ah!" he cried, with a slow smile of recollection. Could he possibly have forgotten me? "Ah, so it's you, it's you!" He lifted me up and put me on my legs. I could hardly stand, could hardly walk. He led me, supporting me with his arm. He looked into my eyes as though considering and recalling, and listening to me intently, and I babbled on continuously without pause, and I was delighted, so delighted to be talking, and so delighted too that it was Lambert. Whether for some reason I looked on him as my salvation, or whether I pounced on him at that moment because I took him for someone of another world, I don't know. I did not consider it then, but I pounced on him without considering. What I said then I don't remember at all, and I doubt whether any of it was coherent. I doubt whether I even pronounced a word clearly. But he listened very attentively. He took the first sledge we came upon, and within a few minutes I was sitting in his room in the warmth. III. Every man, whoever he may be, must certainly preserve a recollection of something which has happened to him, upon which he looks, or is inclined to look, as something fantastic, exceptional, outside the common order of things, almost miraculous, whether it be a dream, a meeting, a divination, a presentiment, or anything of that kind. I am to this day inclined to look upon this meeting with Lambert as something almost supernatural, judging, that is, from the circumstances and consequences of that meeting. It all happened from one point of view, however, perfectly naturally. He was simply returning from one of his nocturnal pursuits. The nature of it will be explained later on, half drunk, and stopping at the gate for a moment, caught sight of me. He had only been in Petersburg a few days. The room in which I found myself was small and furnished in an unsophisticated style, a typical example of the ordinary Petersburg furnished lodgings of the middling sort. Lambert himself, however, was very well and expensively dressed. On the floor there lay 2 trunks, only half unpacked. A corner of the room was shut off by a screen which concealed the bed. "Alphonsine!" cried Lambert. Présent, responded from behind the screen a cracked female voice with a Parisian accent. And 2 minutes later, Mademoiselle Alphonsine emerged, just out of bed, hurriedly dressed in a loose wrapper, a queer creature, tall and as lean as a rake, a brunette with a long waist and a long face, with dancing eyes and sunken cheeks, who looked terribly the worse for wear. Make haste. He spoke to her in French. I translate. They must have got a samovar. Hot water quick. Red wine and sugar. A glass here, look sharp. He's frozen. It's a friend of mine. He's been sleeping the night in the snow. Mello, she exclaimed with a theatrical air, clasping her hands. Now then, he shouted, holding up his finger and speaking exactly as though to a dog. She at once desisted and ran to carry out his orders. He examined me and felt me over, tried my pulse, touched my forehead and my temple. It's strange, he muttered, that you did not freeze. However, you were entirely covered with your fur coat, head and all, so that you were sitting in a sort of nest of fur. A glass of something hot arrived. I sipped it greedily, and it revived me at once. I began babbling again. I was half lying on the sofa in a corner, and was talking all the time. I talked even as I sipped. But what I said, again I scarcely remember. Moments and even whole intervals of time I've completely forgotten. I repeat, whether he understood anything of what I said, I don't know. But one thing I distinctly gathered afterwards, and that was that he succeeded in understanding me sufficiently to deduce that he must not take his meeting with me lightly. I will explain later in its proper place how he came to make this calculation. I was not only extremely lively, but at moments, I believe, cheerful. I remember the sun suddenly flooding the room with light when the blinds were drawn up, and the crackling stove which someone was lighting, who and how I forget. I remember, too, the tiny black lapdog which Mademoiselle Alphonsine held in her arms, coquettishly pressing it to her heart. This lapdog attracted me so much that I left off talking and twice stretched out towards it. But Lambert waved his hand, and Alphonsine with her lapdog instantly vanished behind the screen. He was very silent himself. He sat facing me and bending close down to me, listened without moving. At times he smiled, a broad, slow smile, showing his teeth, and screwing up his eyes, as though reflecting intensely and trying to guess something. I have a clear recollection only of the fact that when I told him about the document, I could not express myself intelligibly and tell the story consecutively, and from his face I quite saw that he could not understand me, but that he would very much have liked to understand. So much so that he even ventured to stop me with a question, which was risky, as at the slightest interruption I broke off and forgot what I was talking of. How long we sat and talked like this, I don't know and cannot even imagine. He suddenly got up and called to Alphonsine. He needs rest. He may have to have the doctor. Do everything he asks. That is... Vous comprenez, ma fille? Vous avez l'argent, no? Here. And he drew out a 10-ruble note. He began whispering with her. Vous comprenez? Vous comprenez? he repeated to her, holding up his finger menacingly to her, and frowning sternly. I saw that she was dreadfully afraid of him. "I'll come back, and you had better go to sleep," he said, smiling to me, and took his cap. "Mais vous n'avez pas dormi du tout, Maurice," Alphonsine began pathetically. "Taisez-vous, je dormirai après." And he went out. "Sauvé," she murmured, pathetically pointing after him. Monsieur," she began declaiming at once, taking up an attitude in the middle of the room. "Je mets en les forces cruelles, c'est Bismarck, que cet autre, qui regarde une femme comme une saleté de hasard. Une femme, qu'est-ce que c'est dans notre époque? Tout là, voilà le dernier mot de l'Académie française." I stared at her open-eyed. I saw everything double. I had a vision of two Alphonsines. I suddenly noticed that she was crying. I started and realized that she had been talking to me for a long time, and that I must have been asleep or unconscious. "Alas, what good would it have done me to reveal it sooner?" she exclaimed. "And wouldn't I have gained just as much by keeping my shame hidden all my life? Perhaps it's not honorable for a young woman to explain herself so freely in front of Monsieur, but finally I'll admit to you that if I were allowed to wish for something, it would be to plunge my knife into his heart, but with my eyes averted, for fear that his execrable look would make my arm tremble and freeze my courage. He killed that Russian priest, monsieur. He tore out his red beard to sell it to an hair artist on the blacksmith's bridge, just near the maison of Monsieur Andrew. The latest novelties, articles from Paris, linen, shirts, you know it, don't you? Oh, monsieur, when friendship gathers wife, children, sisters, friends around the table, when a lively happiness inflames my heart, I ask you, monsieur, is any happiness preferable to that which everyone enjoys? But he laughs, monsieur, this execrable and inconceivable monster, and if it weren't through the agency of Monsieur Andrew, never would I be— Mais quoi, monsieur? Qu'avez-vous, monsieur? She rushed up to me. I believe I had an attack of shivering, perhaps a fainting fit. I cannot express what a painful and miserable impression this half-crazy creature made upon me. She imagined, perhaps, that she had been commanded to entertain me. At any rate, she did not leave my side for one instant. She had, perhaps, at one time or another, been on the stage. She declaimed in a terrible way, pirouetted, talked incessantly, while I had long been silent. All I could understand from her story was that she had been closely connected with La Maison de Monsieur Andrew, Haute Nouveauté, Article de Paris, etc., and perhaps was one of the family of La Maison de Monsieur Andrew. But she had somehow been torn forever from Monsieur Andrew par ce monstre furieux et inconcevable, and that was the point of the tragedy. She sobbed, but I fancied that this was all part of the performance, and that she was not really crying at all. Sometimes I fancied that she would suddenly drop to pieces like a skeleton. She articulated her words in a jangling, broken voice. The word préférable, for instance, she pronounced préférable, and on the syllable A positively bawed like a sheep. Coming to myself on one occasion, I found her executing a pirouette in the middle of the room. But she was not actually dancing. The pirouette had some connection with her story, and she was simply impersonating some figure in it. Suddenly she rushed and opened a little old out-of-tune piano that was in the room, and began strumming on it and singing. I believe that for 10 minutes or more I lost consciousness completely. I fell asleep. But the lapdog yelped and I woke up again. For a moment, consciousness returned completely and suddenly flooded my mind with light. I jumped up in horror. Lambert! I am at Lambert's, I thought, and snatching up my hat, I rushed to my fur coat. Où allez-vous, monsieur? Cried the vigilant Alphonsine. I want to get out. I want to go away. Let me out. Don't keep me. Oui, monsieur, Alphonsine assented vigorously, and she rushed to open the door into the corridor herself. Mais ce n'est pas loin, monsieur. Ce n'est pas loin du tout. Ce ne vaut pas la peine de mettre votre chouba. C'est ici près, monsieur, she shouted for the benefit of the whole corridor. Running out of the room, I turned to the right. Par ici, monsieur, c'est par ici, she shouted at the top of her voice, clutching at my coat with her long, bony fingers, and with the other hand pointing to the left of the corridor, where I did not at all want to go. I broke away and ran to the outer door opening on to the stairs. Il s'en va! Il s'en va! Alphonsine ran after me, shouting in her cracked voice. Mais il me tuera, monsieur! Il me tuera! But I was already on the stairs, and, though she ran after me downstairs, I succeeded in opening the front door, dashing out into the street, and jumping into the first sledge I met. I gave the driver my mother's address. IV. But the clear consciousness that had flickered up for one moment was soon dimmed. I still have a faint recollection of the drive and being taken up to my mother's, but there I sank almost at once into complete unconsciousness. Next day, as they told me afterwards, and indeed I remember it myself, I had a moment of lucidity again. I found myself in Versilov's room and on his sofa. I remember around me the faces of Versilov, my mother, Lisa. I remember particularly Versilov's speaking to me about Zhershikov, and about Prince Sergei, and showing me some letter to soothe me. They told me afterwards that I kept asking with horror about someone called Lambert, and kept hearing the barking of some lapdog. But the faint light of consciousness was soon quenched again. By the evening of the second day, I was completely prostrate with brain fever. But I will anticipate events and explain what had happened. When I had run out in the street from Zhershikov's that evening, and when calm had been restored there, Zhershikov, who had returned to the table, proclaimed aloud that a regrettable mistake had been made. The missing money, 400 rubles, had been found in a pile of other money, and the bank account turned out to be quite correct. Then Prince Sergei, who had remained in the room, went up to Zhershikov, and insisted that he should make a public declaration of my innocence, and should, moreover, send me an apology in the form of a letter. Zhershikov, on his side, accepted this suggestion as a very proper one, and promised, in the presence of all, to send me next day a letter of explanation and apology. Prince Sergei gave him Versilov's address. And Versilov did, in fact, receive next day a letter addressed to me in Zhershikov's hand, and more than 1,300 rubles belonging to me, which I had left on the roulette table. And so the affair with Zhershikov ended. This joyful news did much to hasten my recovery when I regained consciousness. When Prince Sergei returned from the gambling saloon that night, he wrote 2 letters, one to me, and the other to his old regiment, in which he had behaved so scandalously to Cornet Stepanov. He dispatched both letters next morning. After that, he wrote a report for the authorities, and with that report in his hand, he went early in the morning to the officer in command of his regiment, and announced to him that he, a common criminal who had taken part in the forging of the ex-railway shares, surrendered to justice and asked to be tried. Therewith he handed him the report, in which all this was set out in writing. He was arrested. Here is the letter he wrote to me that night, word for word. Precious Arkady Makarovich, having tried the lackey's way of escape, I have lost the right to comfort my soul a little, with the thought that I was able in the end to dare to do what was just and fine. I have sinned against my fatherland and against my family, and for this I, the last of my family, am punishing myself. I don't know how I could have caught at the bare idea of self-preservation, and for a time have dreamed of buying them off with money. I should have still remained to all eternity a criminal in my conscience. Even if those people had given back the notes that compromised me, they would never have been induced to let me alone as long as I lived. What remained? To live with them, to be on a level with them all my life. That was the fate awaiting me. I could not accept it, and have at last found in myself strength enough, or perhaps only despair enough, to act as I am acting now. I have written a letter to my old regiment, to my fellow officers, clearing Stepanov's character. This is not and cannot be an atonement. It is only the last will and testament of a man who will be dead tomorrow. That is how one must look at it. Forgive me for turning away from you in the gambling saloon. It was because at the moment I was not sure of you. Now that I am a dead man, I can make this confession. From the other world. Poor Lisa! She knows nothing of this decision. Let her not curse me, but judge of it herself. I cannot defend myself, and cannot even find the words to explain anything to her. I must tell you, too, Arkady Makarovich, that when she came to me yesterday morning for the last time, I confessed that I had deceived her, and owned that I had been to Anna Andreevna with the intention of making her an offer. I could not, seeing her love, keep this upon my conscience in face of my last determination, and I told her. She forgave me, she forgave everything, but I could not believe her. It is not forgiveness. In her place I could not forgive. Remember me a little. Your unhappy friend, the last Prince Sokolsky. I lay unconscious for exactly 9 days. Breaking in. This chapter offers a basic resolution of one narrative arc, while opening up another. We will be returning to the various travails of Prince Sergei in Part 3 of the novel. But the letter of Section 4 summarizes the trajectory of his future. Lisa, of course, will be wrapped up in his misfortunes, but at this point, the catastrophe has already broken. The new arc concerning Lambert and his consort will be one of the central forces moving the plot in the future. Its appearance in this chapter may seem sudden and surprising, and so it may be worthwhile to rehearse how it developed in the first place. Hopefully, the structure of the flashback in Section 2 is clear. After tumbling off the wall at the end of Section 1, Arkady hears a Petersburg bell, which transforms into a Moscow bell in his subconscious dream, and he relives his days at Touchard's, both his mother's unexpected visit and his later memory of weeping in his bed. That later scene culminates in the younger Lambert thrashing him. And, lo and behold, the adult Lambert stumbles upon his sleeping body in the Petersburg street and wakes him up. And why did he topple off the wall in the first place? Again, the answer seems surprising. Our raw youth was attempting to set Petersburg on fire. Anyone wishing to understand how modern mass shootings are possible would do well to return to the pattern of thought in Arkady's mind in Section 1. Section 4 reveals how irrational that thought was. Even as Arkady was considering his reputation irremediably damaged, it was being cleared in Zershikov's gambling saloon. And yet his violent thought, deranged as it is, emerges out of that nasty sequence of personal blows. Dostoevsky seems to have predicted an unhappy element of 21st century life in 1875. But what exactly happens at Lambert's apartment? That remains a mystery. Lambert's hasty instructions to Alphonsine are mostly unspoken. In the original text, everything Alphonsine says is in French, although I broke down and delivered one particularly lengthy paragraph in English translation instead. I decided that, for extended dialogue, a bad French accent was preferable to bad French. We should not trust what she says. She may indeed have come from the home of this Andrew. Lambert may indeed have once killed a Russian priest merely for the sale of his red beard to a hair artist. And perhaps Lambert is indeed entirely capable of killing her. But she remains loyal to him all the same, as is made clear by her warning shout, he is leaving," upon Arkady's exit. One curious detail is worth noting. As Arkady is hastening to go, she says that his destination is not far, so close, in fact, that he doesn't need to put on his shuba. A shuba is a Russian fur coat. Expect several references to this mysterious episode of Section 3 in our future. We are now at the end of Part 2, and some recap of our rather tangled plot situation is in order. Prince Sergei, a man capable of high ideals but saddled with a weak will, has reaped the bitter fruits of his own vice. Having carelessly accepted money from Stebelkov in Paris years before, he is implicated in the other man's fraud. Unable to bring himself to ask for money from the wealthy older prince, he squandered his savings at gambling and lost his last hope of escape. Similarly, while in his former regiment, he had been too weak to endure the censure of his peers, much as he was too weak to stick by Arkady in the saloon, and thus must make amends on both fronts. And he has been weak with Lisa, at one point deciding, unsuccessfully, to abandon her for a more lucrative marriage with Anna Andreevna. Prince Sergei is now in prison, but there are hints of criminality elsewhere. Stebelkov, of course, is a scoundrel, but the revolutionary Dergachev group, whom we met in Part 1, is suspect, and Vassin's connection to both parties might make him an object of suspicion. Curiously, though, Sergei could have avoided prison by asking for a loan from the old Prince Sokolsky, but he refused to do so, because the old prince is set to be married to Anna Andreevna, the very woman to whom Prince Sergei nearly proposed. Anna Andreevna's move on the old prince is purely mercenary, as it will give her access to his considerable fortune. From Prince Nikolai Ivanovitch's side, it is an opportunity for extra happiness in his old age, but his health appears to be fading. Of all the living characters who are affected by Sergei's actions, the most acutely suffering victim is Lisa. She is now carrying the child of a prisoner for whom she may have lost respect on more than one level. And she is not the first to fall to this fate. The late Lydia Akhmakova suffered in a similar way, and her baby, also from Sergei, is now under Lisa's care somewhere in Petersburg. And Lydia is one of the strangest love interests of the enigmatic Versilov. His interest in marrying her may have been an entirely charitable gesture, making a respectable woman out of an expectant mother. But of course it would also have been a difficult pill to swallow for his long-term mistress, Sonia, Arkady's mother. Similarly, it would be bitter for Sonia if Versilov were in love with the young Katerina Nikolaevna. But the man's erratic behavior indicates that his passions here are violent. And thus we come to the array of admirers of this young widow. Katerina Nikolaevna is at the center of 4 rivals. Her respectable society suitor is the stuffy Baron Buring, who was so insulted by Versilov and who turned down his challenge to a duel. Prince Sergei is no longer in that picture, but he confesses to Arkady a residual interest in her, at least for the social cachet, and perhaps for more. Arkady's deep infatuation with the woman bleeds onto every other page. And, of course, Versilov's actions can only be explained by his jealousy, regarding both Buring and, perhaps surprisingly, his own son. But Katerina Nikolaevna's situation is wrapped up in the fate of that letter, which could rupture her relationship with her wealthy father and cut her out of his will. And here Arkady appears to have an advantage over his rivals, as he is the one with this leverage over her. Versilov recognizes this and is not at all deceived by Arkady's lie, told twice in one day, that Kraft had destroyed the letter. And while Arkady ought to have kept his mouth shut about these affairs, he of course confessed a great deal to his father. and it is unknown what he might have blurted out to Lambert in his agitation in Section 3 of this chapter. Lambert, certainly, seems determined to find some angle for his advantage in his interaction with Arkady. For Versilov's part, it seems the respectable love interest is the woman he has been with for 20 years, despite the fact that she is legally married to another man. We have said little about that other man, Makar Ivanovich, although we should not forget him. As we recall from the first chapter of the novel, Sonia's legal husband is now something of a holy pilgrim, and who seems perfectly adjusted to the romantic situation of his legal wife. And that might seem like the right attitude, assuming that Versilov is deserving of her. But we might have doubts about that, as a central episode of Part 2 is a moment of apparent villainy on Versilov's part. His letter to Katerina Nikolaevna is, of course, an affront to civilized society, including the Baron, but also to the young widow herself. No wonder that Tatyana Pavlovna should expect that the gentry will have their knives out for him. It is an obvious betrayal of Arkady, whose trust in his father is so swiftly used against him. And if the motivations behind the letter are what they seem, an intense jealousy over Katerina Nikolaevna's affections, then it is also a betrayal of Sonia. At any rate, Versilov's mercurial nature will take on an even greater prominence as we move into Part 3. So far, he seems capable of an impressive intellectual sensitivity and perhaps even a loving nature, as revealed in the first 2 chapters of Part 2 and elsewhere. But he is obviously capable of much worse. And we still have much to learn of the fundamental ideas that move him. Arkady's nature is more transparent. We know of his great idea, and we know how it competes with other elements of his character. For all his ambition of holding up in his private underground existence with his hidden financial power, his instinct is for love and friendship, and he has the makings of both a spendthrift and a gambler. And while others often refer to him as being pure of heart, he is also capable of burning the city to the ground. If there is one thing that seems always to elude him in Petersburg, it is the sense of seemliness, to which he has referred sporadically several times so far. We shall have to see whether he can find it, and himself, as we turn the page to Part 3 of the novel. End of comments. Part 3. Chapter 1. 1. Now for something quite different. I keep declaring, something different, yet I keep on scribbling of nothing but myself. Yet I have announced 1,000 times already that I don't want to describe myself at all, and I firmly meant not to do so when I began my story. I quite understand that I'm not of the slightest interest to the reader. I am describing and want to describe other people, not myself. And if I keep coming in, it's only a lamentable mistake, because I can't avoid it, however much I should like to. What I regret most is that I describe my adventures with such heat. By doing so, I give ground for supposing that I am still the same as I was. The reader will remember, however, that I have exclaimed more than once, "Oh, if one could only change the past and begin all over again!" I could not have uttered that exclamation if I were not radically changed and had not become an entirely different man now. That is quite evident. And no one can imagine how sick I am of these apologies and prefaces, which I am continually forced to squeeze into the very middle of my narrative. To return. After 9 days' unconsciousness, I came to myself, regenerated but not reformed. My regeneration was a stupid one, however, of course, if the word is taken in the wide sense, and perhaps if it had happened now it would have been different. The idea, or rather the feeling, that possessed me was, as it had been 1,000 times before, the desire to get away altogether. But this time I meant to go away, not as in the past, when I had so often considered the project and been incapable of carrying it out. I didn't want to revenge myself on anyone, and I give my word of honor that I did not, though I had been insulted by all of them. I meant to go away without loathing, without cursing, and never to return. But I wanted to do this by my own effort, and by real effort unassisted by any one of them, or by anyone in the whole world. Yet I was almost on the point of being reconciled with everyone. I record this absorbing dream not as a thought, but as an overwhelming sensation. I did not care to formulate it as long as I was in bed. Sick and helpless, I lay in Versilov's room, which they had given up to me. I recognized with a pang how abjectly helpless I was. What was tossing on the bed was not a man, but a feeble straw, and this impotence was not only through illness. And how degrading I felt it! And so, from the very depth of my being, from all the forces in me, a protest began to rise, and I was choking with a feeling of infinitely exaggerated pride and defiance. Indeed, I can't remember any time in my whole life when I was so full of arrogant feeling as I was during the early days of my convalescence. That is, while I was tossing like a weak straw on my bed. But for the time I held my peace, and even made up my mind not to think of anything. I kept peeping at their faces, trying to guess from them all I wanted to know. It was evident that they too did not want to ask questions or be inquisitive, but talked of something irrelevant. This pleased me, and at the same time mortified me. I won't attempt to explain the contradiction. I did not see Lisa so often as my mother, though she came in to see me every day, and indeed twice a day. From fragments of their talk, and from their whole air, I gathered that Lisa had a great deal on her hands, and that she was indeed often absent from home on business of her own. The very fact that she could have business of her own was something like a grievance to me. But all these were morbid, purely physical sensations, which are not worth describing. Tatyana Pavlovna came, too, almost daily to see me, and though she was by no means tender with me, she did not abuse me as usual, which annoyed me extremely. So much so that I said to her openly, "You know, Tatyana Pavlovna, when you're not scolding, you are very tedious." "Well, then, I won't come and see you," she blurted out, and went away. And I was pleased that I had got rid of one of them at least. Most of all I worried my mother. I was irritable with her. I developed a terrific appetite and grumbled very much that the meals were late. They were never late. Mother did not know how to satisfy me. Once she brought some soup and began, as usual, feeding me with it herself, and I kept grumbling as I ate it. And suddenly I felt vexed that I was grumbling. She is perhaps the only one I love, and I am tormenting her. But I was none the less ill-humored, and I suddenly began to cry from ill-humor. And she, poor darling, thought I was crying from tenderness, stooped down and began kissing me. I restrained myself and endured it, but at that instant I positively hated her. But I always loved my mother, and at that very time I loved her, and did not hate her at all. But it happened as it always does, that the one you love best you treat worst. The only person I hated in those days was the doctor. He was a young man with a conceited air, who talked abruptly and even rudely, as though all these scientific people had only yesterday discovered something special, when in reality nothing special had happened. But the mediocrity, the man in the street, is always like that. I restrained myself for a long time, but at last I suddenly broke out and informed him before everyone that he was hanging about unnecessarily, that I should get better just as well without him, that, though he looked like a scientific man, he was filled with nothing but conventional ideas, and did not even understand that medicine had never cured anyone, that, in fact, he was in all probability grossly ill-educated, like all the specialists who had become so high and mighty among us of late years. The doctor was very much offended, showing by that very fact that he was that sort of person. However, he still came as before. I told Versilov at last that if the doctor did not give up coming, that I should say something to him 10 times as disagreeable. Versilov only observed that it was impossible to say anything even twice as disagreeable as I had said, let alone 10 times. I was pleased at his saying that. He was a man, though. I am speaking of Versilov. He was the sole cause of it all, and, strange to say, he was the only one towards whom I did not feel resentful. It was not only his manner to me that won me over. I imagine that we felt at that time that we owed each other many explanations, and for that very reason it would be our best course never to explain. It's extremely pleasant in such situations to have to do with a man of intelligence. I have mentioned already, in the second part of my story, that he told me briefly and clearly of Prince Sergei's letter to me about Zhershikov, about what he, Prince Sergei, had said to the latter, and so on. As I had made up my mind to keep quiet, I only asked him 2 or 3 brief questions. He answered them clearly and exactly, but entirely without superfluous words, and, what was best of all, without feeling. I was afraid of superfluous feeling at that time. I said nothing about Lambert, but the reader will readily understand that I thought a great deal about him. In my delirium I spoke more than once about Lambert, but recovering from my delirium and looking about me, I quickly reflected that everything about Lambert remained a secret, and that everyone, even Versilov, knew nothing about him. Then I was relieved and my fears passed away. But I was mistaken, as I found out later to my astonishment. He had come to the house during my illness, but Versilov said nothing to me about it, and I concluded that Lambert had lost all trace of me forever. Nevertheless, I often thought of him. What is more, I thought of him not only without repulsion, not only with curiosity, but even with sympathy, as though foreseeing from him something new, some means of escape in harmony with my new feelings and plans. In short, I made up my mind to think over Lambert as soon as I should be ready to think over anything. I will note one strange fact. I had entirely forgotten where he lived and in what street it had all happened. The room, Alphonsine, the lapdog, the corridor, all I remembered, so that I could have sketched them at once. But where it had all happened, that is, in what street and in what house, I had utterly forgotten. And what is strangest of all, I only realized this 3 or 4 days after I had regained complete consciousness, when I had been occupied with the thought of Lambert for a long time. These, then, were my first sensations on my resurrection. I have noted only what was most on the surface, and most probably I was not able to detect what was most important. In reality, perhaps, what was really most important was even then taking shape and becoming defined in my heart. I was not, of course, always vexed and resentful, simply at my broths not being brought me. Oh, I remember how sad I was then, and how depressed, especially at moments when I had remained a long while alone. As ill luck would have it, they soon saw that I was dreary with them, and that their sympathy irritated me, and they began more and more often to leave me alone, a superfluous delicacy of perception on their part. II. On the 4th day of consciousness, I was lying in my bed at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and there was no one with me. It was a bright day, and I knew that at 4 o'clock, when the sun would set, its slanting red rays would fall on the corner of my wall and throw a patch of glaring light upon it. I knew that from the days before, and that would certainly happen in an hour's time, and above all, that I knew of this beforehand, as certainly as 2 × 2 make 4, exasperated me to fury. I turned round impulsively, and suddenly, in the midst of the profound stillness, I clearly distinguished the words, "Lord Jesus Christ, have mercy upon us." The words were pronounced in a half-whisper, and were followed by a deep-drawn sigh, and then everything was still again. I raised my head quickly. I had before, that is, the previous day, and even the day before that, noticed something special in our 3 rooms downstairs. In the little room beyond the dining-room, where Mother and Lisa were accustomed to sleep, there was evidently now someone else. I had more than once heard sounds, both by day and by night, but only for brief moments, and complete stillness followed immediately and lasted for several hours, so that I took no notice of the sounds. The thought had occurred to me the evening before that Versilov was in there, especially as he soon afterwards came in to me, though I knew for a fact from their conversation that during my illness Versilov had been sleeping out in another lodging. I had known for some time past that Mother and Lisa had moved into my former coffin upstairs, to make it quieter for me, I imagined, and I had even once wondered how the two of them could have possibly fitted themselves into it. And now it suddenly appeared that there was some person living in their old room, and that that person was not Versilov. With an ease which I had not in the least expected, for I had till then imagined I was quite helpless, I dropped my feet over the bed, slipped them into slippers, threw on a grey astrakhan dressing-gown which lay close at hand — Versilov had sacrificed it for my benefit — and made my way through the parlour to what had been Mother's bedroom. What I saw there completely astounded me. I had never expected anything of the kind, and I stood still in the doorway, petrified. There was sitting there a very grey-headed old man with a big and very white beard, and it was clear that he had been sitting there for a long time. He was not sitting on the bed, but on Mother's little bench, resting his back against the bed. He held himself so upright, however, that he hardly seemed to need a support for his back, though he was evidently ill. He had over his shirt a short jacket lined with fur. His knees were covered with Mother's plaid, and on his feet were slippers. He was, it could be discerned, tall, broad-shouldered, and of a hale appearance, in spite of his invalid state, though he was somewhat thin and looked ill. He had rather a long face, and thick but not very long hair. He looked about 70. On a little table within reach lay 3 or 4 books and a pair of silver-rimmed spectacles. Though I had not the slightest idea of meeting him, I guessed instantly who he was, though I was still unable to imagine how he could have been sitting all those days almost beside me, so quietly that till that time I had heard nothing of him. He did not stir on seeing me. He looked intently at me in silence, just as I did at him, the only difference being that I stared at him with the greatest astonishment, and he looked at me without the slightest. Scrutinizing me, on the contrary, from head to foot during those 5 or 10 seconds of silence, he suddenly smiled, and even laughed a gentle, noiseless laugh. And though the laugh was soon over, traces of its serene gaiety remained upon his face, and above all in his eyes, which were very blue, luminous, and large, though they were surrounded by innumerable wrinkles, and the eyelids were swollen and drooping. This laugh of his was what had most effect on me. I consider that in the majority of cases, people are revolting to look at when they are laughing. As a rule, something vulgar, something as it were degrading, comes to the surface when a man laughs, though he is almost unconscious of the impression he is making in his mirth. As little, in fact, as anyone knows what he looks like when he is asleep. One person's face will look intelligent asleep, while another man, intelligent in waking life, will look stupid and ridiculous when he is sleeping. I don't know what this is due to. I only mean to say that people laughing, like people asleep, have no idea what they look like. The vast majority of people don't know how to laugh at all. It is not a matter of knowing how, though. It's a gift, and it cannot be cultivated. One can only cultivate it, perhaps, by training oneself to be different, by developing and improving, and by struggling against the evil instincts of one's character. Then a man's laugh might very likely change for the better. A man will sometimes give himself away completely by his laugh, and you suddenly know him through and through. Even an unmistakably intelligent laugh will sometimes be repulsive. What is most essential in laughter is sincerity. And where is one to find sincerity? A good laugh must be free from malice, and people are constantly laughing maliciously. A sincere laugh, free from malice, is gaiety. And where does one find gaiety nowadays? People don't know how to be gay. Versilov made this observation about gaiety, and I remember it. A man's gaiety is what most betrays the whole man from head to foot. Sometimes one will be, for a long time, unable to read a character. But if the man begins to laugh, his whole character will suddenly lie open before you. It is only the loftiest and happiest natures whose gaiety is infectious, that is, good-hearted and irresistible. I am not talking of intellectual development, but of character, of the whole man. And so if you want to see into a man and to understand his soul, don't concentrate your attention on the way he talks or is silent, on his tears or the emotion he displays over exalted ideas. You will see through him better when he laughs. If a man has a good laugh, it means that he is a good man. Take note of every shade. A man's laugh must never, for instance, strike you as stupid, however gay and good-humored he may be. If you notice the slightest trace of stupidity in his laughter, you may be sure that that man is of limited intelligence, though he is continually dropping ideas wherever he goes. Even if his laugh is not stupid, but the man himself strikes you as being ever so little ridiculous when he laughs, you may be sure that the man is deficient in personal dignity, to some extent anyway. Or if the laughter, though infectious, strikes you for some reason as vulgar, you may be sure that that man's nature is vulgar, and all the generous and lofty qualities you have observed in him before are either intentionally assumed or unconsciously borrowed, and that the man is certain to deteriorate, to go in for the profitable, and to cast off his noble ideas without regret, as the errors and enthusiasm of youth. I am intentionally introducing here this long tirade on the subject of laughter, and am sacrificing the continuity of my story for the sake of it, for I consider it one of the most valuable deductions I have drawn from life, and I particularly recommend it to the attention of girls who are ready to accept the man of their choice, but are still hesitating and watching him mistrustfully, unable to make their final decision. And don't let them jeer at a wretched raw youth for obtruding his final reflections on marriage, a subject which he knows nothing about. But I only understand that laughter is the surest test of the heart. Look at a baby. Some children know how to laugh to perfection. A crying baby is disgusting to me, but a laughing, merry one is a sunbeam from paradise. It is a revelation from the future, when man will become at last as pure and simple-hearted as a child. And indeed, there was something childlike and incredibly attractive in the momentary laughter of this old man. I went up to him at once. "3. Sit down a bit. You can scarcely stand on your legs, I dare say," he urged me, motioning me to a seat beside him, and still gazing into my face with the same luminous gaze. I sat down beside him and said, "I know you. You are Makar Ivanovitch." "Yes, darling, it's very good that you are up. You are young, it is good for you. The old monk looks towards the grave, but the young must live." "But are you ill?" "Yes, dear, chiefly in my legs. My feet brought me as far as the door, and here I've sat down, and they are swollen. I've had it since last Friday, when there were degrees. That is, when there was a frost. I used to rub them with ointment, you see. The year before last the doctor, Edmund Karlovich, prescribed it me in Moscow, and the ointment did good. Aye, it did good. But now it's no use. And my chest, too, is choked up. And since yesterday my spine has been bad, as though dogs were gnawing it. I don't sleep at nights." "How is it I haven't heard you here at all?" I broke in. He looked at me as though considering something. "Only don't wake your mother," he added, as though suddenly remembering something. "She has been busy close at hand all night, and as quiet as a mouse, and now I know she is lying down. It's bad for a sick monk," he sighed. "The soul hangs by a thread, it seems, yet it still holds on, and still is glad of the light. And it seems, if all life were to begin over again, the soul would not shrink even from that, though maybe such a thought is sinful." "Why sinful?" "Such a thought is a dream, and the old monk should take leave with blissful resignation. Again, if one goes to meet death with murmur or repining, that is a great sin. But if from the gladness of the spirit one has grown to love life, I fancy God will forgive even a monk. It's hard for a man to tell of every sin what is sinful and what is not. Therein is mystery passing the mind of man. A monk must be content at all times, and ought to die in the full light of his understanding, and holy peace and blessedness, filled full with days, yearning for his last hour, and rejoicing when he has gathered as the ear of wheat to the sheaf, and has fulfilled his mystery." "You keep talking of mystery. What does it mean, having fulfilled his mystery?" I asked, and looked round towards the door. I was glad that we were alone, and that all around the stillness was unbroken. The setting sun cast a dazzling light on the window. His talk was rather high-flown and rambling, but very sincere. There was a sort of intense exaltation in it, as though he really were delighted at my coming. But I noticed unmistakable signs that he was feverish, extremely so, in fact. I, too, was ill. I, too, had been in a fever from the moment I went into him. "What is the mystery?" "Everything is a mystery, dear. In all is God's mystery. In every tree, in every blade of grass, that same mystery lies hid. Whether the tiny bird of the air is singing, or the stars in all their multitudes shine at night in heaven, the mystery is one, ever the same. And the greatest mystery of all is what awaiteth the soul of man in the world beyond. So it is, dear." "I don't know in what sense you... I am not speaking, of course, to tease you, and I assure you I believe in God. But all these mysteries have long been discovered by human intelligence. Or, if they have not yet been discovered, they will be for certain, and probably in a very short time. The botanist knows perfectly well how the tree grows. The psychologist and the anatomist know why the bird sings, or soon will know. And as for the stars, they are not only all counted, but all their motions have been calculated with the greatest exactitude, so that they can predict even 1,000 years beforehand the very minute of the appearance of some comet. And now even the composition of the most remote star is known. You take a microscope, that is a sort of magnifying glass that magnifies 1,000 times, and look through it at a drop of water, and you will see in it a whole new world, a whole world of living creatures. Yet this, too, was once a mystery, but it has been revealed by science."
"I've heard about that, darling. I have heard folk tell of it more than once. To be sure, it's a great and glorious thing. All has been vouchsafed to man by God's will. Not for naught did the Lord breathe into him the breath of life. Live and learn."
"That's a commonplace. You're not antagonistic to science, though, not a clerical, though I don't know whether you'll understand."
"No, darling, I did not study science in my youth, and though I am not learned, I do not repine at that. If it's not for me, it will be for another. Maybe better so, for every man has his allotted part, for science, dear, is not of use for all. All men are unbridled, each wants to astonish all the world, and I should have perhaps more than all if I had been learned. But now, being very unlearned, how can I be puffed up when I know nothing? You now are young and clever. You must study, such as the lot ordained you. Understand all things, that when you meet an infidel or an evil-doer, you may be able to answer him, and he may not lead you astray with his frantic words, or confound your unripe thoughts. That glass I saw not so long ago."
He took breath and heaved a sigh. There was no doubt that my coming in was a source of great satisfaction to him. His desire to be communicative was almost morbid. What is more, I am certainly not mistaken in declaring that at moments he looked at me with extraordinary affection. He laid his hand on mine caressingly, stroked me on the shoulder, though there were minutes when I must confess he seemed to forget all about me, as though he had been sitting alone, and though he went on talking warmly, it seemed at times as though he were talking to the air.
"In the Gennadiv desert, dear, there lives a man of great understanding. He is of noble birth and by rank a major, and he has great possessions. When he lived in the world, he would not be bound by marriage. He has been withdrawn from the world for nearly 10 years, loving still and silent resting places, and keeping his heart free from worldly vanities. He follows all the monastic rules, but will not become a monk. And he has so many books, dear, as I have never seen in any other man's possession. He told me himself that his books were worth 8,000 roubles. His name is Pyotr Valerianich. He has taught me a great deal at different times, and I loved listening to him exceedingly. I said to him once, 'How is it, sir, that with your great understanding, after living here 10 years in monastic obedience, and in complete renunciation of your will, How is it you don't take honorable vows so as to be still more perfect?" And he said to me thereupon, "You talk of my understanding, old man, but perhaps my understanding has held me in bondage, and I have not kept it in submission. And you speak of my obedience. Maybe I've long since lost the right to measure for myself. And you talk of the renunciation of my will. I am ready to be deprived of my money on the spot, and to give up my rank, and to lay all my medals and ribbons on the table. But my pipe of tobacco, though I've been struggling for 10 years, I can't do without. What sort of monk should I be, and how could you glorify the renunciation of my will?" And I marveled then at his humility. Well, last year, about St. Peter's Day, I went again to that desert. The Lord led me there, and I saw standing in his cell that very thing, a microscope. He had ordered it for a great sum of money from abroad. "Stay," said he, "old man, I'll show you a marvelous thing you have never hitherto looked upon. You see a drop of water as pure as a tear. Well, look what is in it, and you will see that the mechanicians will soon seek out all the mysteries of God, and not leave one for either you or me." That is what he said, I remember. But I had looked through such a microscope 35 years before that, at Alexander Vladimirovich Melgosov's, who was our old master, Andrei Petrovitch's maternal uncle. It was from him the property came on his death to Andrei Petrovitch. He was a grand gentleman, a great general, and he used to keep a pack of hounds, and I lived many years with him as a huntsman. So he, too, set up this microscope. He brought it with him, and he told all the servants to come up one after another, male and female, and look through. He showed them a flea and a louse, and the end of a needle, and a hair and a drop of water. And it was diverting. They were afraid to go up and afraid of the master. He was hasty. Some did not know how to look properly, and the elders saw nothing. Others were frightened and cried out. The elder Savin Makarov covered his eyes with both hands and cried, "Do what you will with me, I won't go near." There was much foolish laughter. I didn't confess to Pyotr Valerianich, though, that I had seen this marvel before more than 35 years ago, because I saw it was a great pleasure to him showing it. I began, on the contrary, admiring it and marvelling. He waited a bit and asked, "Well, old man, what do you say now?" And I lifted myself up and said to him, "The Lord said, 'Let there be light,' and there was light." And thereupon he said to me all at once, "And was there not darkness?" And he said that so strangely he did not even laugh. I wondered at him then, and he seemed to be angered and said no more. The fact of the matter is your Pyotr Valerianich is eating rice and raisins in the monastery and bowing to the ground, while he does not believe in God. And you hit on the wrong moment, that's all, I said. And what's more, he is rather an absurd person. I suppose he must have seen that microscope a dozen times before. Why should he go off his head when he saw it for the 13th? What nervous susceptibility! He must have got that from living in a monastery. He was a man of pure life and lofty mind, the old man pronounced impressively, and he was not an infidel. There was a cloud over his mind, and his heart was not at peace. Very many such men have come nowadays from the ranks of the gentry and learned. And something more I will tell you. The man punishes himself. But you watch them and do not worry them, and before you lie down to sleep at night, remember them in your prayers, for such are seeking God. Do you pray at night? No, I regard it as an empty ceremony. I must own, though, that I like your Pyotr Valerianich. He's not a man of straw anyway, but a real person. Rather like a man very near and well known to us both. The old man only paid attention to the first part of my answer. You're wrong, my dear, not to pray. It is a good thing. It cheers the heart before sleep, and rising up from sleep and awakening in the night. Let me tell you this. In the summer in July, we were hastening to the monastery of Our Lady for the holy festival. The nearer we got to the place, the greater the crowd of people, and at last there were almost 200 of us gathered together, all hastening to kiss the holy and miraculous relics of the two great saints, Anarchy and Grigory. We spent the night, brother, in the open country, and I woke up early in the morning when all was still sleeping, and the dear sun had not yet peeped out from behind the forest. I lifted up my head, dear. I gazed about me and sighed. Everywhere beauty passing all utterance. All was still, the air was light, the grass grows. Grow, grass of God. The bird sings. Sing, bird of God. The babe cries in the woman's arms. God be with you, little man. Grow and be happy, little babe. And it seemed that only then, for the first time in my life, I took it all in. I lay down again. I slept so sweetly. Life is sweet, dear. If I were better, I should like to go out again in the spring. And that it's a mystery makes it only the better. It fills the heart with awe and wonder, and that awe maketh glad the heart. All is in thee, my lord, and I too am in thee. Have me in thy keeping. Do not repine, young man. It is even more beautiful because it is a mystery, he added fervently. It is the more beautiful for being a mystery. I will remember those words. You expressed yourself very inaccurately, but I understand you. It strikes me that you understand and know a great deal more than you can express. Only you seem to be in delirium, I added abruptly, looking at his feverish eyes and pale face. But he did not seem to hear my words. Do you know, dear young man, he began again, as though going on with what he had been saying before, do you know there is a limit to the memory of a man on this earth? The memory of a man is limited to 100 years. For 100 years after his death, his children or his grandchildren who have seen his face can still remember him. But after that, though his memory may still remain, it is only by hearsay, in thought, for all who have seen his living face have gone before. and his grave in the churchyard is overgrown with grass. The stones upon it crumble away, and all men, and even his children's children, forget him. Afterwards they forget even his name, for only a few are kept in the memory of men. And so be it. You may forget me, dear ones, but I love you from the tomb. I hear, my children, your gay voices. I hear your steps on the graves of your kin. Live for a while in the sunshine. Rejoice, and I will pray to God for you. I will come to you in your dreams. It is all the same. Even in death is love. I was myself in the same feverish state as he was. Instead of going away or persuading him to be quiet, or perhaps putting him to bed, for he seemed quite delirious, I suddenly seized his arm, and bending down to him and squeezing his hand, I said in an excited whisper, with inward tears, "I am glad of you. I have been waiting a long time for you, perhaps. I don't like any of them. There is no seemliness in them. I won't follow them. I don't know where I'm going. I'll go with you." But luckily Mother suddenly came in, or I don't know how it would have ended. She came in only just awake and looking agitated. In her hand she had a tablespoon and a glass. Seeing us, she exclaimed, "I knew it would be so. I am late with his quinine, and he's all in a fever. I overslept myself, Makar Ivanovitch, darling." I got up and went out. She gave him his quinine and put him to bed. I, too, lay down on mine in a state of great excitement. I tossed about, pondering on this meeting with intense interest and curiosity. What I expected from it I don't know. Of course, my reasoning was disconnected, and not thoughts, but fragments of thoughts flitted through my brain. I lay with my face to the wall, and suddenly I saw in the corner the patch of glowing light which I had been looking forward to with such curses. And now I remember my whole soul seemed to be leaping for joy, and a new light seemed penetrating to my heart. I remember that sweet moment, and I do not want to forget it. It was only an instant of new hope and new strength. I was convalescent then, and therefore such transports may have been the inevitable result of the state of my nerves. But I have faith even now in that bright hope. That is what I wanted to record and to recall. Of course, even then I knew quite well that I should not go on a pilgrimage with Makar Ivanovitch, and that I did not know the nature of the new impulse that had taken hold of me. But I had pronounced one word, though in delirium. There is no seemliness in their lives. Of course, I thought in a frenzy. From this minute I am seeking seemliness, and they have none of it, and that is why I am leaving them. There was a rustle behind me. I turned around. Mother stood there, bending down to me, and looking with timid inquiry into my face. I took her hand. "Why did you tell me nothing about our dear guest, Mother?" I asked suddenly, not knowing I was going to say it. All the uneasiness vanished from her face at once, and there was a flush, as it were, of joy. But she made me no reply except the words, "Lisa, don't forget Lisa either. You've forgotten Lisa." She said this in a hurried murmur, flushing crimson, and would have made haste to get away, for above all things she hated displaying her feelings, and in that she was like me, that is, reverent and delicate. Of course, too, she would not care to begin on the subject of Makar Ivanovitch with me. What we could say to each other with our eyes was quite enough. But though I hated demonstrativeness, I still kept her by her hand. I looked tenderly into her eyes, and laughed softly and tenderly, and with my other hand stroked her dear face, her hollow cheeks. She bent down and pressed her forehead to mine. "Well, Christ be with you," she said suddenly, standing up, beaming all over. "Get well. I shall count on your doing so. He is ill, very ill. Life is in God's hands. Ah, what have I said? Oh, that could not be." She went away. All her life, in fear and trembling and reverence, she had honored her legal husband, the monk Makar Ivanovitch, who with large-hearted generosity had forgiven her once and forever. Breaking in. We have just been introduced to Arkady's second father figure of the novel, a kind of foil to Versilov. Naturally, this chapter is thematically rich and rewards careful attention, and I will have more to say about it in future comments. Among other things, it is well worth observing Arkady's attitude to sunlight at the front and back ends of this chapter. Arkady's excursion on the nature of laughter is one occasion where he is clearly speaking with the author's voice. Dostoevsky first gave these sentiments explicitly and sincerely in The House of the Dead some dozen years earlier. For Arkady's sake, a part of me wishes that the novel could end here. But life marches on, with all its complications, and so does the development of our adolescent. End of comments. Chapter 2. 1. I had not forgotten Lisa. Mother was mistaken. The keen-sighted mother saw that there was something like coolness between brother and sister, but it was rather jealousy than lack of love. In view of what followed, I will explain in a couple of words. Ever since Prince Sergei's arrest, poor Lisa had shown a sort of conceited pride, an unapproachable haughtiness, almost unendurable. But everyone in the house knew the truth and understood how she was suffering. And if at first I scowled and was sulky at her manner with us, it was simply owing to my petty irritability, increased tenfold by illness. That is how I explain it now. I had not ceased to love Lisa. On the contrary, I loved her more than ever. Only I did not want to be the first to make advances, though I understood that nothing would have induced her either to make the first advances. As soon as all the facts came out about Prince Sergei, that is, immediately after his arrest, Lisa made haste at once to take up an attitude to us, and to everyone else, that would not admit of the possibility of sympathy or any sort of consolation and excuses for Prince Sergei. On the contrary, she seemed continually priding herself on her luckless lover's action, as though it were the loftiest heroism, though she tried to avoid all discussion of the subject. She seemed every moment to be telling us all, though I repeat that she did not utter a word, "None of you would do the same. You would not give yourself up at the dictates of honor and duty. None of you have such a pure and delicate conscience. And as for his misdeeds, who has not evil actions upon his conscience? Only everyone conceals them, and this man preferred facing ruin to remaining ignoble in his own eyes." This seemed to be expressed by every gesture Lisa made. I don't know, but I think in her place I should have behaved almost in the same way. I don't know either whether those were the thoughts in her heart. In fact, I privately suspect that they were not. With the other clear part of her reason, she must have seen through the insignificance of her hero, for who will not agree now that that unhappy man, noble-hearted in his own way as he was at the same time an absolutely insignificant person? This very haughtiness, and as it were antagonism towards us all, this constant suspiciousness that we were thinking differently of him, made one surmise that in the secret recesses of her heart a very different judgment of her unhappy friend had perhaps been formed. But I hasten to add, however, that in my eyes she was at least half right. It was more pardonable for her than for any of us to hesitate in drawing the final conclusion. I will admit with my whole heart that even now, when all is over, I don't know at all how to judge the unhappy man who was such a problem to us all. Home was beginning to be almost a little hell on account of her. Lisa, whose love was so intense, was bound to suffer terribly. It was characteristic of her to prefer to suffer in silence. Her character was like mine, proud and domineering, and I thought then, and I think now, that it was that made her love Prince Sergei, just because he had no will at all, and that from the first word, from the first hour, he was utterly in subjection to her. This comes about of itself in the heart, without any preliminary calculation. But such a love, the love of the strong woman for the weak man, is sometimes incomparably more intense and more agonizing than the love of equal characters, because the stronger unconsciously undertakes responsibility for the weaker. That is what I think, at any rate. All the family from the first surrounded her with the tenderest care, especially mother. But Lisa was not softened. She did not respond to sympathy, and seemed to repulse every sort of help. At first she did talk to mother, but every day she became more reluctant to speak, more abrupt, and even more harsh. She asked Versilov's advice at first, but soon afterwards she chose VIII for her counselor and helper, as I learned afterwards with surprise. She went to see VIII every day. She went to the law courts, too, by Prince Sergei's instructions. She went to the lawyers, to the crown prosecutor. She came in the end to being absent from home for whole days together. Twice a day, of course, she visited Prince Sergei, who was in prison, in the division for noblemen. But these interviews, as I was fully convinced later, were very distressing to Lisa. Of course, no third person can judge of the relations of two lovers. But I know that Prince Sergei was always wounding her deeply. And by what do you suppose? Strange to say, by his continual jealousy. Of that, however, I will speak later.
But I will add one thought on the subject. It would be hard to decide which of them tormented the other more. Though with us she prided herself on her hero, Lisa perhaps behaved quite differently alone with him. I suspect so indeed from various facts, of which, however, I will also speak later. And so, as regards my feeling and my attitude towards Lisa, any external change there was only simulated, a jealous deception on both sides. But we had never loved each other more than at that time. I must add, too, that though Lisa showed surprise and interest when Makar Ivanovitch first arrived, she had since, for some reason, begun to treat him almost disdainfully, even contemptuously. She seemed intentionally to take not the slightest notice of him. Having inwardly vowed to be silent, as I explained in the previous chapter, I expected, of course theoretically, that is in my dreams, to keep my word. Oh, with Versilla, for instance, I would have sooner begun talking of zoology or of the Roman emperors than of her, for example, or of that most important line in his letter to her, in which he informed her that the document was not burnt but in existence, a line on which I began pondering to myself again as soon as I had begun to recover and come to my senses after my fever. But alas, from the first steps towards practice, and almost before the first steps, I realized how difficult and impossible it was to stick to such resolutions. The day after my first acquaintance with Makar Ivanovitch, I was fearfully excited by an unexpected circumstance. 2. I was excited by an unexpected visit from Darya Onisimovna, the mother of the dead girl, Olya. From my mother I had heard that she had come once or twice during my illness, and that she was very much concerned about my condition. Whether that good woman, as my mother always called her when she spoke of her, had come entirely on my account, or whether she had come to visit my mother in accordance with an established custom, I did not ask. Mother usually told me all the news of the household to entertain me when she came with my soup to feed me, before I could feed myself. I always tried to appear uninterested in these domestic details, and so I did not ask about Darya Onisimovna. In fact, I said nothing about her at all. It was about 11 o'clock. I was just meaning to get out of bed and install myself in the armchair by the table when she came in. I purposely remained in bed. Mother was very busy upstairs and did not come down, so that we were left alone. She sat down on a chair by the wall facing me, smiled, and said not a word. I foresaw this pause, and her entrance altogether made an irritating impression on me. Without even nodding to her, I looked her straight in the face, but she too looked straight at me. "Are you dull in your flat now the prince has gone?" I asked, suddenly losing patience. "No, I am not in that flat now. Through Anna Andreevna, I am looking after his honor's baby now." "Whose baby?" "Andrei Petrovitch's," she brought out in a confidential whisper, glancing round towards the door. "Why, but there's Tatyana Pavlovna." "Yes, Tatyana Pavlovna and Anna Andreevna, both of them, and Elizaveta Makarovna also, and your mamma, all of them.
They all take an interest. Tatyana Pavlovna and Anna Andreevna are great friends now. A piece of news. She grew much livelier as she talked, and I looked at her with hatred. You are much livelier than when you came to see me last. Oh, yes. I think you've grown stouter. She looked strangely at me. I have grown very fond of her, very. Fond of whom? Why, Anna Andreevna. Very fond. Such a noble young lady, and with such judgment. You don't say so. What about her? How are things now? She is very quiet, very. She is always quiet. Always. If you've come here with scandal, I cried suddenly, unable to restrain myself, let me tell you that I won't have anything to do with it. I have decided to drop everything, everyone. I don't care. I am going away. I ceased suddenly, for I realized what I was doing. I felt it degrading to explain my new projects to her. She heard me without surprise and without emotion. But again a pause followed. Again she got up, went to the door, and peeped into the next room. Having assured herself that there was no one there, and we were alone, she returned with great composure and sat down in the same place as before. You did that prettily, I laughed suddenly. You are keeping on your lodging at the clerk's? She asked suddenly, bending a little towards me, and dropping her voice as though this question were the chief object for which she had come. Lodging? I don't know. Perhaps I shall give it up. How do I know? They are anxiously expecting you. The man's very impatient to see you, and his wife too. Andrei Petrovitch assured them you'd come back for certain. But what is it to you? Anna Andreevna wanted to know too. She was very glad to learn that you were staying. How does she know so positively that I shall certainly stay on at that lodging? I wanted to add, and what is it to her? But I refrained from asking through pride. And Monsieur Lambert said the same thing too. What? Monsieur Lambert. He declared most positively to Andrei Petrovitch that you would remain, and he assured Anna Andreevna of it too. I felt shaken all over. What marvels! Then Lambert already knew Versilov. Lambert had found his way to Versilov. Lambert and Anna Andreevna. He had found his way to her too. I felt overcome with fever, but I kept silent. My soul was flooded with a terrible rush of pride. Pride, or I don't know what. But I suddenly said to myself at that moment, if I ask for one word in explanation, I shall be involved in that world again, and I shall never have done with it. There was a glow of hate in my heart. I resolutely made up my mind to be mute and to lie without moving. She was silent too for a full minute. What of Prince Nikolai Ivanovitch? I asked suddenly, as though I had taken leave of my senses. The fact is, I asked simply to change the subject, and again I chanced to ask the leading question. Like a madman, I plunged back again into that world from which I had just before, with such a shudder, resolved to flee.
His honor is at Tsarskoe Selo. He is rather poorly, and as the hot days have begun in town, they all advised him to move to their house at Tsarskoe for the sake of the air.
I made no answer.
Madame and Anna Andreevna visit him there twice a week. They go together.
Anna Andreevna and Madame, that is, she, were friends then. They go together. I did not speak.
They have become so friendly, and Anna Andreevna speaks so highly of Katerina Nikolaevna.
I still remained silent.
And Katerina Nikolaevna is in a whirl of society again. It's one fate after another. She is making quite a stir. They say all the gentlemen at court are in love with her, and everything's over with Monsieur Buring, and there's to be no wedding. So everybody declares it's been off ever since then.
That is, since Versilov's letter. I trembled all over, but I did not utter a word.
Anna Andreevna is so sorry about Prince Sergei, and Katerina Nikolaevna too, and they all say that he will be acquitted and that Stepelkov will be condemned.
I looked at her with hatred. She got up and suddenly bent down to me.
Anna Andreevna particularly told me to find out how you are, she said quite in a whisper, and she particularly begged you to go and see her as soon as you begin to go out. Goodbye. Make haste and get well, and I'll tell her.
She went away. I sat on the edge of the bed. A cold sweat came out on my forehead, but I did not feel terror. The incredible and grotesque news about Lambert and his machinations did not, for instance, fill me with horror in the least, as might have been expected from the dread, perhaps unaccountable, with which, during my illness and the early days of my convalescence, I recalled my meeting with him on that night. On the contrary, in that first moment of confusion, as I sat on the bed after Darya Onisimovna had gone, my mind did not dwell on Lambert, but more than all I thought about the news of her rupture with Buring, and of her success in society, of her fates, of her triumphs, of the stir she was making.
She's making quite a stir.
Darya Onisimovna's phrase was ringing in my ears, and I suddenly felt that I had not the strength to struggle out of that whirlpool. I had known how to control myself, to hold my tongue, and not to question Darya Onisimovna after her tales of marvels. An overwhelming thirst for that life, for their life, took possession of my whole spirit, and another blissful thirst, which I felt as a keen joy and an intense pain. My thoughts were in a whirl, but I let them whirl.
Why be reasonable? I felt. Even Mother kept Lambert's coming a secret, I thought, in incoherent snatches. Versilov must have told her not to speak of it. I would rather die than ask Versilov about Lambert.
Versilov! The thought flashed upon me again.
Versilov and Lambert! Oh, what a lot that's new among them! Bravo, Versilov!
He frightened the German Buring with that letter. He libelled her. La calomnie, il en reste toujours quelque chose. And the German courtier was afraid of the scandal. It's a lesson for her. Lambert. Surely Lambert hasn't found his way to her. To be sure he has. Why shouldn't she have an intrigue with him? At this point I suddenly gave up pondering on this senseless tangle, and sank back in despair with my head on the pillow. "But it shall not be!" I exclaimed with sudden determination. I jumped out of bed, put on my slippers and dressing-gown, and went straight to Makar Ivanovitch's room, as though there were in it a talisman to repel all enticements, a means of salvation, and an anchor to which I could cling. It may really have been that I was feeling this at the time with my whole soul. Else why should I have leapt up with such a sudden and irresistible impulse, and rushed in to Makar Ivanovitch in such a state of mind? Breaking in. This chapter is about to take a sudden turn, and before it does, it may be worthwhile swiftly to rehearse the bits of news provided by our sudden visitor. Our visitor is, of course, the mother of the suicide, Olya, from Part 1, whom we also saw very briefly in Part 2, Chapter 6. In the original text, Dostoevsky mistakenly changes her name for Part 3, although our translator, wisely in my view, maintains the same name throughout. In Part 2, she had been installed as an assistant to Madame Stolbaev, and thus to Prince Sergei. In the shake-up with the latter, she is now in the employ of Anna Andreevna, and will be for the rest of the novel. Here is the summary of events as Darya Onisimovna describes them. The most notable of all is that Lambert is sniffing about Arkady's affairs, his address, his connections here at the family residence, his relation to Versilov, and so on. Surprisingly, he has made contact with Anna Andreevna, and thus Darya Onisimovna herself is indirectly connected to the Frenchman. Peculiar stress seems to be laid on making sure that Arkady does not leave his lodgings with Pyotr Ippolitovitch. Darya Onisimovna also tells us that Anna Andreevna and Katerina Nikolaevna are on friendly terms, although we might wonder how genuine this news is, given their apparent emergence as rivals in Part 2. Probably they do, however, spend time together when visiting the old prince at his estate in Tsarskoye Selo. Tsarskoye Selo is an upscale suburb south of Petersburg, with fresher air for the ailing old man. And we now know that Katerina Nikolaevna is back in society, her betrothal to Buring having been successfully sabotaged by Versilov's mad letter. Finally, she makes a reference here to this mysterious baby in Petersburg, who is now being cared for not only by the inner sanctum of Tatyana Pavlovna, Sonia, and Lisa, but also by Anna Andreevna, who had shown interest in the child in Part 2. This is, of course, the late Lydia Akhmakova's baby. Darya Onisimovna seems to be hinting, like Stabelkov before her, that Versilov is the father. She is surely wrong. We have excellent evidence, from both Lisa and Vassin, that the real father is Prince Sergei. Our visitor seems no longer to be a trustworthy figure. Our adolescent, by contrast, would love to escape these intrigues, and it is notable that his instinct is to go first to Makar Ivanovitch. We shall see what awaits him there. End of comments. Three. But to my surprise, I found other people, my mother and the doctor, with Makar Ivanovitch. As I had for some reason imagined I should find the old man alone, as he had been yesterday, I stopped short in the doorway in blank amazement. Before I had time to frown, Versilov came in, followed by Lisa. So they had all met for some reason in Makar Ivanovitch's room, just when they were not wanted. "I have come to ask how you are," I said, going straight up to Makar Ivanovitch. "Thank you, my dear. I was expecting you. I knew you would come. I was thinking of you in the night." He looked into my face caressingly, and I saw that perhaps he liked me best of them all. But I could not help seeing instantly that, though his face was cheerful, his illness had made progress in the night. The doctor had only just been examining him very seriously. I learned afterwards that the doctor, the same young man with whom I had quarreled, had been treating Makar Ivanovitch ever since he arrived, had been very attentive to the patient, and had diagnosed a complication of various diseases in him. But I don't know their medical terms. Makar Ivanovitch, as I observed from the first glance, was on the warmest, friendliest terms with him. I disliked that at that instant, but I was, of course, in a very bad mood at the moment. "Yes, Alexander Semyonovitch, how is our dear invalid today?" inquired Versilov. If I had not been so agitated, it would have been most interesting to me to watch Versilov's attitude to this old man. I had wondered about it the day before. What struck me most of all now was the extremely soft and pleasant expression in Versilov's face. There was something perfectly sincere in it. I have noted already, I believe, that Versilov's face became wonderfully beautiful as soon as it became ever so little kindly. "Why, we keep quarrelling," answered the doctor. "With Makar Ivanovitch? I don't believe it. It's impossible to quarrel with him." "But he won't obey. He doesn't sleep at night." "Come, give over, Alexander Semyonovitch. That's enough scolding," said Makar Ivanovitch, laughing. "Well, Andrei Petrovitch, how have they treated our good lady? Here she's been sighing and moaning all the morning. She's worrying," he added, indicating mother. "Oh, Andrei Petrovitch," cried my mother, who was really very uneasy. "Do make haste and tell us. Don't keep us in suspense. How has it been settled for her, poor thing?" "They have found her guilty and sentenced her." "Oh!" cried my mother. "But not to Siberia, don't distress yourself. To a fine of 15 rubles, that's all. It was a farce." He sat down. The doctor sat down too. They were talking of Tatyana Pavlovna. I knew nothing yet of what had happened. I sat down on Makar Ivanovitch's left, and Lisa sat opposite me on the right. She evidently had some special sorrow of her own today, with which she had come to my mother. There was a look of uneasiness and irritation in her face.
At that moment we exchanged glances, and I thought to myself, "We are both disgraced, and I must make the first advances." My heart was suddenly softened to her. Versilov, meanwhile, had begun describing what had happened that morning. It seemed that Tatyana Pavlovna had had to appear before the justice of the peace that morning, on a charge brought against her by her cook. The whole affair was utterly absurd. I have mentioned already that the ill-tempered cook would sometimes, when she was sulky, refuse to speak, and would not say a word to her mistress for a whole week at a time. I mentioned, too, Tatyana's weakness in regard to her, how she put up with anything from her and absolutely refused to get rid of her. All these whimsical caprices of old maiden ladies are, in my eyes, utterly beneath contempt and so undeserving of attention. And I only mention this story here because this cook is destined to play a leading and momentous part in the sequel of my story. So Tatyana Pavlovna, driven out of all patience by the obstinate Finnish woman, who had refused to answer a word for several days, had suddenly at last struck her, a thing she had never done before. Even then the cook did not utter the slightest sound, but the same day she communicated the fact to a discharged midshipman called Osyestrov, who earned a precarious existence by undertaking cases of various sorts, and, of course, by getting up such cases as this for the courts. It had ended in Tatyana Pavlovna's being summoned before the justice of the peace, and when the case was tried, Versilov had, for some reason, appeared as a witness. Versilov described all this with extraordinary gaiety and humor, so that even Mother laughed. He even mimicked Tatyana Pavlovna and the midshipman and the cook. The cook had from the very beginning announced to the court that she wanted a money fine. "For if they put my mistress in prison, whom am I going to cook for?" In answer to the judge, Tatyana Pavlovna answered with immense condescension, not even deigning to defend herself. On the contrary, she had concluded with the words, "I did beat her, and I shall do it again," whereupon she was promptly fined 3 rubles for her impudent answer. The midshipman, a lean, lanky young man, would have begun with a long speech in defense of his client, but broke down disgracefully to the amusement of the whole court. The hearing was soon over, and Tatyana Pavlovna was condemned to pay 15 rubles to the injured Marya. Tatyana Pavlovna promptly drew out her purse and proceeded on the spot to pay the money, whereupon the midshipman at once approached her and was putting out his hand to take it. But Tatyana Pavlovna thrust aside his hand, almost with a blow, and turned to Marya. "Don't you trouble, madam. You needn't put yourself out. Put it down in our accounts. I'll settle with this fellow." "See, Marya, what a lanky fellow you've picked out for yourself," said Tatyana Pavlovna, pointing to the midshipman, hugely delighted that Marya had spoken to her at last. "He is a lanky one, to be sure," Marya answered slyly. "Did you order cutlets with peas? I did not hear this morning. I was in a hurry to get here." "Oh, no, with cabbage, Marya, and please don't burn it to a cinder as you did yesterday." "No, I'll do my best today, madam. Let me have your hand." And she kissed her mistress's hand in token of reconciliation. She entertained the whole court, in fact. "Ah, what a woman!" said Mother, shaking her head, very much pleased with the news and Andrei Petrovitch's account of it. though she looked uneasily on the sly at Lisa.
"She has been a self-willed lady from her childhood," smiled Makar Ivanovitch. "Spleen and idleness," opined the doctor.
"Is it I am self-willed? Is it I am spleen and idleness?" asked Tatyana Pavlovna, coming in upon us suddenly, evidently very well pleased with herself. "It's not for you to talk nonsense, Alexander Semyonovitch. When you were 10 years old, you knew whether I was idle, and you've been treating yourself for spleen for the last year and have not been able to kill yourself, so you ought to be ashamed. Well, you've picked me to pieces enough. Thanks for troubling to come to the court, Andrei Petrovitch. Well, how are you, Makarushka? It's only you I've come to see, not this fellow." She pointed to me, but at once gave me a friendly pat on the shoulder. I had never before seen her in such a good humour. "Well, how is he?" turning suddenly to the doctor and frowning anxiously.
"Why, he won't lie in bed, and he only tires himself out sitting up like this." "Why, I only sit up like this a little with company," Makar Ivanovitch murmured with a face of entreaty, like a child's.
"Yes, we like this, we like this. We like a little gossip when our friends gather round us. I know, Makarushka," said Tatyana Pavlovna.
"Yes, you're a quick one, you are, and there's no getting over you. Wait a bit, let me speak. Now lie down, darling, I'll obey, but you know, to my thinking, if you take to your bed you may never get up. That's what I've got at the back of my head, friend." "To be sure, I knew that was it, peasant superstitions. If I take to my bed, they say, 10 to 1 I shan't get up. That's what the peasants very often fear, and they would rather keep on their legs when they're ill than go to a hospital. As for you, Makar Ivanovitch, you're simply homesick for freedom and the open road. That's all that's the matter with you. You've got out of the habit of staying long in one place. Why, you're what's called a pilgrim, aren't you? And tramping is almost a passion in our peasantry. I've noticed it more than once in them. Our peasants are tramps before everything." "Then Makar is a tramp, according to you?" Tatyana Pavlovna caught him up. "Oh, I did not mean that. I used the word in a general sense. Well, yes, a religious tramp. Though he is a holy man, yet he is a tramp. In a good, respectful sense, but a tramp. I speak from the medical point of view." "I assure you," I addressed the doctor suddenly, "that you and I and all the rest here are more like tramps than this old man from whom you and I ought to learn too, because he has a firm footing in life, while we all of us have no firm standpoint at all. But how should you understand that, though?" I spoke very cuttingly, it seemed, but I had come in feeling upset. I don't know why I went on sitting there, and felt as though I were beside myself.
"What are you saying?" said Tatyana Pavlovna, looking at me suspiciously. "How did you find him, Makar Ivanovitch?" she asked, pointing her finger at me.
"God bless him, he's a sharp one," said the old man with a serious air. But at the words "sharp one," almost everyone laughed. I controlled myself somehow. The doctor laughed more than anyone. It was rather unlucky that I did not know at the time of a previous compact between them.
Versilov, the doctor, and Tatyana Pavlovna had agreed 3 days before to do all they could to distract Mother from brooding in apprehension on account of Makar Ivanovitch, whose illness was far more dangerous and hopeless than I had any suspicion of then. That's why they were all making jokes and trying to laugh. Only the doctor was stupid and did not know how to make jokes naturally. That was the cause of all that followed. If I had known of their agreement at that time, I should not have done what I did. Lisa knew nothing either. I sat listening with half my mind. They talked and laughed, and all the time my head was full of Darya Onisimovna and her news, and I could not shake off the thought of her. I kept picturing how she had sat and looked, and had cautiously got up and peeped into the next room. At last they all suddenly laughed. Tatyana Pavlovna, I don't know in the least why, called the doctor an infidel. "Why, all you doctors are infidels." "Makar Ivanovitch," said the doctor, very stupidly pretending to be offended and to be appealing to him as an umpire, "am I an infidel?" "You an infidel? No, you are not an infidel," the old man answered sedately, looking at him instantly. "No, thank God," he said, shaking his head. "You are a merry-hearted man." "And if a man's merry-hearted, he's not an infidel," the doctor observed ironically. "That's in its own way an idea," observed Versilov. He was not laughing, however. "It's a great idea," I could not help exclaiming, struck by the thought. The doctor looked round inquiringly. "These learned people, these same professors—" Probably they had been talking about professors just before, began Makar Ivanovitch, looking down. "At the beginning, I was frightened of them. I was in terror in their presence, for I dreaded an infidel more than anything. I have only one soul, I used to think. What if I lose it? I shan't be able to find another. But afterwards I plucked up heart. After all, I thought, they are not gods, but just the same as we are, men of like passions with ourselves. And my curiosity was great. I shall find out, I thought, what this infidelity is like. But afterwards even that curiosity passed over." He paused, though he meant to go on, still with the same gentle, sedate smile. There are simple souls who put complete trust in everyone, and have no suspicion of mockery. Such people are always of limited intelligence, for they are always ready to display all that is precious in their hearts to every newcomer. But in Makar Ivanovitch I fancied there was something else, and the impulse that led him to speak was different, and not only the innocence of simplicity. One caught glimpses, as it were, of the missionary in him. I even caught, with pleasure, some sly glances he bent upon the doctor, and even perhaps on Versilov. The conversation was evidently a continuation of a previous discussion between them the week before. But unluckily the fatal phrase which had so electrified me the day before cropped up in it again, and led me to an outburst which I regret to this day.
I am afraid of the unbeliever even now, perhaps, the old man went on with concentrated intensity. Only, friend Alexander Semyonovitch, I tell you what, I've never met an infidel, but I have met worldly men. That's what one must call them. They are of all sorts, big and little, ignorant and learned, and even some of the humblest class. But it's all vanity. They read and argue all their lives, filling themselves with the sweetness of books, while they remain in perplexity and can come to no conclusion. Some quite let themselves go and give up taking notice of themselves. Some grow harder than a stone, and their hearts are full of wandering dreams. Others become heartless and frivolous, and all they can do is to mock and jeer. Another will, out of books, gather some flowers, and those according to his own fancy. But he still is full of vanity, and there is no decision in him. And then again there is a great deal of dreariness. The small man is in want. He has no bread and naught to keep his babes alive with. He sleeps on rough straw, and all the time his heart is light and merry. He is coarse and sinful, yet his heart is light. But the great man drinks too much and eats too much, and sits on a pile of gold, yet there is nothing in his heart but gloom. Some have been through all the sciences and are still depressed, and I fancy that the more intellect a man has, the greater his dreariness. And then again, they have been teaching ever since the world began, and to what good purpose have they taught, that the world might be fairer and merrier, and the abode of every sort of joy? And another thing I must tell you. They have no seemliness. They don't even want it at all. All are ruined, but they boast of their own destruction. But to return to the one truth they never think, and to live without God is naught but torment. And it seems that we curse that whereby we are enlightened, and know it not ourselves. And what's the sense of it? It's impossible to be a man and not bow down to something. Such a man could not bear the burden of himself, nor could there be such a man. If he rejects God, then he bows down to an idol, fashioned of wood or of gold or of thought. They are all idolaters and not infidels. That is how we ought to describe them. Though we can't say there are no infidels. There are men who are downright infidels, only they are far more terrible than those others, for they come with God's name on their lips. I have heard of them more than once, but I have not met them at all. There are such, friend, and I fancy, too, that there are bound to be.
There are, Makar Ivanovitch, Versilov agreed suddenly. There are such, and there are bound to be. There certainly are, and there are certainly bound to be, I burst out hotly and impulsively. I don't know why. But I was carried away by Versilov's tone, and fascinated by a sort of idea in the words "there are bound to be." The conversation was an absolute surprise to me. But at that minute something happened also quite unexpected. IV. It was a very bright day. By the doctor's orders, Makar Ivanovitch's blind was, as a rule, not drawn up all day. But there was a curtain over the window now instead of the blind, so that the upper part of the window was not covered. This was because the old man was miserable at not seeing the sun at all when he had the blind, and as we were sitting there, the sun's rays fell suddenly full upon Makar Ivanovitch's face. At first, absorbed in conversation, he took no notice of it, but mechanically, as he talked, he several times turned his head on one side, because the bright sunlight hurt and irritated his bad eyes. Mother, standing beside him, glanced several times uneasily towards the window. All that was wanted was to screen the window completely with something, but to avoid interrupting the conversation, she thought it better to try and move the bench on which Makar Ivanovitch was sitting a little to the right. It did not need to be moved more than 6 or at the most 8 inches. She had bent down several times and taken hold of the bench, but could not move it. The bench with Makar Ivanovitch sitting on it would not move. Feeling her efforts unconsciously in the heat of conversation, Makar Ivanovitch several times tried to get up, but his legs would not obey him. But Mother went on straining all her strength to move it, and at last all this exasperated Lisa horribly. I noticed several angry, irritated looks from her, but for the first moment I did not know to what to ascribe them. Besides, I was carried away by the conversation. And I suddenly heard her almost shout sharply to Makar Ivanovitch, "Do get up, if it's ever so little. You see how hard it is for Mother." The old man looked at her quickly, instantly grasped her meaning, and hurriedly tried to stand up, but without success. He raised himself a couple of inches and fell back on the bench. "I can't, my dearie," he answered plaintively, looking as it were meekly at Lisa. "You can talk by the hour together, but you haven't the strength to stir an inch." "Lisa!" cried Tatyana Pavlovna. Makar Ivanovitch made another great effort. "Take your crutches. They are lying beside you. You can get up with your crutches," Lisa snapped out again. "To be sure," said the old man, and he made haste to pick up his crutches. "He must be lifted," said Versilov, standing up. The doctor, too, moved, and Tatyana Pavlovna ran up. But before they had time to reach him, Makar Ivanovitch, leaning on the crutches, with a tremendous effort, suddenly raised himself and stood up, looking round with a triumphant air. "There, I have got up," he said, almost with pride, laughing gleefully. "Thank you, my dear, you have taught me a lesson, and I thought that my poor legs would not obey me at all." But he did not remain standing long. He had hardly finished speaking when his crutch, on which he was leaning with the whole weight of his body, somehow slipped on the rug, and as his poor legs were scarcely any support at all, he fell heavily full length on the floor. I remember it was almost horrible to see. All cried out and rushed to lift him up, but, thank God, he had broken no bones. He had only knocked his knees with a heavy thud against the floor, but he had succeeded in putting out his right hand and breaking his fall with it. He was picked up and seated on the bed. He was very pale, not from fright, but from the shock. The doctor had told them that he was suffering more from disease of the heart than anything. Mother was beside herself with fright, and, still pale, trembling all over and still a little bewildered, Makar Ivanovitch turned suddenly to Lisa, and almost tenderly, in a soft voice, said to her, "No, my dearie, my legs really won't hold me." I cannot express what an impression this made on me at the time. There was not the faintest note of complaint or reproach in the poor old man's words. On the contrary, it was perfectly evident that he had not noticed anything spiteful in Lisa's words, and had accepted her shout as something quite befitting. That is, that it was quite right to pitch into him for his remissness. All this had a very great effect on Lisa, too. At the moment when he fell, she had rushed forward, like all the rest of us, and stood numb with horror, and miserable, of course, at having caused it all. Hearing his words, she almost instantly flushed crimson with shame and remorse. "That's enough," Tatyana Pavlovna commanded suddenly. "This comes of talking too much. It's time we were off. It's a bad lookout when the doctor himself begins to chatter." "Quite so," assented Alexander Semyonovitch, who was occupied with the invalid. "I'm to blame, Tatyana Pavlovna. He needs rest." But Tatyana Pavlovna did not hear him. She had been for half a minute watching Lisa intently. "Come here, Lisa, and kiss me. That is, if you care to kiss an old fool like me," she said unexpectedly. And she kissed the girl. I don't know why, but it seemed exactly the right thing to do, so that I almost rushed to kiss Tatyana Pavlovna myself. What was fitting was not to overwhelm Lisa with reproach, but to welcome with joy and congratulation the new feeling that must certainly have sprung up in her. But instead of all those feelings, I suddenly stood up and rapped out resolutely, "Makar Ivanovitch, you used again the word seemliness, and I have been worrying about that word yesterday and all these days. In fact, all my life I have been worrying about it, only I didn't know what it was. This coincidence I look upon as momentous, almost miraculous. I say this in your presence." But I was instantly checked. I repeat, I did not know their compact about Mother and Makar Ivanovitch. They considered me, of course, judging from my doings in the past, capable of making a scene of any sort. "Stop him! Stop him!" cried Tatyana Pavlovna, utterly infuriated. Mother began trembling. Makar Ivanovitch, seeing the general alarm, was alarmed too. "Arkady, hush!" Versilov cried sternly. "For me, my friends," I said, raising my voice, "to see you all beside this babe," I indicated Makar, "is unseemly. There is only one saint here, and that is Mother, and even she—" "You are alarming him," the doctor said emphatically. "I know I am the enemy to everyone in the world," or something of the sort. I began faltering, but looking round once more, I glared defiantly at Versilov. "Arkady," he cried again,
Just such a scene has happened once here already between us. I entreat you, restrain yourself now." I cannot describe the intense feeling with which he said this. A deep sadness, sincere and complete, was manifest in his face. What was most surprising was that he looked as though he were guilty, as though I were the judge and he were the criminal. This was the last straw for me. "Yes," I shouted to him in reply, "just such a scene we had before, when I buried Versilov and tore him out of my heart. But then there followed a resurrection from the dead. But now there will be no rising again. But all of you here shall see what I am capable of. You have no idea what I can show you." Saying this, I rushed into my room. Versilov ran after me. 5. I had a relapse. I had a violent attack of fever, and by nightfall was delirious. But I was not all the time in delirium. I had innumerable dreams, shapeless and following one another, in endless succession. One such dream, or fragment of a dream, I shall remember as long as I live. I will describe it without attempting to explain it. It was prophetic, and I cannot leave it out. I suddenly found myself with my heart full of grand and proud design in a large, lofty room. I remember the room very well. It was not at Tatiana Pavlovna's, I may observe, anticipating events. But although I was alone, I felt continually with uneasiness and discomfort that I was not alone at all, that I was awaited, and that something was being expected of me. Somewhere outside the door, people were sitting and waiting for what I was going to do. The sensation was unendurable. Oh, if I could only be alone! And suddenly she walked in. She looked at me timidly. She was very much afraid. She looked into my eyes. In my hand I had the letter. She smiled to fascinate me. She fawned upon me. I was sorry, but I began to feel repulsion. Suddenly she hid her face in her hands. I flung the letter on the table with unutterable disdain, as much as to say, "You needn't beg. Take it. I want nothing of you. I avenge myself for all your insults by contempt." I went out of the room, choking with immense pride. But at the door Lambert clutched me in the darkness. "Fool, fool," he whispered, holding me by the arm with all his might. "She will have to open a high-class boarding house for wenches in Vasilyevsky Island." Nota bene, to get her living, if her father, hearing of the letter from me, were to deprive her of her inheritance and drive her out of the house. I quote what Lambert said, word for word, as I dreamt it. "Arkady Makarovich is in quest of seemliness," I heard the low voice of Anna Andreevna, somewhere close by on the stairs. But there was a note not of approval, but of insufferable mockery in her words. I returned to the room with Lambert. But seeing Lambert, she began to laugh.
My first impression was one of horrible dismay, such dismay that I stopped short and would not go up to her. I stared at her and could not believe my eyes, as though she had just thrown off a mask. The features were the same, but each feature seemed distorted by an insolence that was beyond all bounds. "The ransom, madame!" cried Lambert, and both laughed louder than ever, while my heart went cold. Oh, can that shameless creature be the woman one glance from whom set my heart glowing with virtue? "You see what these proud creatures in their good society are ready to do for money," cried Lambert. But the shameless creature was not even abashed by that. She laughed at my being so horrified. Oh, she was ready to pay the ransom, that I saw. And what came over me? I no longer felt pity or disgust. I was thrilled as I had never been before. I was overwhelmed by a new and indescribable feeling, such as I had never known before, and strong as life itself. I could not have gone away now for anything on earth. Oh, how it pleased me that it was so shameful! I clutched her hands. The touch of her hands sent an agonizing thrill through me, and I put my lips to her insolent crimson lips that invited me, quivering with laughter. Oh, away with that vile memory! A cursed dream! I swear that until that loathsome dream, nothing like that shameful idea had ever been in my mind. There had never been even an unconscious dream of the sort, though I had kept the letter sewn up in my pocket, and I sometimes gripped my pocket with a strange smile. How was it all this came to me so complete? It was because I had the soul of a spider. It shows that all this had long ago been hatching in my corrupt heart, and lay latent in my desires. But my waking heart was still ashamed, and my mind dared not consciously picture anything of the sort. But in sleep the soul presented and laid bare all that was hidden in the heart with the utmost accuracy, in a complete picture and in prophetic form. And was that what I had threatened to show them when I had run out of Makar Ivanovitch's room that morning? But enough. For the time, no more of this. That dream is one of the strangest things that has happened in my life. Breaking in. Once again, our encounter with Makar Ivanovitch is thematically rich. His distinction between idolaters and infidels is worth noting, and I will return to it in later comments. That turn in the conversation, of course, was prompted by Tatyana Pavlovna's playful comment that all doctors are infidels. There is a historical context for that remark. Ever since Turgenev published Fathers and Sons in 1862, followed swiftly by Chernyshevsky's What is to be Done a year later, the idea of a free-thinking, naturalistic medical doctor had become something of a trope in Russian literature. Its first instance was Turgenev's character Bazarov, who described himself as a nihilist who wanted to throw off all Russian traditions, including allegiance to the Church. This is the second time in the last few chapters that Arkady has offered a sudden outburst in public, only to chart its possible psychological springs shortly thereafter. The meaning of his dream, especially when juxtaposed against his stated desire for seemliness, needs no further comment at the moment. It should not be surprising to us to discover that Sigmund Freud had been an avid reader of Dostoevsky. End of comments. Chapter 3. 1. 3 days later I got up from my bed, and as soon as I was on my legs, I felt that I should not go back to it again. I felt all over that recovery was at hand. All these little details perhaps would not be worth writing, but then several days followed which were not remarkable for anything special that happened, and yet have remained in my memory as something soothing and consolatory. And that is rare in my reminiscences. I will not for the time attempt to define my spiritual condition. If I were to give an account of it, the reader would scarcely believe in it. It will be better for it to be made clear by facts themselves. And so I will only say one thing. Let the reader remember the soul of the spider, and that in the man who longed to get away from them all and from the whole world for the sake of seemliness. The longing for seemliness was still there, of course, and very intense. But how it could be linked with other longings of a very different sort is a mystery to me. It always has been a mystery, and I have marveled 1,000 times at that faculty in man, and in the Russian, I believe, more especially, of cherishing in his soul his lofty ideal side by side with the most abject baseness, and all quite sincerely. Whether this is breadth in the Russian which takes him so far, or simply baseness, that is the question. But enough of that. However that may be, a time of calm followed. All I knew was that I must get well at all costs, and as quickly as possible, that I might as soon as possible begin to act. And so I resolved to live hygienically and to obey the doctor, whoever he might be. Disturbing projects I put off with great good sense, the fruit of this same breadth, to the day of my escape, that is, to the day of my complete recovery. How all the peaceful impressions and sensations in that time of stillness were consistent with the painfully sweet and agitated throbbings of my heart when I dreamed of violent decisions, I do not know. But again I put it all down to breadth. But there was no trace now of the restlessness I had suffered from of late. I put it all off for the time, and did not tremble at the thought of the future, as I had so recently, but looked forward to it, like a wealthy man relying on his power and his resources. I felt more and more proud and defiant of the fate awaiting me, and this was partly due, I imagine, to my actual return to health, and the rapid recovery of my vital forces. Those few days of final and complete recovery I recall even now with great pleasure. Oh, they forgave me everything, that is, my outburst, and these were the people whom I had called unseemly to their faces. That I love in people. That is what I call intelligence of the heart. Anyway, this attracted me at once, to a certain degree, of course.
Versilov and I, for instance, talked together like the best of friends, but only to a certain point. If at times we became ever so little too expansive, and we were over-expansive at times, we pulled ourselves up at once as though a trifle ashamed of something. There are cases when the victor cannot help feeling abashed before the vanquished, and just because he has gained the upper hand over him. I was evidently the victor, and I was ashamed. That morning, that is the one on which I got up again after my relapse, he came in to see me, and then I learned from him for the first time of their compact in regard to Mother and Makar Ivanovitch. He added that, though the old man was better, the doctor would not answer for the future. I promised him with my whole heart that I would be more careful of my behavior in the future. While Versilov was telling me all this, I detected for the first time that he was most genuinely concerned about the old man, far more indeed than I could have expected from a man like him, and that he looked upon him as a being for some reason particularly precious to himself, not simply for Mother's sake. This at once interested me and almost surprised me, and I must confess if it had not been for Versilov, I should have overlooked and failed to appreciate a great deal in this old man, who has left one of the most lasting and original impressions on my mind. Versilov seemed to be afraid of my attitude to Makar Ivanovitch. That is, he distrusted my intelligence and my tact, and he was therefore particularly pleased afterwards when he discerned that I knew how to behave with a man of quite different ideas and conceptions, could, in fact, be broad-minded and make allowances. I must confess, too, and I don't think it's humiliating to do so, that in this man of the people I found something absolutely new to me in regard to certain feelings and conceptions, something I had known nothing of, something far more serene and consolatory than my own previous ideas on those subjects. It was none the less impossible sometimes to keep from being impatient at some positive superstitions in which he believed with the most revolting placidity and steadfastness. But this, of course, was only due to his lack of education. His soul was rather happily constructed, so much so that I have never met a man superior in that respect. 2. What attracted one first of all, as I have observed already, was his extraordinary pure-heartedness and his freedom from amour-propre. One felt instinctively that he had an almost sinless heart. He had gaiety of heart, and therefore seemliness. The word gaiety he was very fond of, and often used. He sometimes showed an almost abnormal exaltation, and almost abnormal fervor, partly, I imagine, because the fever never really left him, but that did not mar his beautiful serenity. There were contrasts in him, too. Side by side with his marvelous simplicity, at times, to my vexation, he completely failed to detect irony. There was a sort of sly subtlety, most frequently apparent in controversy. And he was fond of controversy, though at times only through caprice. It was evident that he had been on foot over a great part of Russia, had heard a great deal. But I repeat, what he liked best of all was religious emotion, and therefore everything that led up to it,
and he was fond of telling incidents that moved one to tenderness and reverence. He was fond of telling stories in general. I listened to many tales from him of his own wanderings, and various legends of the lives of the ascetics of ancient times. I'm not familiar with these stories, but I believe that he told them all wrong, adapting them, for the most part, from the traditions current among the peasantry. It was simply impossible to accept some of his versions. But together with evident distortions or even inventions, there were continual flashes of something wonderfully complete, full of peasant feeling, and always touching. I recall, for instance, one long story out of the life of Maria of Egypt. Of this life, and of all such lives, I have had no idea at all till then. I frankly confess that it was almost impossible to hear the story without tears, not from tender feeling, but from a sort of strange ecstasy. One felt something strange and burning, like the parched sandy desert upon which the holy woman wandered among lions. I don't want to talk of this, though, and indeed I am not competent to do so. Apart from the tender feeling of his stories, I particularly liked certain extremely original views on disputed questions of modern life. He told me once, for instance, of something that had happened recently with a retired soldier. He had almost witnessed the incident. A soldier had come home to his village from serving in the army and did not like going back to live with peasants. The peasants did not like him either. The man went wrong, took to drinking, and robbed someone. There was no strong evidence against him, but he was taken up and tried. The lawyer was defending him successfully. There was no proof against him, but suddenly, after listening a long time, the prisoner suddenly stood up and interrupted him. "No, you stop," said he. And then he told the whole story to the tiniest grain of dust. He confessed his full guilt with tears and penitence. The jury went out, were shut up to confer, and suddenly they all came back. "No, not guilty." Everyone shouted and rejoiced, and the soldier stood rooted to the spot. He seemed turned into a post and couldn't make head or tail of it. He didn't understand a word of the judge's exhortation to him when he dismissed him. The soldier came out to freedom and still couldn't believe it. He began to fret, sank into brooding, gave up eating and drinking, spoke to no one, and on the 5th day he took and hanged himself. "That's what it is to live with sin on the soul," said Makar Ivanovitch in conclusion. Of course, that's a foolish story, and there are masses of such stories nowadays in all the newspapers. But I liked his tone, and most of all some phrases of quite a new significance. Describing, for instance, how the soldier was disliked by the peasants when he went back to the village, Makar Ivanovitch used the expression, "And we know what a soldier is. The soldier's a peasant spoilt." Speaking afterwards of the lawyer who had almost won the case, he said, "We know what a lawyer is. The lawyer's a conscience for hire." Both these expressions he brought out without effort and almost without noticing them. And yet those two utterances reveal the complete and special attitude of mind on those subjects, not borrowed, but peculiar to Makar Ivanovitch, if not to the whole peasantry. These judgments among the peasants in regard to certain subjects are sometimes really marvelous in their originality.
"And how do you look upon the sin of suicide, Makar Ivanovitch?" I asked him, apropos of the same story.
"Suicide is the greatest human sin," he answered with a sigh. "But God alone is judge of it, for He alone knows all, every limit, every measure. We must pray without ceasing for such sinners. Whenever you hear of such a sin, pray fervently at bedtime for the sinner. If only you breathe a sigh for him to God, even though you don't know his name, the more acceptable will be your prayer for him."
"But will my prayer be any help to him if he is condemned already?"
"How can you tell? There are many without faith, who thereby confound those of little knowledge. Heed them not, for they know not what foolishness they are speaking. The prayer of the living for the condemned may still, in truth, benefit them. So what a plight for him who has no one to pray for him! Therefore, at your evening prayer, say also at the end, 'Lord Jesus, have mercy on all those also who have none to pray for them.' Very acceptable and pleasant will be this prayer. Also for all living sinners, 'Lord, who holdest all destinies in thy hand, save all sinners that repent not.' That too is a good prayer."
I promised him I would pray, feeling that I was giving him immense pleasure by this promise. And his face did, in fact, beam with joy. But I hasten to add that in such cases he did not take up a superior attitude to me, as a monk speaking to a raw youth. On the contrary, he very often liked listening to me.
He was never weary, in fact, of hearing me talk on various subjects, realizing that, though a youth, I was immeasurably superior to him in education. He was very fond, for instance, of talking of the life of hermits in the desert, and thought of the desert as something far above pilgrimage. I hotly opposed him, laying stress on the egoism of these people, who had abandoned the world and all the services they might have rendered mankind, simply with the egoistic idea of their own salvation. At first he didn't quite understand. I suspect, indeed, he didn't understand at all, but he zealously defended the desert. At first, of course, one grieves. That is, when first one goes to dwell in the desert. But then each day one is more glad at heart, and at last one looks upon the face of God."
Then I drew a picture to him of the useful activity in the world of the man of science, the doctor, or any friend of humanity, and roused him to real enthusiasm, for I spoke with warmth. He kept eagerly assenting to my words.
"That's so, dear, that's so. God bless you, your thoughts are true."
But when I had finished, he did not seem to agree entirely.
To be sure, he sighed deeply. But are there many who hold fast and are not led astray? Though money be not their god, yet it is a demigod, a great temptation. And then there's the female sex, and then doubt and envy. And so they will forget their great work, and will be absorbed in little things. But in the desert a man strengthens himself for every great deed.
My dear, what is there in the world?" he exclaimed with intense feeling. "But is it only a dream? Take a grain of sand and sow it on a stone. When that yellow grain of sand of yours on the stone springs up, then your dream will come true in the world. That's a saying of ours. Very different from Christ's, 'Go and give all that thou hast to the poor and become a servant of all. Then thou wilt be 1,000-fold richer than ever before. For not by bread alone, not by rich garments, not by pride, not by envy wilt thou be happy, but by love multiplied immeasurably. Not a little riches, not 100,000, not 1,000,000, but the whole world wilt thou gain. Now we gather and have not enough and squander senselessly. But then there will be no orphans nor beggars, for all will be my people, all will be akin. I have gained all, I have bought all, every one. Now it is no uncommon thing for the rich and powerful to care nothing for the length of their days, and to be at a loss to invent a pastime. Then thy days and thy hours will be multiplied 1,000-fold, for thou wilt grudge the loss of a single minute, and wilt rejoice in every minute in gaiety of heart. Then thou wilt attain wisdom, not from books alone, but wilt be face to face with God himself, and the earth will shine more brightly than the sun, and there shall be no more sorrow nor sighing, nothing but one priceless paradise." It was these enthusiastic outbursts that I believe Versilov liked particularly. He was in the room on this occasion. "Makar Ivanovitch," I interrupted suddenly, feeling immensely stirred myself. I remember that evening. "Why, it's communism, absolute communism you're preaching." And as he knew absolutely nothing of the doctrine of communism, and heard the word indeed for the first time, I began at once expounding to him all I knew on the subject. I must confess my knowledge was scanty and confused. Even now, in fact, it is not very ample. But in spite of that, I discoursed with great heat on what I did know. To this day I recall with pleasure the extraordinary impression I made on the old man. It was more than an impression. It was really an overwhelming effect. He was passionately interested, too, in the historical details, asking, "Where? How? Who arranged it? Who said so?" I have noticed, by the way, that is characteristic of the Russian peasant. If he is much interested, he is not content with general ideas, but insists on having the most solid and exact facts. It was just for such details that I was at a loss, and as Versilov was present, I felt ashamed of my incompetence, and that made me hotter than ever. In the end, Makar Ivanovitch could do nothing but repeat with emotion, "Yes, yes," though he had evidently lost the thread and did not understand. I felt vexed, but Versilov interrupted the conversation and said it was bedtime. We were all in the room, and it was late. But when he peeped into my room a few minutes later, I asked him at once what he thought of Makar Ivanovitch, and what was his opinion of him. Versilov laughed gaily, but not at my mistakes about communism. He did not mention them, in fact. I repeat again, he seemed absolutely devoted to Makar Ivanovitch,
and I often caught a very attractive smile on his face when he was listening to the old man. At the same time, this smile did not prevent his criticizing him. Makar Ivanovitch is above all not a peasant, but a house-serf, he pronounced with great readiness, who has been a servant, born a servant, and of servants. The house-serfs and servants used to share a very great deal in the interests of their master's private, spiritual, and intellectual life in the past. Note that to this day Makar Ivanovitch is most interested in the life of the gentry and upper class. You don't know yet how much interest he takes in recent events in Russia. Do you know that he is a great politician? Don't feed him on honey, but tell him where anyone is fighting and whether we are going to fight. In old days I used to delight him by such accounts. He has the greatest respect for science, and of all sciences is fondest of astronomy. And at the same time he has worked out for himself something so independent that nothing you could do would shake it. He has convictions, firm, fairly clear, and genuine. Though he's so absolutely uneducated, he is often able to astound one by his surprising knowledge of certain ideas which one would never have expected to find in him. He extols the desert with enthusiasm, but nothing would induce him to retire to the desert or enter a monastery, because he is above all things a tramp, as he was so charmingly called by Alexander Semyonovitch. And by the way, there's no need for you to be angry with him. Well, and what more? He's something of an artist. Many of his sayings are his own, though some are not. He's somewhat halting in his logic, and at times too abstract. He has moods of sentimentality, but of a thoroughly peasant kind, or rather moods of that tenderness universally found among peasants, which the people introduce so freely into their religious feelings. As for his purity of heart and freedom from malice, I won't discuss them. It's not for you and me to begin upon that. (3) To complete my picture of Makar Ivanovitch, I'll repeat some of his stories, choosing those taken from private life. These stories were of a strange character. It was impossible to extract any sort of moral or general tendency from them, except perhaps that they were all more or less touching. There were some, however, which were not touching. Some, in fact, were quite gay. Others even made fun of certain foolish monks, so that he actually discredited his own convictions by telling them. I pointed this out to him, but he did not understand what I meant. Sometimes it was difficult to imagine what induced him to tell the story, so that at times I wondered at his talkativeness, and put it down to the loquacity of old age and his feverish condition. "He is not what he used to be," Versilov whispered to me once. "He was not quite like this in the old days. He will soon die, much sooner than we expect, and we must be prepared." I have forgotten to say that we had begun to have something like evenings. Besides my mother, who never left him, Versilov was in his little room every evening. I came too, and indeed I had nowhere else to go. Of late, Lisa too had always been present, though she came a little later than the rest of us, and always sat in silence. Tatyana Pavlovna came too, and, though more rarely, the doctor. Somehow I suddenly began to get on with the doctor, and though we were never very friendly, there were no further scenes between us. I liked a sort of simple-mindedness which I detected in him, and the attachment he showed to our family, so that I made up my mind at last to forgive him his professional superciliousness. And, moreover, I taught him to wash his hands and clean his nails, even if he couldn't put on clean linen. I explained to him bluntly that this was not a sign of foppishness or of elegant artificiality, but that cleanliness is a natural element of the trade of a doctor, and I proved it to him. Finally, Lucaria often came out of the kitchen and stood at the door listening to Makar Ivanovitch's stories. Versilov once called her in from the door and asked her to sit down with us. I liked his doing this, but from that time she gave up coming to the door. Her sense of the fitting. I quote one of his stories, selecting it simply because I remember it more completely. It is a story about a merchant, and I imagine that such incidents occur by thousands in our cities and country towns, if only one knew how to look for them. The reader may prefer to skip the story, especially as I quote it in the old man's words. Breaking in. Once again, the discourse of Makar Ivanovitch is laden with thematic significance, on which I'll postpone my extended comments until later. His religious utopian vision is worth remembering, as well as the interplay with its materialistic analogue referenced by Arkady, that is, communism. Regarding the latter, it is worth observing both the old peasant's interest in the pragmatic details of communism and the young nobleman's inability to provide them. With Makar Ivanovitch, Dostoevsky is offering us the most robust portrayal of a peasant ever provided in his fictional works. The old man's interest in the lives of the saints, sometimes embellished or altered, would fit this portrait. Maria of Egypt, referenced in the second section, was a redeemed prostitute from the 5th century, who adopted an ascetic lifestyle for several decades in the desert after her conversion. The next section of the chapter will flesh out this portrait of peasant folklore. As Arkady writes in Makar Ivanovitch's voice, I will narrate in it. End of comments.
IV. I'll tell you now of a wonderful thing that happened in our town, Afimyevsk. There was a merchant living there. His name was Skotoboynikov, Maxim Ivanovitch, and there was no one richer than he in all the countryside. He built a cotton factory, and he kept some hundreds of hands, and he exalted himself exceedingly. And everything, one may say, was at his beck and call, and even those in authority hindered him in nothing, and the archimandrite thanked him for his zeal. He gave freely of his substance to the monastery, and when the fit came upon him, he sighed and groaned over his soul, and was troubled not a little over the life to come. A widower he was, and childless. Of his wife there were tales that he had beaten her from the first year of their marriage, and that from his youth up he had been apt to be too free with his hands. Only all that had happened long ago. He had no desire to enter into the bonds of another marriage.
He had a weakness for strong drink, too, and when the time came, he would run drunk about the town, naked and shouting. The town was of little account and was full of iniquity. And when the time was ended, he was moved to anger, and all that he thought fit was good, and all he bade them do was right. He paid his people according to his pleasure. He brings out his reckoning beads, puts on his spectacles. How much for you, Foma? I've had nothing since Christmas, Maxim Ivanovitch. 39 roubles is my due. Oh, what a sum of money! That's too much for you. It's more than you're worth altogether. It would not be fitting for you. 10 roubles off the beads, and you take 29. And the man says nothing. No one dares open his lips. All are dumb before him. I know how much I ought to give him, he says. It's the only way to deal with the folk here. The folk here are corrupt. But for me they would have perished of hunger, all that are here. The folk here are thieves again. They covet all that they behold. There is no courage in them. They are drunkards too. If you pay a man his money, he'll take it to the tavern, and will sit in the tavern till he's naked. Not a thread on him. He will come out as bare as your hand. They are mean wretches. A man will sit on a stone facing the tavern and begin wailing, "Oh, mother, my dear mother, why did you bring me into the world a hopeless drunkard? Better you had strangled me at birth, a hopeless drunkard like me." Can you call that a man? That's a beast, not a man. One must first teach him better, and then give him money. I know when to give it him. That's how Maxim Ivanovitch used to talk of the folk of Afanyevsk. Though he spoke evil of them, yet it was the truth. The folk were froward and unstable. There lived in the same town another merchant, and he died. He was a young man and light-minded. He came to ruin and lost all his fortune. For the last year he struggled like a fish on the sand, and his life drew near its end. He was on bad terms with Maxim Ivanovitch all the time, and was heavily in debt to him. And he left behind a widow, still young, and 5 children. And for a young widow to be left alone without a husband, like a swallow without a refuge, is a great ordeal, to say nothing of 5 little children, and nothing to give them to eat. Their last possession, a wooden house, Maxim Ivanovitch had taken for a debt. She set them all in a row at the church porch, the eldest a boy of 7, and the others all girls, one smaller than another, the biggest of them 4, and the youngest babe at the breast. When Mass was over, Maxim Ivanovitch came out of the church, and all the little ones, all in a row, knelt down before him. She had told them to do this beforehand. And they clasped their little hands before them, and she behind them, with the 5th child in her arms, bowed down to the earth before him in the sight of all the congregation. "Maxim Ivanovitch, have mercy on the orphans. Do not take away their last crust. Do not drive them out of their home." And all who were present were moved to tears, so well had she taught them.
She thought that he would be proud before the people, and would forgive the debt, and give back the house to the orphans. But it did not fall out so. Maxim Ivanovitch stood still. "You're a young widow," said he. "You want a husband. You are not weeping over your orphans. Your husband cursed me on his deathbed."
And he passed by and did not give up the house.
Why follow their foolishness? That is, connive at it. If I show her benevolence, they'll abuse me more than ever. All that nonsense will be revived, and the slander will only be confirmed.
For there was a story that 10 years before he had sent to that widow before she was married, and had offered her a great sum of money. She was very beautiful, forgetting that that sin is no less than defiling the temple of God. But he did not succeed then in his evil design. Of such abominations he had committed not a few, both in the town and all over the province, and indeed had gone beyond all bounds in such doings. The mother wailed with her nurslings. He turned the orphans out of the house, and not from spite only, for indeed a man sometimes does not know himself what drives him to carry out his will. Well, people helped her at first, and then she went out to work for hire. But there was little to be earned, save at the factory. She scrubs floors, weeds in the garden, heats the bath-house, and she carries the babe in her arms, and the other 4 run about the streets in their little shirts. When she made them kneel down at the church porch, they still had little shoes, and little jackets of a sort, for they were merchants' children. But now they began to run barefoot. A child soon gets through its little clothes, we know. Well, the children didn't care. So long as there was sunshine, they rejoiced, like birds, did not feel their ruin, and their voices were like little bells. The widow thought, "The winter will come, and what shall I do with you then? If God would only take you to him before then." But she had not to wait for the winter. About our parts the children have a cough, the whooping cough, which goes from one to the other. First of all the baby died, and after her the others fell ill, and all 4 little girls she buried that autumn, one after the other. One of them, it's true, was trampled by the horses in the street. And what do you think? She buried them, and she wailed. Though she had cursed them, yet when God took them she was sorry. A mother's heart. All she had left was the eldest, the boy, and she hung over him trembling. He was weak and tender, with a pretty little face like a girl's, and she took him to the factory to the foreman, who was his godfather, and she herself took a place as nurse. But one day the boy was running in the yard, and Maxim Ivanovitch suddenly drove up with a pair of horses, and he had just been drinking. And the boy came rushing down the steps straight at him, and slipped and stumbled right against him as he was getting out of the droshky, and hit him with both hands in the stomach. He seized the boy by the hair and yelled, "Whose boy is it? A birch! Thrash him before me this minute!" The boy was half dead with fright. They began thrashing him. He screamed. "So you scream too, do you? Thrash him till he leaves off screaming." Whether they thrashed him hard or not, he didn't give up screaming till he fainted altogether. Then they left off thrashing him. They were frightened. The boy lay senseless, hardly breathing. They did say afterwards they had not beaten him much, but the boy was terrified. Maxim Ivanovitch was frightened. "Whose boy is he asked. When they told him, "Upon my word, take him to his mother. Why is he hanging about the factory here?" For 2 days afterwards he said nothing. Then he asked again, "How's the boy?" And it had gone hard with the boy. He had fallen ill, and lay in the corner at his mother's, and she had given up her job to look after him, and inflammation of the lungs had set in. "Upon my word," said Maxim Ivanovitch, "and for so little. It's not as though he were badly beaten. They only gave him a bit of a fright. I've given all the others just as sound a thrashing, and never had this nonsense." He expected the mother to come and complain, and in his pride he said nothing. As though that were likely. The mother didn't dare to complain. And then he sent her 15 rubles from himself, and a doctor, and not because he was afraid, but because he thought better of it. And then soon his time came, and he drank for 3 weeks. Winter passed, and at the holy ascension of our Lord, Maxim Ivanovitch asks again, "And how's that same boy?" And all the winter he'd been silent and not asked. And they told him, "He's better and living with his mother, and she goes out by the day." And Maxim Ivanovitch went that day to the widow. He didn't go into the house, but called her out to the gate while he sat in his droshky. "See now, honest widow," says he, "I want to be a real benefactor to your son, and to show him the utmost favour. I will take him from here into my house, and if the boy pleases me, I'll settle a decent fortune on him, and if I'm completely satisfied with him, I may at my death make him the heir of my whole property, as though he were my own son, on condition, however, that you do not come to the house except on great holidays. If this suits you, bring the boy tomorrow morning. He can't always be playing knuckle-bones." And saying this he drove away, leaving the mother dazed. People had overheard and said to her, "When the boy grows up, he'll reproach you himself for having deprived him of such good fortune." In the night she cried over him, but in the morning she took the child, and the lad was more dead than alive. Maxim Ivanovitch dressed him like a little gentleman, and hired a teacher for him, and sat him at his book from that hour forward. And it came to his never leaving him out of his sight, always keeping him with him. The boy could scarcely begin to yawn before he'd shout at him, "Mind your book! Study! I want to make a man of you." and the boy was frail. Ever since the time of that beating he'd had a cough. "As though we didn't live well in my house," said Maxim Ivanovitch, wondering. "At his mother's he used to run barefoot and gnaw crusts. Why is he more puny than before?" And the teacher said, "Every boy," says he, "needs to play about, not to be studying all the time. He needs exercise." And he explained it all to him reasonably. Maxim Ivanovitch reflected. "That's true," he said. And that teacher's name was Pyotr Stepanovitch. The kingdom of heaven be his. He was almost like a crazy saint. He drank much, too much indeed, and that was the reason he had been turned out of so many places. And he lived in the town on alms, one may say. But he was of great intelligence and strong in science. "This is not the place for me," he thought to himself. "I ought to be a professor in the university. Here I'm buried in the mud. My very garments loathe me." Maxim Ivanovitch sits and shouts to the child, "Play!" and he scarcely dares to breathe before him. And it came to such a pass that the boy could not hear the sound of his voice without trembling all over. And Maxim Ivanovitch wondered more and more. "He's neither one thing nor the other. I picked him out of the mud. I dressed him and drilled them with little boots of good material. He has embroidered shirts like a general's son. Why has he not grown attached to me? Why is he as dumb as a little wolf?" And though people had long given up being surprised at Maxim Ivanovitch, they began to be surprised at him again. The man was beside himself. He pestered the little child and would never let him alone. "As sure as I'm alive, I'll root up his character. His father cursed me on his deathbed after he'd taken the last sacrament. It's his father's character." And yet he didn't once use the birch to him. After that time he was afraid to. He frightened him, that's what he did. He frightened him without a birch. And something happened. One day, as soon as he'd gone out, the boy left his book and jumped onto a chair. He had thrown his ball onto the top of the sideboard, and now he wanted to get it, and his sleeve caught in a china lamp on the sideboard. The lamp fell to the floor and was smashed to pieces, and the crash was heard all over the house, and it was an expensive thing, made of Saxony china. And Maxim Ivanovitch heard at once, though he was 2 rooms away, and he yelled. The boy rushed away in terror. He ran out on the veranda, across the garden, and through the back gate onto the river bank. And there was a boulevard running along the river bank. There were old willows there. It was a pleasant place. He ran down to the water, people saw, and clasped his hands at the very place where the ferry boat comes in, but seemed frightened of the water, and stood as though turned to stone. And it's a broad open space, the river is swift there, the boats pass by. On the other side there are shops, a square, a temple of God, shining with golden domes. And just then Madame Fertzing, the colonel's wife,
came hurrying down to the ferry with her little daughter. The daughter, who was also a child of 8, was wearing a little white frock. She looked at the boy and laughed, and she was carrying a little country basket, and in it a hedgehog. "Look, mother," said she, "how the boy is looking at my hedgehog." "No," said the lady, "he's frightened of something. What are you afraid of, pretty boy?" No, this was told afterwards. "And what a pretty boy," she said, "and how nicely he's dressed. Whose boy are you?" she asked. And he'd never seen a hedgehog before. He went up and looked, and forgot everything at once. Such is childhood. "What is it you have there?" he asked. "It's a hedgehog," said the little lady. "We've just bought it from a peasant. He found it in the woods." "What's that?" he asked. "What is a hedgehog?" And he began laughing and poking it with his finger. And the hedgehog put up its bristles, and the little girl was delighted with the boy. "We'll take it home with us and tame it," she said. "Ah," said he, "do give me your hedgehog." And he asked her this so pleadingly, and he'd hardly uttered the words, when Maxim Ivanovitch came running down upon him. "Oh, there you are! Hold him!" He was in such a rage that he'd run out of the house after him, without a hat. Then the boy remembered everything. He screamed and ran to the water, pressed his little fists against his breast, looked up at the sky. They saw it, and leapt into the water. Well, people cried out and jumped from the ferry, tried to get him out, but the current carried him away. The river was rapid, and when they got him out, the little thing was dead. His chest was weak. He couldn't stand being in the water. His hold on life was weak. And such a thing had never been known in those parts. A little child like that to take its life. What a sin! And what could such a little soul say to our Lord God in the world beyond? And Maxim Ivanovitch brooded over it ever after. The man became so changed one would hardly have known him. He sorrowed grievously. He tried drinking and drank heavily, but gave it up. It was no help. He gave up going to the factory too. He would listen to no one. If anyone spoke to him, he would be silent or wave his hand. So he spent 2 months, and then he began talking to himself. He would walk about talking to himself. Voskovo, the little village down the hill, caught fire, and 9 houses were burnt. Maxim Ivanovitch drove up to look. The peasants whose cottages were burnt came round him, wailing. He promised to help them and gave orders, and then he called his steward again and took it back. "There's no need," said he. "Don't give them anything." And he never said why. "God has sent me to be a scorn unto all men," said he, "like some monster, and therefore so be it. Like the wind," said he, "has my fame gone abroad." The Archimandrite himself came to him. He was a stern man, the head of the community of the monastery.
"What are you doing?" he asked sternly.
"I will tell you."
And Maxim Ivanovitch opened the Bible and pointed to the passage. "Whoso shall offend one of these little ones which believe in me, it were better for him that a millstone were hanged about his neck, and that he were drowned in the depth of the sea." "Yes," said the Archimandrite, "though it was not said directly of this, yet it fits it well. It is sad when a man loses his measure. The man is lost, and thou hast exalted thyself." And Maxim Ivanovitch sits as though a stupor had come upon him. The Archimandrite gazed upon him. "Listen," said he, "and remember. It is said, the word of a desperate man flies on the wind. And remember also that even the angels of God are not perfect. But perfect and sinless is one only, our Lord Jesus Christ, and him the angels serve. Moreover, thou didst not will the death of that child, but wast only without wisdom. But this," said he, "is marvellous in my eyes. Thou hast committed many even worse iniquities. Many men hast thou ruined, many thou hast corrupted, many thou hast destroyed, no less than if thou hadst slain them. And did not his sisters, all the 4 babes, die almost before thine eyes? Why has this one only confounded thee? For all these in the past thou hast not grieved, I dare say, but hast even forgotten to think of them. Why art thou so horror-stricken for this child, for whom thou wast not greatly to blame?"
"I dream at night,"
Maxim Ivanovitch said. "And what?" But he told nothing more. He sat mute. The Archimandrite marvelled, but with that he went away. There was no doing anything with him. And Maxim Ivanovitch sent for the teacher, for Pyotr Stepanovitch. They had not met since that day.
"You remember him?"
says he. "Yes."
"You painted a picture with oil colours here in the tavern,"
said he.
"then took a copy of the chief priest's portrait. Could you paint me a picture?"
"I can do anything. I have every talent. I can do everything."
"Paint me a very big picture to cover the whole wall, and paint in it first of all the river, and the slope, and the ferry, and all the people who were there, the colonel's wife, and her daughter, and the hedgehog. And paint me the other bank too, so that one can see the church, and the square, and the shops, and where the cabs stand. Paint it all just as it is. And the boy by the ferry just above the river at that very place. And paint him with his 2 little fists pressed to his little breast. Be sure to do that. And open the heavens above the church on the further side, and let all the angels of heaven be flying to meet him. Can you do it or not?"
"I can do anything."
"I needn't ask a dauber like you. I might send for the finest painter in Moscow, or even from London itself. But you remember his face. If it's not like, or little like, I'll only give you 50 roubles. But if it's just like, I'll give you 200. You remember his eyes were blue, and it must be made a very, very big picture."
It was prepared. Pyotr Stepanovitch began painting, and then he suddenly went and said,
No, it can't be painted like that.
Why so?
Because that sin, suicide, is the greatest of all sins. And would the angels come to meet him after such a sin?
But he was a babe. He was not responsible.
No, he was not a babe. He was a youth. He was 8 years old when it happened. He was bound to render some account.
Maxim Ivanovitch was more terror-stricken than ever.
But I tell you what, I've thought of something, said Pyotr Stepanovitch. We won't open the heaven, and there's no need to paint the angels, but I'll let a beam of light, one bright ray of light, come down from heaven as though to meet him. It's all the same as long as there's something. So he painted the ray. I saw that picture myself afterwards, and that very ray of light and the river, it stretched right across the wall, all blue, and the sweet boy was there, both little hands pressed to his breast, and the little lady, and the hedgehog. He put it all in. Only Maxim Ivanovitch showed no one the picture at the time, but locked it up in his room, away from all eyes. And when the people trooped from all over the town to see it, he bade them drive everyone away. There was a great talk about it. Pyotr Stepanovitch seemed as though he were beside himself. "I can do anything now," said he. "I've only to set up in St. Petersburg at the court." He was a very polite man, but he liked boasting beyond all measure. And his fate overtook him. When he received the full 200 roubles, he began drinking at once, and showed his money to everyone, bragging of it. And he was murdered at night when he was drunk, and his money stolen by a workman with whom he was drinking, and it all became known in the morning. And it all ended so that even now they remember it everywhere there. Maxim Ivanovitch suddenly drives up to the same widow. She lodged at the edge of the town in a working woman's hut. He stood before her and bowed down to the ground. And she had been ill ever since that time, and could scarcely move.
"Good mother," he wailed, "honest widow, marry me, monster as I am, let me live again."
She looks at him more dead than alive.
"I want us to have another boy," said he, "and if he is born, it will mean that that boy has forgiven us both you and me, for so the boy has bidden me." She saw the man was out of his mind and in a frenzy, but she could not refrain. "That's all nonsense," she answered him, "and only cowardice. Through the same cowardice I have lost all my children. I cannot bear the sight of you before me, let alone accepting such an everlasting torture." Maxim Ivanovitch drove off, but he did not give in. The whole town was agog at such a marvel. Maxim Ivanovitch sent matchmakers to her. He sent for 2 of his aunts, working women in the chief town of the province. Aunts they were not, but kinsfolk of some sort, decent people. They began trying to turn her. They kept persuading her, and would not leave the cottage. He sent her merchants' wives of the town too,
and the wife of the head priest of the cathedral, and the wives of officials. She was besieged by the whole town, and she got really sick of it. "If my orphans had been living," she said, "but why should I now? Am I to be guilty of such a sin against my children?" The Archimandrite, too, tried to persuade her. He breathed into her ear, "You will make a new man of him." She was horrified, and people wondered at her. "How can you refuse such a piece of luck?" And this was how he overcame her in the end. "Anyway, he was a suicide," he said, "and not a babe but a youth, and owing to his years he could not have been admitted to the Holy Communion, and so he must have been bound to give at least some account. If you enter into matrimony with me, I'll make you a solemn promise. I'll build a church of God to the eternal memory of his soul." She could not stand out against that, and consented. So they were married. And all were in amazement. They lived from the very first day in great and unfeigned harmony, jealously guarding their marriage vow, and like one soul in two bodies. She conceived that winter, and they began visiting the churches and fearing the wrath of God. They stayed in 3 monasteries and consulted prophecy. He built the promised church, and also a hospital and almshouses in the town. He founded an endowment for widows and orphans, and he remembered all whom he had injured and desired to make them restitution. He began to give away money without stint, so that his wife and the Archimandrite even had to restrain him. "For that is enough," they said. Maxim Ivanovitch listened to them. "I cheated Foma of his wages that time," said he. So they paid that back to Foma, and Foma was moved even to tears. "As it is, I'm content," says he. "You've given me so much without that." It touched everyone's heart, in fact, and it shows it's true what they say, that a living man will be a good example. And the people are good-hearted there. His wife began to manage the factory herself, and so well that she's remembered to this day. He did not give up drinking, but she looked after him at those times and began to nurse him. His language became more decorous, and even his voice changed. He became merciful beyond all wont, even to animals. If he saw from the window a peasant shamelessly beating his horse on the head, he would send out at once and buy the horse at double its value. And he received the gift of tears. If anyone talked to him, he melted into tears. When her time had come, God answered their prayers at last, and sent them a son. And for the first time Maxim Ivanovitch became glad. He gave alms freely, and forgave many debts, and invited the whole town to the christening. And next day he was black as night. His wife saw that something was wrong with him, and held up to him the newborn babe. "The boy has forgiven us," she said. "He has accepted our prayers and our tears for him." And it must be said they had neither of them said one word on that subject for the whole year. They had kept it from each other in their hearts. And Maxim Ivanovitch looked at her, black as night. "Wait a bit," said he. "Consider, for a whole year he has not come to me, but last night he came in my dream." "I was struck to the heart with terror when he said those strange words," she said afterwards. The boy had not come to him in his dream for nothing. Scarcely had Maxim Ivanovitch said this, when something happened to the newborn babe. It suddenly fell ill, and the child was ill for 8 days. They prayed unceasingly and sent for doctors, and sent for the very best doctor in Moscow by train. The doctor came, and he flew into a rage. "I'm the foremost doctor," said he. "All Moscow is awaiting me." He prescribed a drop and hurried away again. He took 800 rubles, and the baby died in the evening. And what after that? Maxim Ivanovitch settled all his property on his beloved wife, gave up all his money and all his papers to her, doing it all in due form according to law. Then he stood before her and bowed down to the earth. "Let me go, my priceless spouse. Save my soul while it is still possible. If I spend the time without profit to my soul, I shall not return. I have been hard and cruel, and laid heavy burdens upon men. But I believe that for the woes and wanderings that lie before me, God will not leave me without requital, seeing that to leave all this is no little cross and no little woe." And his wife heard him with many tears. "You are all I have now upon the earth, and to whom am I left?" said she. "I have laid up affection in my heart for you this year." And every one in the town counselled him against it, and besought him, and thought to hold him back by force. But he would not listen to them, and he went away in secret by night, and was not seen again. And the tale is that he perseveres in pilgrimage and in patience to this day, and visits his dear wife once a year.
Breaking in. Having encountered this little story from Makar Ivanovitch for the first time, some readers might naturally wonder what the point of its inclusion is. Arkady warned us going in that we might choose to skip it, since it had no point of contact with the plot he is developing. I may choose to say more about this story in later comments. Here, let me make a couple of simple observations. This passage is one of many instances where Dostoevsky takes on a new narrative voice, imitating the style of other literary or folkloric sources. One other high-profile instance is an extended segment of The Brothers Karamazov, where he adopts the style of a religious confessional, put into the pen of the saintly Father Zosima. These passages demonstrate Dostoevsky's exquisite literary range, but they are not merely for show. They have a purpose. As noted in my introductory comments, by the mid-1870s, the developing intellectual fashion of the youthful literati was to idealize the Russian peasant. But the populism of the times was a secular phenomenon. It aimed for the Christian mores of the Russian peasant without the baggage of a supernatural Christ. Whatever else it is doing, this story shows that such a secularizing aim would be out of step with the very source material the new populism was supposed to be tapping into. Dostoevsky's authentic portrayal of the peasant voice demonstrates that that very voice would be unrecognizable without deep-lying religious assumptions, which run up and down the tale Makar Ivanovich tells. Any intellectual movement that claimed to venerate the Russian peasant would thus have to come to grips with its deepest cultural element, and a secularist populism would simply be out of touch. We are not quite finished with Makar Ivanovich, but we have essentially completed the portrait of the old man. His legal son is getting well, and it will be recalled Arkady has a great deal of tricky business to attend to on several fronts. We must now get back to it, drawing to a close this little interlude. End of comments. Chapter 4. 1. I am now approaching the culminating catastrophe to which my whole story is leading up. But before I can continue, I must give a preliminary explanation of things of which I knew nothing at the time when I was taking part in them, but which I only understood and fully realized long afterwards. That is, when everything was over. I don't know how else to be clear, as otherwise I should have to write the whole story in riddles. And so I will give a simple and direct explanation, sacrificing so-called artistic effect, and presenting it without any personal feelings, as though I were not writing it myself. Something after the style of an entrefilet in the newspaper. The fact is that my old schoolfellow, Lambert, might well, and indeed with certainty, be said to belong to one of those disreputable gangs of petty scoundrels who form associations for the sake of what is now called chantage, an offense nowadays defined and punished by our legal code. The gang to which Lambert belonged had been formed in Moscow and had already succeeded in a good many enterprises there. It was to some extent exposed later on. I heard afterwards that they had in Moscow an extremely experienced and clever leader, a man no longer young. They embarked upon enterprises, sometimes acting individually and sometimes in concert. While they were responsible for some filthy and indecent scandals, accounts of which have, however, already been published in the newspapers, they also carried out some subtle and elaborate intrigues under the leadership of their chief. I found out about some of them later on, but I will not repeat the details. I will only mention that it was their characteristic method to discover some secret, often in the life of people of the greatest respectability and good position. Then they would go to these persons and threaten to make public documentary evidence, which they often did not possess, and would demand a sum of money as the price of silence. There are things neither sinful nor criminal which even honorable and strong-minded people would dread to have exposed. They worked chiefly upon family secrets. To show how adroit their chief sometimes was in his proceedings, I will describe in 3 lines and without any details one of their exploits. A really wicked and sinful action was committed in a certain honorable family. The wife of a well-known and highly respected man entered into a secret love affair with a young and wealthy officer. They scented this out, and what they did was to give the young man plainly to understand that they would inform the husband. They hadn't the slightest proof, and the young man knew that quite well, and indeed they did not conceal it from him. But the whole ingenuity and the whole cunning of their calculations lay in the reflection that on receiving information, even without proofs, the husband would take exactly the same steps as though he had positive proofs. They relied upon their knowledge of the man's character and of the circumstances of the family. The fact was that one member of the gang was a young man belonging to a very good set, and he had been able to collect information beforehand. They extracted a considerable sum from the lover, and without any risk to themselves, because their victim was himself eager for secrecy. Though Lambert took part in this affair, he was not actually one of the Moscow gang. Acquiring a taste for the work, he began by degrees and experimentally acting on his own account. I may mention beforehand that he was not altogether well fitted for it. He was very sharp and calculating, but hasty, and, what's more, simple, or rather naive. That is, he had very little knowledge of men or of good society. I fancy, for instance, that he did not realize the capacity of the Moscow chief, and imagined that the organization and conduct of such projects were very easy. And he imagined that almost everyone was as great a scoundrel as he was himself, and if once he had conceived that a certain person was afraid, or must be afraid for this reason or for that, he would be as certain that the man was afraid as though it were an axiomatic truth. I don't know how to express this. I'll explain the fact more clearly later, but in my opinion he had rather a coarse-grained intelligence, and not only had he no faith in certain good and generous feelings, but perhaps he had actually no conception of them. He had come to Petersburg because he had long conceived of Petersburg as offering a wider scope for his energies, and because in Moscow he had got into a scrape, and because someone was looking for him there with extremely evil intentions. On arriving in Petersburg, he at once got into touch with an old comrade, but he found the outlook unpromising and nothing to be done on a large scale. His acquaintance had increased, but nothing had come of it. "They're a wretched lot here, no better than boys," he said to me himself afterwards. And behold, one fine morning at sunrise, he found me half frozen under a wall, and at once dropped upon the scent of what he regarded as a very rich job. It all rested on my ravings as I thawed in his lodgings. I was practically delirious then. But from my words it was manifest that of all the affronts I had suffered on that momentous day, the thing which most wrinkled in my heart and was most vivid in my memory was the insult I had received from Buring and from her. I should not otherwise have talked of nothing else in my delirium at Lambert's, but should have raved of Zhershikov, for example. But it was only of the former I had talked, as I learned afterwards from Lambert himself. And besides, I was in a sort of ecstasy, and looked upon both Lambert and Alphonsine on that awful morning as, so to say, champions and deliverers.
Afterwards, as I got better and lay in bed, wondering what Lambert could have learned from my ravings, and to what extent I had babbled, it never occurred to me even to suspect that he could have found out so much. Oh, of course, from the gnawing at my conscience, I suspected even then that I had said a great deal I should not have said. But, I repeat, I never imagined that it had gone so far. I hoped, too, that I was not able to articulate my words clearly, and indeed I reckoned upon this, as I distinctly remembered it. And yet it turned out, in fact, that my articulation had been much more distinct than I afterwards supposed and hoped. But the worst of it was that all this only came to light afterwards, and long afterwards, and that was a misfortune for me. From my deliriums, my ravings, my mutterings, my transports, and so on, he learned, to begin with, almost all the surnames correctly, and even some addresses. And, secondly, he was able to get a fairly correct idea of the consequence of the persons concerned. The old prince, her, Buring, Anna Andreevna, and even Versilov. Thirdly, he learned that I had been insulted and was threatening revenge. And lastly, and chiefly, that there was in existence a mysterious hidden document, a letter such that if it were shown to a half-crazy old prince, he would learn that his own daughter thought him a lunatic and was already consulting lawyers to get him locked up, and would either go quite mad, or would turn her out of the house and leave her out of his will, or would marry a certain Madame Versilov, whom he already wanted to marry and was being prevented from marrying. In short, Lambert understood a great deal. No doubt a great deal still remained obscure, but the expert blackmailer had anyway dropped on a trustworthy scent. When I ran away afterwards from Alphonsine, he promptly found out my address, in the simplest possible way, by going to the address bureau, and then immediately made the necessary inquiries, from which he discovered that all these persons about whom I had babbled to him did actually exist. Then he promptly took the first step. The most important fact was the existence of the document, and that I was in possession of it, and that that document was of the highest value. Of that Lambert had no doubt. Here I omit one circumstance, which will come in better later, in its proper place, and will only mention here that that circumstance was what principally confirmed Lambert in the conviction of the real existence, and still more, of the value of the document. It was, I may say beforehand, a momentous circumstance, of which I could have no conception either at the time or afterwards, until the final catastrophe, when everything was discovered and became evident of itself. And so, convinced of the main facts, his first step was to go to Anna Andreevna. Yet one thing perplexes me to this day, how he, Lambert, succeeded in gaining admittance to, and fastening himself upon, such an unapproachable and superior personage as Anna Andreevna. It is true that he gathered information about her, but what of that? It is true that he was extremely well dressed, spoke French with a Parisian accent, and had a French surname. But surely Anna Andreevna must have discerned that he was a scoundrel at once.
Or is one to suppose that a scoundrel was just what she wanted at that time? But surely that cannot be so. I never could find out the details of their interview, but I have often pictured the scene to myself in my imagination. What is most likely is that from the first word, Lambert posed as a friend of my childhood, anxious over a dear and cherished comrade. But no doubt at that first interview he succeeded in hinting quite clearly that I had a document, and letting her know that it was a secret, and that only he, Lambert, was in possession of it, and that I was intending to revenge myself on Madame Akhmakov by means of it, and so on and so on. Above all, he could explain to her as precisely as possible the importance and value of this document. As for Anna Andreevna, she was in such a position that she must have caught at any information of this kind, must have listened with the closest attention, and must have risen to the bait through the struggle for existence. Just at that time they had abstracted her fiancé from her, and had carried him off under guardianship to Tsarskoe, and they had even put her under supervision too. And then a find like this. This was not a case of some old woman whispering in her ear, of tearful lamentations, of scheming and backbiting. There was a letter, an actual piece of writing, that is, a positive proof of the treacherous design of his daughter, and of all those who had snatched him from her, and that, therefore, he must be saved even by flight, to her, to Anna Andreevna, and must be married to her in 24 hours. Otherwise he would be at once spirited away into a lunatic asylum. And perhaps the fact that Lambert attempted no subterfuges with the young lady, even for a moment, but practically blurted straight out from the first word, "Mademoiselle, either remain an old maid or become a princess and a millionaire. There is a document, and I will steal it from the lad and give it you, for a note of hand from you for 30,000. I positively imagine that that's just how it was. Oh, he thought they were all as scoundrelly as himself. I repeat, he had that sort of simplicity, that sort of innocence of the scoundrel. However it happened, it may very well be that, even when she was demeaning herself like this, Anna Andreevna was not embarrassed for a minute, but could perfectly well control herself and listen to the blackmailer talking in his own style, and all from the breadth of her nature. Oh, no doubt she flushed a little at first, and then she mastered herself and listened. And when I imagined that proud, unapproachable, genuinely dignified girl, with her brains, too, hand in hand with Lambert, well, what a mind! A Russian mind so large, with such a desire for breadth, a woman's, too, and in such circumstances. Now I'll make a resume. By the time I went out after my illness, Lambert had 2 plans. I know that for a fact now. The first was to get an IOU for not less than 30,000 from Anna Andreevna for the letter, and then to help her to frighten the prince, to abduct him and to get her married to him at once. Something of that sort, anyway. The plan for this was complete. They were only waiting for my help. That is, for the document. The second plan was to desert Anna Andreevna, throw her over, and sell the letter to Madame Akhmakov, if that would pay him better. In this he was reckoning on Buring. But Lambert had not yet applied to Madame Akhmakov, and was only on her track. He was waiting for me, too. Oh, he needed me. That is, not me, but the letter. He had formed 2 plans in regard to me also. The first was, if necessary, to act in concert with me, and to go halves with me, first taking possession of me morally and physically. But the second plan attracted him much more. It was to deceive me as a silly boy, and to steal the letter from me, or even simply to take it from me by force. This was his favorite plan, and the one he cherished in his dreams. I repeat, there was a circumstance which made him reckon with certainty on the success of his second plan. But, as I have said already, I will explain that later. In any case, he awaited me with nervous impatience. Everything depended upon me, every step and every decision. And I must do him the justice to say that he knew how to restrain himself till the time came, in spite of his hasty temper. He did not come to see me all the while I was ill. He only came once to the house and saw Versilov. He did not worry or frighten me. He kept up an attitude of complete independence as regards me till the day and hour of my going out. As for the possibility of my giving up the letter, telling about it, or destroying it, he had no anxiety on that score. From my words, he had been able to gather how much importance I attached to secrecy, and how afraid I was that someone might find out about the letter. And that I should go straight to him and to no one else on the first day I was well enough, he did not doubt in the least either. Darya Onesimovna came to see me partly by his orders, and he knew that my curiosity and apprehension were already aroused, and that I should not hold out. And indeed he had taken all precautions. He was in a position to know what day I was going out, so that I could hardly have eluded him if I had wanted to. But however eagerly Lambert may have been expecting me, Anna Andreevna perhaps was awaiting me even more eagerly. I must say frankly that Lambert was to some extent right in his reckoning when he contemplated throwing her over, and it was her own fault. In spite of the agreement that no doubt existed between them, in what form I don't know, but I have no doubt about it, Anna Andreevna up to the very last moment was not fully open with him. She did not lay all her cards on the table. She hinted at complete agreement on her part and at all sorts of promises, but she confined herself to hints. She listened perhaps to his whole plan in detail, but she only approved in silence. I have good evidence for this conclusion, and the reason of it all was that she was waiting for me. She would rather have had to do with me than with the rascally Lambert. That's a fact I have no doubt of. That I understand. But her mistake was in letting Lambert at last understand it. And it would not have suited him at all if, passing him by, she had enticed the letter out of me and entered into a compact with me. Moreover, at that time he had complete confidence in the soundness of the job. Another man in his place would have had fears and still have been uncertain. But Lambert was young,
insolent and filled with impatient greed for gain. He knew little of human nature, and confidently assumed that all were scoundrels. Such a man could have no doubts, especially as he had already observed all sorts of traits in Anna Andreevna which supported his belief. One last point, and the most important. Did Versilov know anything by that time? And had he, even then, taken part with Lambert in any plan, however remote? No, at that time he had not. Though perhaps even then a fatal word had been dropped. But enough, I am hastening too far ahead. Well, and what of me? Did I know anything? And what did I know on the day I went out? When I began this entrefilet, I declared that I knew nothing on that day, but found out about everything much later, and only when it was all over. That's the truth, but is it the full truth? No, it is not. I certainly knew something already. I knew a great deal indeed. But how? Let the reader remember my dream. If I could have had such a dream, if it could have surged up from my heart and taken that shape, I must have had not a knowledge but a presentiment of a very great deal of what I have just explained, though in actual fact I only discovered it when everything was over. I had no knowledge of it, but my heart was throbbing with forebodings, and evil spirits had possession of my dreams. And it was to that man that I rushed, fully knowing what sort of man he was, and foreseeing everything even in detail. And why did I rush to him? Imagine, it seems to me now, at the very minute when I am writing, that I knew exactly at the time why I was rushing to him, though again I knew nothing then. Perhaps the reader will understand this. Now, to get on with my story, fact by fact. Breaking in. In a nutshell, here is the state of play. Anna Andreevna and Katerina Nikolaevna really are rivals. The former wants to marry the old prince and to gain access to his riches. The latter wants to protect the old prince, her father, from gold-digging females, and perhaps secure a greater share of the inheritance as a result. The transportation of the prince to the suburb Tsarskoye-Selo is a defensive move from Katerina Nikolaevna. Anna Andreevna wants her prey in Petersburg. Lambert, aware of the existence of the letter in Arkady's possession, will be happy to sell the thing to the highest bidder of these two rivals, but he's only gained access to Anna Andreevna so far. For her part, Anna Andreevna is tentatively willing to cooperate with Lambert, but, Arkady surmises, would much more happily deal directly with her half-brother himself, cutting the scoundrel out of the deal. Lambert, for his part, is confident that he can secure the letter from Arkady. We have two bits of foreshadowing as well. There is, we are told more than once, some further circumstance to be revealed in due course, which gives Lambert an advantage over Arkady with respect to the letter. Second, Versilov, we are told, was not, quote, even then, unquote, aware of Lambert's plotting.
The implication is that he will become aware of it later on. The dream Arkady references is, of course, what haunts his sleep at the end of Chapter 2, the dream of sexual exploitation of Katerina Nikolaevna through blackmail. Our protagonist apparently has unsavory motivations that run beneath the level of conscious thought. But back to Arkady's story, which he will build fact by fact. End of comments. Two. It begins 2 days before my outburst, when Lisa came home in the evening in a state of agitation. She felt terribly humiliated, and indeed something insufferable had happened to her. I have already mentioned the terms she was on with VIII. She went to see him not simply to show us that she did not need us, but because she really had a high opinion of him. Their acquaintance had begun at Luga, and I always fancied that VIII was not indifferent to her. In the misfortunes that had overwhelmed her, she might naturally have wished for the advice of a calm, resolute, always lofty mind, such as she supposed VIII's to be. Besides, women are not very clever in appreciating a man's mind at its true value when they like a man, and they will gladly accept paradoxes as the closest reasoning if they fall in with their own desires. What Lisa liked in VIII was his sympathy for her in her position, and, as she had fancied at first, his sympathy with Prince Sergei. When, later on, she suspected his feeling for her, she could not help appreciating the sympathy he showed for his rival. When she told Prince Sergei that she sometimes went to consult VIII, he had from the first shown the greatest uneasiness. He began to be jealous. Lisa was offended at this, and purposely maintained her friendly relations with VIII. Prince Sergei said nothing, but was gloomy. Lisa confessed to me, long afterwards, that VIII had very soon ceased to attract her. He was composed, and just this everlasting unruffled composure, which had so attracted her at first, afterwards seemed to her distasteful. One would have thought he was practical, and he did in fact give her some apparently good advice. But all his advice, as ill luck would have it, appeared later on impossible to carry out. He gave his opinions sometimes too conceitedly, and showed no trace of diffidence with her, becoming more and more free in his manner as time went on, which she ascribed to his unconsciously feeling less and less respect for her position. Once she thanked him for his invariable goodwill to me, and for talking to me as an intellectual equal, though he was so superior to me. She was repeating my words. He answered, "That's not so, and not for that reason. It's because I see no difference between him and other people. I don't consider him more foolish than the clever, or more evil than the good. I treat everyone alike because everyone's alike in my eyes." "Why, do you mean to say you see no differences?" "Oh, of course, people are all different in one way or another. But differences don't exist for me because the differences between people don't concern me. To me, they are all the same, and everything's the same, and so I'm equally kind to all." "And don't you find it dull?" "No, I'm always satisfied with myself." "And there's nothing you desire?" "Of course there is, but nothing I desire very much.
There's scarcely anything I want, not another rouble. Whether I wear cloth of gold or remain as I am is all the same to me. Cloth of gold would add nothing to me. Tidbits don't tempt me. Could places or honors be worth the place that I am worth? Lisa declared on her honor that these were literally his words. But it's not fair to criticize them like this without knowing the circumstances under which they were uttered. Little by little, Lisa came also to the conclusion that his indulgent attitude to Prince Sergei was not due to sympathy for her, but was perhaps only because all were alike to him and differences did not exist for him. But in the end he did apparently begin to lose his indifference, and to take up an attitude not only of disapproval, but even of contemptuous irony towards Prince Sergei. This incensed Lisa, but Vassin remained unaffected. Above all, he always expressed himself gently, and showed no indignation even in his disapproval, but confined himself to logical exposition of her hero's worthlessness. But there was irony in this very logic. Finally, he demonstrated almost directly the irrationality, the perverse violence of her love. Your feelings have been mistaken, and a mistake once recognized ought invariably to be corrected. This had happened on that very day. Lisa indignantly got up from her place to go, but it will hardly be believed what this rational man did next, and how he concluded. With the air of a man of honor, and even with feeling, he offered her his hand. Lisa bluntly called him a fool to his face and walked out. To suggest deserting a man in misfortune because that man was unworthy of her, and above all to suggest it to a woman who was with child by that very man, there you have the mind of these people. I call this being dreadfully theoretical and knowing nothing whatever of life, and put it down to a prodigious conceit. And what's more, Lisa saw quite clearly that he was actually proud of his action, because he knew of her condition. With tears of indignation, she hurried off to Prince Sergei, and he positively surpassed Vassin. One would have thought that after what she told him, he might have been convinced that he had no cause for jealousy, but he became perfectly frantic. But jealous people are always like that. He made a fearful scene, and insulted her so outrageously that she almost resolved to break off all relations with him. She came home, however, still controlling herself, but she could not help telling Mother. Oh, that evening the ice was completely broken, and they were on their old affectionate terms again. Both, of course, shed tears as usual in each other's arms, and Lisa apparently regained her composure, though she was very gloomy. She sat through the evening in Makar Ivanovitch's room without uttering a word, but without leaving the room. She listened very attentively to what he said. Ever since the incident with the bench, she had become extremely, and, as it were, timidly respectful to him, though she still remained taciturn. But this time Makar Ivanovitch suddenly gave an unexpected and wonderful turn to the conversation. I may mention that Versilov and the doctor had talked of his health with very gloomy faces that morning. I may mention, too, that we had for some days been talking a great deal about Mother's birthday,
and making preparations to celebrate it in 5 days' time. Apropos of her birthday, Makar Ivanovitch suddenly launched into reminiscences of Mother's childhood and the time when she couldn't stand up on her little feet. "She was never out of my arms," the old man recalled. "I used to teach her to walk too sometimes. I set her up in a corner 3 steps away and called her. Then she used to totter across to me. Then she wasn't frightened, but would run to me laughing. She'd rush at me and throw her arms round my neck. I used to tell you fairy tales later on, Sofya Andreevna. You were very fond of fairy tales. You'd sit on my knee listening for 2 hours at a stretch. They used to wonder in the cottage, 'Just see how she's taken to Makar.' Or I'd carry you off into the woods. I'd seek out a raspberry bush. I would sit you down by it and cut you a whistle pipe out of wood. When we'd had a nice walk, I'd carry you home in my arms, and the little thing would fall asleep. Once she was afraid of a wolf. She flew to me all of a tremble, and there wasn't a wolf there at all." "I remember that," said Mother. "Can you really remember it?" "I remember a great deal. Ever since I remember anything in life, I have felt your love and tender care over me," she said in a voice full of feeling, and she suddenly flushed crimson. Makar Ivanovitch paused for a little. "Forgive me, children. I am leaving you. The term of my life is close at hand. In my old age I have found consolation for all afflictions. Thank you, my dear ones." "That's enough, Makar Ivanovitch, darling," exclaimed Versilov in some agitation. "The doctor told me just now that you were a great deal better." Mother listened in alarm. "Why, what does he know, your Alexander Semyonovitch? He's a dear man and nothing more. Give over, friends. Do you think that I'm afraid to die? After my morning prayer today, I had the feeling in my heart that I should never go out again from here. It was told me. Well, what of it? Blessed be the name of the Lord. Yet I have a longing to be looking upon all of you still. Job, after all his sufferings, was comforted looking upon his new children, and forgot the children that were gone. It is impossible. Only with the years the sorrow is mingled with the joy, and turned to sighs of gladness. So it is in the world. Every soul is tried and is comforted. I thought, children, to say one little word to you," he went on with a gentle, exquisite smile which I shall never forget, and he turned to me. "Be zealous for the Holy Church, my dear, and if the time calls for it, die for her. But wait a bit, don't be frightened, it won't be at once," he added, laughing. "Now perhaps you don't think of it. Afterwards you will think of it. And something more. Any good thing you bethink yourself to do, do it for the sake of God and not for envy. Stand firmly to your cause, and do not give way through any sort of cowardice. Act steadily,
neither rushing nor turning about. Well, that is all I want to tell you. Only accustom yourself to pray daily and unceasingly. I say this now, maybe you'll remember it. I should like to say something to you too, Andrei Petrovich, sir. But God will find your heart without my words. And for long years we have ceased to speak of that, ever since that arrow pierced my heart. Now that I am departing, I would only remind you of what you promised then." He almost whispered the last words, with his eyes cast down. "Makar Ivanovitch," Versilov said in confusion, and he got up from his chair. There, don't be troubled, sir. I only recalled it. And in the sight of God I am more to blame than any of you, seeing that though you were my master, I ought not to have allowed this weakness. And therefore, Sophia, fret not your soul too much, for all your sin is mine. And you scarcely had full judgment in those days, so I fancy. Nor maybe you either, sir." He smiled with lips that quivered from some sort of pain. "And though I might then have taught you, my wife, even with the rod, and indeed ought to have, yet I pitied you when you fell in tears before me, and hid nothing, and kissed my feet. Not to reproach you have I recalled this, beloved, but only to remind Andrei Petrovich. For you remember, sir, yourself, your promise as a nobleman, and all will be covered with the wedding crown. I speak before the children, master." He was extremely agitated, and looked at Versilov as though expecting from him some word of confirmation. I repeat, it was all so sudden, so unexpected, that I sat motionless. Versilov was no less agitated. He went up to Mother in silence, and warmly embraced her. Then Mother, also in silence, went up to Makar Ivanovitch and bowed down to his feet. In short, the scene was overwhelming. On this occasion we were by ourselves. Even Tatyana Pavlovna was not present. Lisa drew herself up in her chair and listened in silence. Suddenly she stood up and said firmly to Makar Ivanovitch, "Bless me too, Makar Ivanovitch, for my great anguish. Tomorrow will decide my whole fate, and you will pray for me today." And she went out of the room. I knew that Makar Ivanovitch knew all about her already from Mother. But it was the first time I had seen Mother and Versilov side by side. Till then I had only seen her as his slave near him. There was still so much I did not understand and had not detected in that man whom I had condemned, and so I went back to my room in confusion. And it must be said that it was just at this time that my perplexity about him was greatest. He had never seemed to me so mysterious and unfathomable as just at that time. But it's just about that I am writing this whole account. All in its good time. It turns out, though, I thought to myself as I got into bed, that he gave his word as a nobleman to marry mother if she were left a widow. He said nothing of that when he told me about Makar Ivanovitch before. Lisa was out the whole of the following day, and when she came back, rather late, she went straight to Makar Ivanovitch. I thought I would not go in, that I might not be in their way, but soon, noticing that Mother and Versilov were already there, I went in. Lisa was sitting by the old man, crying on his shoulder, and he, with a sorrowful face, was stroking her head. Versilov told me in my room afterwards that Prince Sergei insisted on having his way, and proposed marrying Lisa at the first opportunity before his trial was over. It was hard for Lisa to make up her mind to it, though she scarcely had the right to refuse. And indeed, Makar Ivanovitch commanded her to be married. Of course, all this would have come about of itself, and she would certainly have been married of her own accord and without hesitation. But at the moment she had been so insulted by the man she loved, and she was so humiliated by this love, even in her own eyes, that it was difficult for her to decide. But apart from her mortification, there was another circumstance deterring her, of which I could have no suspicion. "Did you hear that all those young people on the Petersburg side were arrested?" Versilov added suddenly. "What, Turgachev?" I cried. "Yes, and Vassin too." I was amazed, especially to hear about Vassin. "Why, was he mixed up in anything? Good heavens, what will happen to them now? And just when Lisa was being so severe upon him. What do you think? What may happen to them? It's Stepelkov. I swear it's Stepelkov's doing." "We won't go into it," said Versilov, looking at me strangely, as people look at a man who has no knowledge or suspicion of something. "Who can tell what is going on among them, and who can tell what may happen to them? I didn't come to speak of that. I hear you meant to go out tomorrow. Won't you be going to see Prince Sergei?" "The first thing, though I must own it's very distasteful to me. Why, have you some message to send him?" "No, nothing. I shall see him myself. I'm sorry for Lisa." "And what advice can Makar Ivanovitch give her? He knows nothing about life or about people himself." "Another thing, my dear boy." It was a long time since he had called me my dear boy. "There are here, too, certain young men, among whom is your old schoolfellow Lambert. I fancy they are all great rascals. I speak simply to warn you. But of course it's your business, and I have no right." "Andrei Petrovitch!" I clutched his hand, speaking without a moment's thought and almost by inspiration, as I sometimes do. The room was almost in darkness. "Andrei Petrovitch, I have said nothing. You have seen that, of course. I have been silent till now. Do you know why? To avoid knowing your secrets. I've simply resolved not to know them, ever. I'm a coward. I'm afraid your secrets may tear you out of my heart altogether, and I don't want that to happen. Since it's so, why should you know my secrets? It doesn't matter to you where I go, does it?" "You are right, but not a word more, I beseech you," he said, and went away.
So, by accident, we had the merest scrap of an explanation. But he only added to my excitement on the eve of my new step in life next day, and I kept waking up all night in consequence. But I felt quite happy. III. Next day I went out of the house at 10 o'clock in the morning, doing my utmost to steal out quietly, without taking leave or saying anything. I, so to speak, slipped out. Why I did so I don't know, but if even Mother had seen that I was going out and spoken to me, I should have answered with something spiteful. When I found myself in the street and breathed the cold outdoor air, I shuddered from an intense feeling, almost animal, which I might call carnivorous. What was I going for? Where was I going? The feeling was utterly undefined, and at the same time I felt frightened and delighted, both at once. Shall I disgrace myself today or not? I thought to myself with a swagger, though I knew that the step once taken that day would be decisive, and could not be retrieved all my life. But it's no use talking in riddles. I went straight to the prison to Prince Sergei. I had received a letter for the superintendent from Tatyana Pavlovna 2 days before, and I met with an excellent reception. I don't know whether he was a good man, and it's beside the point, but he permitted my interview with the prince and arranged that it should take place in his room, courteously giving it up for our use. The room was the typical room of a government official of a certain standing, living in a government building. I think to describe it is unnecessary. So it turned out that Prince Sergei and I were left alone. He came in dressed in some sort of half-military attire, but wearing very clean linen and a dandified tie. He was washed and combed. At the same time, he looked terribly thin and very yellow. I noticed the same yellowness even in his eyes. In fact, he was so changed in appearance that I stood still in amazement. "How you have changed!" I cried. "That's nothing. Sit down, dear boy." Half fatuously, he motioned me to the armchair and sat down opposite, facing me. "Let's get to the point. You see, my dear Alexei Makarovich—" "Arkady," I corrected him. "What? Oh, yes, no matter. Oh, yes." He suddenly collected himself. "Excuse me, my dear fellow, we'll return to the point." He was, in fact, in a fearful hurry to turn to something. He was entirely from head to foot absorbed by something, some vital idea which he wanted to formulate and expound to me. He talked a great deal and fearfully fast, gesticulating and explaining with strained and painful effort, but for the first minute I really could make nothing of it. To put it briefly, he had used this expression, "to put it briefly," 10 times already. "To put it briefly," he concluded, "I troubled you yesterday, Arkady Makarovich, and so urgently, through Lisa, begged you to come to me, as though the place were on fire. But seeing that the essential part of the decision is bound to be momentous and conclusive for me—" "Excuse me, Prince," I interrupted. "Did you send me a message yesterday? Lisa said nothing to me about it." "What?" he cried. suddenly stopping short in extreme astonishment, almost in alarm. "She gave me no message at all. She came home last night so upset that she couldn't say a word to me." Prince Sergei leapt up from his seat. "Are you telling me the truth, Arkady Makarovich? If so, this... Why, what is there so serious about it? Why are you so uneasy? She simply forgot or something." He sat down and seemed overcome by a kind of stupor. It seemed as though the news that Lisa had given me no message had simply crushed him. He suddenly began talking rapidly and waving his hands, and again it was fearfully difficult to follow him. "Stay!" he exclaimed suddenly, pausing and holding up his finger. "Stay, this... If I'm not mistaken, this is a trick," he muttered with the grin of a maniac. "And it means that—" "It means absolutely nothing," I interposed. "And I can't understand how such a trivial circumstance can worry you so much. Ah, Prince, since that night, do you remember?" "Since what night? And what of it?" he cried pettishly, evidently annoyed at my interrupting him. "At Zershikov's, where we saw each other last. Why, before your letter. Don't you remember you were terribly excited then? But the difference between then and now is so great that I am positively horrified when I look at you." "Oh, yes," he pronounced in the tone of a man of polite society, seeming suddenly to remember. "Oh, yes, that evening. I heard. Well, and are you better? How are you after all that, Arkady Makarovich? But let us return to the point. I am pursuing 3 aims precisely, you see. There are 3 problems before me, and I—" He began rapidly talking again of his chief point. I realized at last that I was listening to a man who ought at once to have at least a vinegar compress applied to his head, if not perhaps to be bled. All his incoherent talk turned, of course, around his trial and the possible issue of it, and the fact that the colonel of his regiment had visited him and given him a lengthy piece of advice about something which he had not taken, and the notes he had just lately sent to someone, and the prosecutor, and the certainty that they would deprive him of his rights as a nobleman and send him to the northern region of Russia, and the possibility of settling as a colonist and regaining his position in Tashkent, and his plans for training his son, which Lisa would bear him, and handing something down to him in the wilds of Archangel and the Holmogori. I want your opinion, Arkady Makarovich. Believe me, I so feel and value. If only you knew, Arkady Makarovich, my dear fellow, my brother, what Lisa means to me, what she has meant to me here, now, all this time, he shouted, suddenly clutching at his head with both hands. Sergei Petrovich, surely you won't sacrifice her by taking her away with you? To the Holmogori? I could not refrain from exclaiming. Lisa's fate, bound to this maniac for life, suddenly, and as it were for the first time, rose clearly before my imagination. He looked at me, got up again, took one step, turned and sat down again, still holding his head in his hands. I am always dreaming of spiders, he said suddenly. You are terribly agitated. I should advise you to go to bed, Prince, and to ask for a doctor at once. No, excuse me, of that afterwards. I asked you to come and see me chiefly to discuss our marriage. The marriage, as you know, is to take place here, at the church. I've said so already. Permission has been given for all this, and in fact they encourage it. As for Lisa... Prince, have pity on Lisa, my dear fellow, I cried. Don't torture her. Now, at least, don't be jealous. What? He cried, staring at me intently with eyes almost starting out of his head, and his whole face distorted into a sort of broad grin of senseless inquiry. It was evident that the words, "Don't be jealous," had for some reason made a fearful impression on him. Forgive me, Prince, I spoke without thinking. No, Prince, I have lately come to know an old man, my nominal father. Oh, if you could see him, you would be calmer. Lisa thinks so much of him, too. Ah, yes, Lisa. Ah, yes, is that your father? Or, pardon, mon cher, something of the sort. I remember. She told me, an old man. I'm sure of it, I'm sure of it. I knew an old man, too. Mais passons. The chief point is to make clear what's essential at the moment. We must... I got up to go away. It was painful to me to look at him. I don't understand, she pronounced sternly and with dignity, seeing that I had got up to go. It hurts me to look at you, I said. Arkady Makarovich, one word more. He clutched me by the shoulder with quite a different expression and gesture, and sat me down in the armchair. You've heard about those... You understand? He bent down to me. Oh, yes, Dergachev. No doubt it's Stebelkov's doing, I cried impulsively. Yes, Stebelkov. And you don't know... He broke off, and again he stared at me with the same wide eyes and the same spasmodic, senselessly questioning grin, which grew broader and broader. His face gradually grew paler. I felt a sudden shudder. I remembered Versilov's expression when he had told me of Vassin's arrest the day before. Oh, is it possible? I cried, panic-stricken. You see, Arkady Makarovich, that's why I sent to you to explain. I wanted... He began whispering rapidly. It was you who informed against Vassin, I cried. No, you see, there was a manuscript. Vassin gave it only a few days ago to Lisa, to take care of. And she left it here for me to look at, and then it happened that they quarreled next day. You gave the manuscript to the authorities. Arkady Makarovich! Arkady Makarovich! And so you, I screamed, leaping up, emphasizing every word, without any other motive, without any other object, simply because poor Vassin was your rival, simply out of jealousy, you gave up the manuscript entrusted to Lisa. Gave it up to whom? To whom? To the public prosecutor? But he did not answer, and he hardly could have answered, for he stood before me like a statue, still with the same sickly smile and the same fixed look. But suddenly the door opened, and Lisa came in. She almost swooned when she saw us together.
You're here! So you're here!" she cried, her face suddenly distorted, seizing my hand. "So you know—" But she could read in my face already that I knew. With a swift, irresistible impulse, I threw my arms round her and held her close. And at that minute, for the first time, I grasped in all its intensity the hopeless, endless misery which shrouded in unbroken darkness the whole life of this willful seeker after suffering. "Is it possible to talk to him now?" she said, tearing herself away from me. "Is it possible to be with him? Why are you here? Look at him, look at him! And can one judge him?" Her face was full of infinite suffering and infinite compassion, as exclaiming this she motioned towards the unhappy wretch. He was sitting in the armchair, with his face hidden in his hands. And she was right. He was a man in a raging fever and not responsible. They put him in the hospital that morning, and by the evening he had brain fever. IV. Leaving Prince Sergei with Lisa, I went off about 1 o'clock to my old lodging. I forgot to say that it was a dull, damp day, with a thaw beginning, and a warm wind that would upset the nerves of an elephant. The master of the house met me with a great display of delight, and a great deal of fuss and bustle, which I particularly dislike, especially at such moments. I received this dryly and went straight to my room, but he followed me, and though he did not venture to question me, yet his face was beaming with curiosity, and at the same time he looked as though he had a right to be curious. I had to behave politely for my own sake, but though it was so essential to me to find out something, and I knew I should learn it, I yet felt it revolting to begin cross-examining him. I inquired after the health of his wife, and we went in to see her. The latter met me deferentially indeed, but with a business-like and taciturn manner. This to some extent softened my heart. To be brief, I learned on this occasion some very wonderful things. Well, of course, Lambert had been, and he came twice afterwards, and he looked at all the rooms, saying that perhaps he would take them. Darya Onisimova had come several times, goodness knows why. She was very inquisitive, added my landlord. But I did not gratify him by asking what she was inquisitive about. I did not ask questions at all, in fact. He did all the talking, while I kept up a pretense of rummaging in my trunk, though there was scarcely anything left in it. But what was most vexatious, he too thought fit to play at being mysterious, and noticing that I refrained from asking questions, felt it incumbent upon him to be more fragmentary and even enigmatic in his communications. "The young lady has been here too," he added, looking at me strangely. "What young lady?" "Anna Andreevna. She's been here twice. She made the acquaintance of my wife. A very charming person, very pleasant. Such an acquaintance is quite a privilege, Arkady Makarovich." And as he pronounced these words, he positively took a step towards me. He seemed very anxious that I should understand something. Did she really come twice? I said with surprise.
The second time she came with her brother.
That was with Lambert, I thought involuntarily.
No, not with Mr. Lambert, he said, seeming to guess at once, as though piercing into my soul with his eyes. But with a real brother, young Mr. Versilov, a Kammerjunker, I believe. I was very much confused. He looked at me, smiling very caressingly. Oh, and someone else came and was asking after you. That Mademoiselle, a French lady, Mademoiselle Alphonsine de Verdun. Oh, how well she sings and recites poetry. She'd slipped off to see Prince Nikolai Ivanovitch at Tsarskoe, to sell him a dog, she told me, a rare kind, black, and no bigger than your fist.
I asked him to leave me alone on the pretext of a headache. He immediately fell in with my request, even breaking off in the middle of a sentence, and not only without the slightest sign of huffiness, but almost with pleasure, waving his hand mysteriously, as though to say, I understand, I understand. And though he did not actually say this, he could not resist the satisfaction of walking out of the room on tiptoe. There are very vexatious people in the world. I sat for an hour and a half alone, deliberating. Rather, not really deliberating, but dreaming. Though I was perplexed, I was not in the least surprised. I even expected to hear something more, other marvels. Perhaps they have already hatched them, I thought. I had for a long time been firmly persuaded that the machinery of their plot was wound up and was in full swing. They're only waiting for me, I thought again, with a sort of irritable and pleasant self-satisfaction. That they were eagerly awaiting me, and were scheming to carry out some plan at my lodging, was clear as day. The old prince's wedding, can it be? He's surrounded by a regular network of intrigue. But am I going to permit it, my friends? That's the question, I said in conclusion with haughty satisfaction. Once I begin, I shall be carried away by the whirlpool like a chip. Am I free now, this minute, or am I not? When I go back to Mother this evening, can I still say to myself, as I have done all these days, I am my own master? That was the gist of my questions, or rather of the throbbing at my heart in the hour and a half I spent sitting on the bed in the corner, with my elbows on my knees and my head propped in my hands. But I knew even then that all these questions were utter nonsense, and that I was drawn only by her alone. At last I have said this straight out, and have written it with pen on paper, though even now as I write this a year later, I don't know what name to give to the feeling I had then. Oh, I was sorry for Lisa, and my heart was full of a most unfeigned grief. Nothing but the feeling of pain on her account could have calmed or effaced in me for a time that carnivorousness. I recall that word. But I was so immensely spurred on by curiosity and a sort of dread, and another feeling. I don't know what, but I know, and I knew then, that it was an evil feeling.
Perhaps my impulse was to fall at her feet. Or perhaps I wanted to put her to every torture, and quickly, to show her something. No grief, no compassion for Lisa could stop me. Could I have got up and gone home to Makar Ivanovitch? And is it quite impossible to go to them, to find out everything from them, and to go away from them forever, passing unscathed among marvels and monsters? At 3:00, pulling myself together and reflecting that I might be late, I went out hastily, took a cab, and flew to Anna Andreevna. Breaking in. So Arkady is now entering the hornet's nest, with Lambert, Alphonsine, Darya Onisimovna, Anna Andreevna, and her full brother, all descending upon his personal lodging in the recent past, and all more or less in league with each other, as outlined in Section 1. The last of these figures was first obliquely referenced back in Part 1, Chapter 2, and will have a slightly bigger role to play in the last pages of the novel. As a reminder, both he and Anna Andreevna are the legal children of Versilov by his first wife, and so they both share his surname. The designation Kammerjunker, while derived from Germany, was adopted in Russia, and identifies the young man as a gentleman of high society. Prince Sergei, by contrast, appears to have fallen irremediably out of respectable society, or indeed out of respectability altogether. When he raves here about taking Lisa and their child with him to settle near Archangel, he is referring to a frigid area near the White Sea northeast of Petersburg. This is rough territory, rough enough indeed to be used by the Soviets as a place of exile half a century later, which explains Arkady's panicked reaction in defense of his sister. Prince Sergei will now all but drop out of the narrative, as indeed will the entirety of the Dergachev group, Vassin, and Stebelkov. Originally, Dostoevsky had planned a more developed subplot with the revolutionary Dergachev circle, but thought better of it over time, perhaps because of a left-wing orientation of his publisher, but perhaps also in order more sharply to orient his focus on the familial relations on the stage. And we get a special glimpse at those relations in Section 2. In the opening chapter of the novel, our narrator tells us that he had never been certain of just how Makar Ivanovitch felt about his marriage to Sonia. Our best clues in this mystery come here. It might seem incongruous to us to think of an older man having both fatherly feelings for a girl he helps to raise and husbandly feelings to the same person as a young woman. But the idea would not be so foreign to Dostoevsky's immediate audience. Marriages often did have a wide age gap in that culture. And apparently there were some husbandly feelings 20 years prior, for we see that Makar Ivanovitch was wounded by the betrayal of his wife at that time, referring to it as an arrow that pierced his heart. Regardless, his exhortation to Versilov to marry Sonia legally upon his death will be a significant marker for the plot going forward. And his exhortations to Arkady will have thematic significance as the battle for the young man's soul continues. As of now, Arkady seems to be drawn in precisely the opposite direction. Back in Chapter 2, Darya Onisimovna had delivered him an urgent summons to Anna Andreevna, and he is about to answer it. End of comments. Chapter 5. 1. As soon as I was announced, Anna Andreevna threw down her sewing and rushed to meet me in the outermost of her rooms, a thing which had never happened before. She held out both hands to me and flushed quickly. She led me into her room in silence, sat down to her needlework again, made me sit down beside her. She did not go on with her sewing, but still scrutinized me with the same fervent sympathy, without uttering a word. "You sent Darya Onisimovna to me," I began bluntly, rather overwhelmed by this exaggerated display of sympathy, though I found it agreeable. She suddenly began talking without answering my question. "I have heard all about it. I know all about it. That terrible night. Oh, what you must have gone through. Can it be true? Can it be true that you were found unconscious in the frost?" "You heard that from Lambert," I muttered, reddening. "I heard it all from him at the time, but I've been eager to see you. Oh, he came to me in alarm. At your lodging, where you have been lying ill, they would not let him in to see you, and they met him strangely. I really don't know how it was, but he kept telling me about that night. He told me that when you had scarcely come to yourself, you spoke of me and of your devotion to me. I was touched to tears, Arkady Makarovich, and I don't know how I have deserved such warm sympathy on your part, especially considering the condition in which you were yourself. Tell me, Monsieur Lambert was the friend of your childhood, was he not?" "Yes, but what happened? I confess I was indiscreet, and perhaps I told him then a great deal I shouldn't have." "Oh, I should have heard of that wicked, horrible intrigue apart from him. I always had a presentiment that they would drive you to that, always. Tell me, is it true that Björing dared to lift his hand against you?" She spoke as though it were entirely owing to Björing and her that I had been found under the wall. And she is right, too, I thought. But I flared up. "If he had lifted his hand against me, he would not have gone away unpunished, and I should not be sitting before you now without having avenged myself," I answered hotly. It struck me that she wanted for some reason to irritate me, to set me against somebody. I knew, of course, against whom. Yet I fell in with it. "You say that you had a presentiment that I should be driven to this, but on Katerina Nikolaevna's side it was, of course, only a misunderstanding. Though it is true that she was too hasty in allowing her kindly feeling for me to be influenced by that misunderstanding." "I should think she was too hasty indeed," Anna Andreevna assented quickly, with a sort of ecstasy of sympathy. "Oh, if only you knew the intrigue that is being hatched there now. Of course, Arkady Makarovich, of course it is difficult for you to realize now all the delicacy of my position," she brought out, blushing and casting down her eyes. "Since I saw you last,
That very morning I took a step which not everyone would be able to understand and interpret rightly. So it is hardly likely that it would be understood by anyone with your still uncorrupted mind and your fresh, loving, unsophisticated heart. Believe me, my dear friend, I appreciate your devotion to me, and I shall repay it with my everlasting gratitude. In the world, of course, they will throw stones at me. They have thrown them already. But even if they were right from their odious point of view, which of them dare judge me? I have been abandoned by my father from childhood up. We Versilovs are an ancient, noble Russian family. Yet we are adventurers, and I am eating the bread of charity. Was it not natural I should turn to one who has taken the place of a father to me, at whose hands I have received nothing but kindness during all these years? My feelings for him are known only to God, and He alone can judge them, and I refuse to accept the judgment of the world upon the step I have taken. When there is, moreover, at the bottom of this, the most cunning, the most evil intrigue, and the plot to ruin a trusting, noble-hearted father is the work of his own daughter, is it to be endured? No, I will save him if I have to ruin my reputation. I am ready to be with him simply as a nurse, to take care of him, and to look after him, but I will not let hateful, cold, mercenary worldliness triumph.
She spoke with unwonted fire, very possibly half-assumed, though at the same time sincere, because it was evident how deeply involved she was in the matter. Oh, I felt that she was lying, though sincerely, for one can lie sincerely, and that she was now evil. But it is wonderful how it often is in dealing with women. This assumption of perfect refinement, these lofty manners, these inaccessible heights of well-bred grandeur and proud chastity, all this quite threw me out of my reckoning, and I began agreeing with her on every point, so long as I was with her. That is, I could not bring myself to contradict her anyway. Oh, a man is in absolute moral slavery to a woman, especially if he is a generous man. Such a woman can convince a generous man of anything she likes. She and Lambert, my goodness, I thought, looking at her in perplexity. To tell the whole truth, however, I don't know what to think of her to this day. Truly her feelings were known only to God, and besides, human beings are such complicated machines that one cannot analyze them in some cases, and above all, if the human being in question is a woman. Anna Andreevna, what is it you exactly want me to do? I asked, with a good deal of decision, however. How? What do you mean by your question, Arkady Makarovich? I fancy, from everything, and from certain other considerations, I explained, stammering, that you sent to me because you expected something from me. So what is it exactly? Without answering my question, she immediately began talking again, as rapidly and as earnestly as before. But I cannot. I am too proud to enter into explanations and negotiations with unknown persons like Monsieur Lambert. I have been waiting for you. I don't want Monsieur Lambert. My position is awful, desperate, Arkady Makarovich. I am forced to duplicity,
hemmed in by the machinations of that woman, and that is more than I can endure. I am driven almost to the humiliation of intriguing, and I have been waiting for you as my saviour. You must not blame me for looking greedily about me to find one friend at least, and so I cannot help being glad to see a friend. He who could think of me and even utter my name half frozen on that night must be devoted to me. That's what I've been thinking all this time, and that is why I rely on you."
She looked into my face with impatient inquiry. And again I had not the heart to disillusion her, and to tell her plainly that Lambert had deceived her, and that I had by no means told him that I was so devoted to her, and that her name was not the only one I mentioned. And so, by my silence, I confirmed, as it were, Lambert's lie. No, she knew very well, I am convinced, that Lambert had been exaggerating and simply lying to her, solely in order to have a plausible excuse to call upon her, and to get into touch with her. Though she looked into my face as though she were convinced of my truth and devotion, she must have known that I did not bring myself to contradict her, from delicacy of feeling, and the awkwardness of youth. But whether I was right in this surmise, I don't know. Perhaps I am horribly evil-minded.
"My brother is taking my part," she said with sudden heat, seeing that I was not disposed to speak. "I'm told you have been at my lodgings," I muttered in confusion. "Yes, you know poor Nikolai Ivanovitch has no place now where he can take refuge from this intrigue, or rather from his own daughter, unless in your lodgings, that is, the lodgings of a friend. You know he looks upon you at least as a friend. And if you will only do something for his benefit, then do this. If only you can, if only you have the generosity and courage. And finally, if it is really true that there is something you can do. Oh, it is not for my sake, it's not for my sake, but for the sake of the poor old man, the only person who genuinely loved you, and who has become as attached to you as though you were his own son, and is still missing you. For myself I expect nothing, even from you, since even my own father has played me such a treacherous, such a spiteful trick. I believe Andrei Petrovitch," I began. "Andrei Petrovitch," she repeated with bitter mockery. "Andrei Petrovitch, in answer to a direct question from me, told me on his word of honour that he had never had any intentions in regard to Katerina Nikolaevna, and I completely believed it when I took that step. And yet it seemed that his composure only lasted till he heard of Baron Buring." "That's wrong," I cried. "There was a moment when I too believed in his love for that woman, but it's a mistake. And even if it were so, he might, I should think, be perfectly composed about it now, since the retirement of that gentleman." "What gentleman?" "Buring." "Who has told you of his retirement? Perhaps the gentleman in question never had any such views." She jeered malignantly. I fancied, too, that she looked at me jeeringly. "Darya Onisimova told me," I muttered in confusion, which I was not able to conceal, and which she saw only too clearly. "Darya Onisimova is a very nice person, And, of course, I cannot forbid her loving me, but she has no means of knowing what does not concern her." My heart began to ache, and as she had been reckoning on rousing my indignation, I did in fact begin to feel indignant, but not with that woman, but for the time being with Anna Andreevna herself. I got up. "As an honorable man, I ought to warn you, Anna Andreevna, that your expectations in regard to me may turn out to be utterly unfounded. I expect you to be my champion," she said, looking at me resolutely. "Abandoned as I am by everyone. Your sister, if you care to have it so, Arkady Makarovitch." Another instant, and she would have burst into tears. "Well, you had better not expect anything, for perhaps nothing will come of it," I muttered with an indescribable feeling of disgust. "How am I to understand your words?" she said, showing her consternation too plainly. "Why, that I am going away from you all, and that's the end of it," I suddenly exclaimed almost furiously. "And the letter I shall tear up. Goodbye." I bowed to her and went out without speaking, though at the same time I scarcely dared to look at her. But had hardly gone downstairs when Darya Onisimovna ran after me with a half-sheet of paper folded in two. Where Darya Onisimovna had sprung from, and where she had been sitting while I was talking with Anna Andreevna, I cannot conceive. She did not utter a word, but merely gave me the paper and ran away. I unfolded it. On the paper, clearly and distinctly written, was Lambert's address, and it had apparently been got ready several days before. I suddenly recalled that when Darya Onisimovna had been with me that day, I had told her that I did not know where Lambert lived, meaning I don't know and don't want to know. But by this time I had learned Lambert's address from Lisa, whom I had specially asked to get it for me from the address bureau. Anna Andreevna's action seemed to me too definite, even cynical. Although I had declined to assist her, she was simply sending me straight to Lambert, as though she had not the slightest faith in my refusal. It was quite clear to me that she knew everything about the letter, and from whom could she have learnt it, if not from Lambert, to whom she was sending me, that I might cooperate with him? There was no doubt that they all, every one of them, looked upon me as a feeble boy without character or will, with whom they could do anything. I thought with indignation. II. Nevertheless, I did go to Lambert's. Where else could I have satisfied my curiosity? Lambert, as it appeared, lived a long way off, in Cross Alley, close to the Summer Gardens, still in the same lodgings. But when I ran away from him that night, I had so completely failed to notice the way in the distance, that when I got his address from Lisa 4 days earlier, I was surprised and could scarcely believe that he lived there. As I was going upstairs, I noticed at the door of the flat on the 3rd story 2 young men, and thought they had rung the bell before I came and were waiting for the door to be opened. While I was mounting the stairs, they both, turning their backs on the door, scrutinized me very attentively. The flat is all let out in rooms, and they must be going to see another lodger, I thought, frowning, as I went up to them. It would have been very disagreeable to me to find anyone else at Lambert's. Trying not to look at them, I put out my hand to the bell.
"Attendez!"
one of them cried to me. "Please, please, don't ring again yet," said the other young man in a soft musical voice, slightly drawling the words. "Here, we'll finish this, and then we'll all ring all together, shall we?" I waited. They were both very young men, about 20 or 22. They were doing something rather strange at the door, and I began to watch them with surprise. The one who had cried "Attendez" was a very tall fellow, over 6 feet, thin and lean, but very muscular, with a very small head in proportion to his height, and with a strange, as it were comic expression of gloom on his rather pock-marked, though agreeable and by no means stupid face. There was a look, as it were, of exaggerated intentness and of unnecessary and excessive determination in his eyes. He was very badly dressed, in an old wadded overcoat, with a little fur collar of mangy-looking raccoon. It was too short for him, and obviously second-hand. He had on shabby high boots, almost like a peasant's, and on his head was a horribly crushed, dirty-looking top-hat. His whole appearance was marked by slovenliness. His ungloved hands were dirty, and his long nails were black. His companion, on the other hand, was smartly dressed, judging from his light skunk fur coat, his elegant hat, and the light new gloves on his slender fingers. He was about my height, and he had an extremely charming expression on his fresh and youthful face. The tall fellow was taking off his tie, an utterly threadbare, greasy ribbon, hardly better than a piece of tape. And the pretty-looking youth, taking out of his pocket another newly purchased black tie, was putting it round the neck of the tall fellow, who, with a perfectly serious face, submissively stretched out his very long neck, throwing his overcoat back from his shoulders. "No, it won't do if the shirt is so dirty," said the younger one. "The effect won't be good. It will only make it look dirtier. I told you to put on a collar. I don't know how— Do you know how to do it?" he said, turning suddenly to me. "What?" I asked. "Why, fasten his tie. You see, it ought to go like this, to hide his dirty shirt, or else the whole effect is spoilt, whatever we do. I have just bought the tie for a rouble at Philip's, the hairdresser's, on purpose for him."
"Was it that rouble?"
muttered the tall one. "Yes, I haven't a farthing now." "Then you can't do it? In that case we must ask Alphonsine."
"To see Lambert?"
the tall fellow asked me abruptly. "Yes," I answered, with no less determination, looking him in the face.
"Dogoraki?"
he went on with the same air and the same voice. "No, not Korovkin," I answered as abruptly, mistaking what he said.
"Dogoraki?"
the tall fellow almost shouted again, and he took a step towards me almost menacingly. His companion burst out laughing. "He says Dogoraki and not Korovkin," he explained to me. You know, in the Journal de Débat, the French constantly distort Russian names.
In the Independence,
growled the tall fellow. Well, it's just the same in the Independence. Dolgoruki, for instance, they write Dolgorauki. I have seen it myself. And Volognev is always written Comte Volognev.
the Boyne,
cried the tall fellow. Yes, there's de Boyne too. I've seen it myself. And we both laughed. Some Russian Madame de Boyne abroad. But there's no need to mention them all, you know, he said, turning suddenly to the tall fellow. Excuse me, are you Monsieur Dolgoruki? Yes, my name is Dolgoruki. How do you know it? The tall one suddenly whispered something to the pretty-looking lad. The latter frowned and shook his head, but the tall fellow immediately addressed me.
Monsieur le Prince, vous n'avez pas de rouble d'argent pour nous. Pas de mais seul, voulez-vous?
Oh, how horrid you are, cried the boy.
Nous vous rendrons,
concluded the tall one, mispronouncing the French words coarsely and clumsily. He's a cynic, you know, the boy laughed to me. And do you suppose he can't speak French? He speaks like a Parisian, but he is mimicking those Russians who are awfully fond of talking aloud in French together before other people, though they can't speak it themselves.
Dans le wagon,
the tall fellow explained. To be sure, in railway carriages. Oh, what a bore you are! There's no need to explain. Why will you always pretend to be a fool? Meanwhile, I took out a rouble and offered it to the tall fellow.
Nous vous rendons,
said the latter, pocketing the rouble, and, turning to the door with a perfectly unmoved and serious face, he proceeded to kick it with his huge coarse boot, and without the faintest sign of ill humour. Ah, you will be fighting with Lambert again, the boy observed uneasily. You had much better ring the bell. I rang the bell, but the tall fellow continued kicking the door nevertheless.
Ah, sacre!
We heard Lambert's voice the other side of the door, and he quickly opened it.
Dites donc, voulez-vous que je vous casse la tête, mon ami?
He shouted to the tall man.
Mon ami, voilà Dolgoruki, l'autre mon ami.
The tall fellow replied with dignified gravity, staring at Lambert, who was red with anger. As soon as the latter saw me, he seemed suddenly transformed.
It's you, Arkady, at last. Then you are better are you at last?
He seized my hands, pressing them warmly. He was in fact so genuinely delighted that I felt pleased at once, and even began to like him. I've come to you first of all.
L'Alphonsine!
cried Lambert. She instantly skipped out from behind the screen.
Le voilà!
C'est lui! cried Alphonsine, clasping and unclasping her hands. She would have rushed to embrace me, but Lambert protected me.
There, down, down!
He shouted to her as though she were a dog.
It's like this, Arkady. Some fellows have agreed to dine together today at the Tartars. I shan't let you go. You must come with us. We'll have dinner. I'll get rid of these fellows at once, and then we can have a chat. Come in. We'll set off at once. Only wait a minute. I went in and stood in the middle of that room, looking about me and remembering it. Lambert behind the screen hurriedly dressed. The tall fellow and his companion followed us in spite of Lambert's words. We all remained standing. "Mademoiselle Alphonsine, voulez-vous me baiser?" growled the tall man. "Mademoiselle Alphonsine," the younger one was beginning, showing her the tie, but she flew savagely at both of them. "Ah, le petit vilain!" she shouted to the younger one. "Ne me approchez pas! Ne me salissez pas! Et vous, la grande dé, je vous planque le pour tous les deux! Savez-vous cela?" Though she warned him off with contempt and disgust, as though she were really afraid of being soiled by contact with him, which I could not at all understand, because he was such a pretty fellow, and turned out to be just as well dressed when he took off his overcoat. The younger of the two men kept asking her to tie his tall friend's cravat for him, and to put on him one of Lambert's clean collars first. She was on the point of beating them in her indignation at such a suggestion, but Lambert, overhearing, shouted to her behind the screen not to hinder them, but to do as they asked. "They won't leave off if you don't," he added, and Alphonsine instantly produced a collar and began to fasten the tall man's cravat without the slightest sign of disinclination. The man stretched out his neck just as he had done on the stairs, while she tied his cravat. "Mademoiselle Alphonsine, avez-vous vendu votre ballonnet?" he asked. "Qu'est-ce que ça, ma ballonnet?" The younger man explained that ma ballonnet meant a lapdog. "Tiens, quel est ce baragouin?" "Je parle comme une dame russe, c'est le haut minéral," observed Le Grand Dadais, still with his neck outstretched. "Qu'est-ce que ça qu'une dame russe sur le haut minéral? Où est donc votre jolie montre que Lambert vous a donnée?" she said suddenly to the younger one. "What, no watch again?" Lambert chimed in irritably behind the screen. "We've eaten it up," growled Le Grand Dadais. "I sold it for 8 rubles. It was only silver gilt, and you said it was gold. So now at the shop it's only 16 rubles. The younger answered Lambert, defending himself reluctantly. "We must put an end to this," Lambert said even more irritably. "I don't buy you clothes, my young friend, and give you good things for you to spend them on your tall friend. What was that tie too that you bought him?" "That was only a ruble. That was not with your money. He had no cravat at all, and he ought to buy a hat too." "Nonsense!" Lambert was really angry. "I gave him enough for a hat too, and he goes off and wastes it on oysters and champagne. He positively reeks. He's dirty and untidy. You can't take him anywhere. How can I take him out to dinner?" "I'm a cad," growled the Dadais. "Nous avons un rouble d'argent que nous avons prêté chez notre nouvel ami." "Don't you give him anything, Arkady!" Lambert cried again. "Excuse me, Lambert. I ask you plainly for 10 rubles," cried the boy, growing suddenly angry and flushing, which made him look twice as handsome as before. "And don't ever dare to say such stupid things as you did just now to Dolgoruki. I must have 10 rubles to pay Dolgoruki back that ruble at once,
And with the rest I'll buy Andrea the hat, so you see." Lambert came out from behind the screen. "Here are 3 yellow notes and 3 roubles, and there's nothing more till Tuesday, and don't dare, or else." Le Grand Dadais fairly snatched the money from him. "Dogoraki, here is the rouble. Nous vous rendons avec beaucoup de grâce. Petya, come along," he called to his companion. Then, holding up the 2 notes and waving them in the air while he stared fixedly at Lambert, he yelled at the top of his voice, "Où est Lambert? Où est Lambert? Hâtez-vous, Lambert?" "How dare you? How dare you?" Lambert yelled too in terrible wrath. I saw that underlying all this was something in the past of which I knew nothing, and I looked on in astonishment. But the tall fellow was not in the least alarmed by Lambert's wrath. On the contrary, he yelled louder than ever, "Où est Lambert?" and so on. And so shouting, they went out on the stairs. Lambert was running after them, but he turned back. "I'll throw them out by the scruff of their necks. They cost more than they are worth. Come along, Arkady, I'm late. I am expected there by another fellow I need. A beast, too. They're all beasts. A low lot, a low lot," he shouted again, almost gnashing his teeth. But all at once he recovered himself completely. "I am glad that you have come at last. Alphonsine, not a step out of the house. Let us go." At the steps a smart turnout was waiting for him. We got in, but all the way he could not quite regain his composure and get over a sort of rage against the 2 young men. I was surprised at his taking it so seriously, and what's more, at their being so disrespectful to Lambert, and his seeming almost frightened of them. From the old impression that had been stamped on me from childhood, it still seemed to me that everyone must be afraid of Lambert, as in spite of all my independence, I certainly stood in awe of him myself at that moment. "I tell you now they are all a low lot," Lambert persisted. "Would you believe it? That tall ruffian pestered me the day before yesterday, in decent company. He stood in front of me and shouted, 'Où est Lambert?' in decent company. Everyone laughed. And do you know, it was for me to give him money. Would you believe it? I gave it to him. Oh, that ruffian! Would you believe it? He was an ensign in the regiment, but he was kicked out, and you wouldn't imagine it, but he is a man of education. He was brought up in a good family. You would hardly believe it. He has ideas. He might... Damn it all. And he is a perfect Hercules. He is of use, though of not much use. And you can see he does not wash his hands. I interested a lady in his case, an old lady of very good position, telling her that he was penitent and on the point of committing suicide from remorse. And he went to see her, sat down and began whistling. And the other, the pretty fellow, is a general's son. His family is ashamed of him. I got him off when he was arrested. I saved him, and you see how he repays me. There are no people worth their salt here. I'll pay them out. I'll pay them out. They know my name. Did you talk to them about me? Yes, it was stupid of me.
Please stay on a little after dinner. Control your feelings. There's an awful canaille coming. Yes, he's an awful canaille and awfully cunning. They're all rascals here. There's not an honest man about. Well, we'll finish. Then, what's your favourite dish? But it doesn't matter. The fare is always good. I'll pay, don't you worry. It's a good thing you are well dressed. I can give you money. You must come often. Only fancy, I've stood them meat and drink here. It's fish pie every day of the week. That what he sold. It's the second time. That little fellow, Trishatov, you saw him. Alphonsine is sick at the very sight of him, and won't let him come near her. And here, in the presence of officers, he calls out, I must have woodcock. I stood him woodcock, but I'll pay them out.
Do you remember, Lambert, how we went to a restaurant together in Moscow, and you stuck a fork into me, and how you had 50 rubles then?
Yes, I remember. Damn it, I remember. I like you. You may believe it. Nobody likes you, but I like you. I'm the only one that does. You remember that. The pockmarked fellow that is coming here is a cunning canaille. Don't you answer any of his questions. If he begins talking, it's all right. But if he begins questioning, make some nonsensical answer or hold your tongue.
At any rate, in his excitement, he did not question me much on the way. I even felt insulted at his having such confidence in me, and not even suspecting that I mistrusted him. I fancied that I detected in him the absurd idea that he could still order me about. And what's more, he's awfully ignorant and ill-bred, I thought, as I went into the restaurant. III. I had been into that restaurant in the Morskaya before, during my disgraceful period of degradation and depravity, and so the impression of those rooms, of those lackeys looking at me and recognizing me as a familiar visitor, and finally the impression made on me by the mysterious company of Lambert's friends, amongst whom I found myself so suddenly, and to whom I seemed already to belong, and above all an obscure feeling that of my own free will I was going into something abominable, and that I should certainly end up by doing something horrid. All this seemed to go through me in a flash. There was a moment when I very nearly went away, but the moment passed and I remained. The pockmarked man, of whom for some reason Lambert was so much afraid, was already waiting for us. He was one of those men of stupidly practical appearance, whom I have always from my childhood detested. He was about 45, of middle height, with hair just turning grey. He was disgustingly close-shaven, except for 2 little neatly trimmed grey whiskers, like sausages, one on each side of his extremely flat and spiteful-looking face. He was, of course, dull, solemn, and taciturn, and even conceited, as such nonentities always are. He looked at me very attentively, but he did not say a word. Lambert was so stupid that, though he sat us down at the same table together, he did not think it necessary to introduce us, and so he may well have taken me for one of the blackmailers associated with Lambert. To the 2 young men, who arrived almost simultaneously with us, he did not address a single word during the whole of dinner, but it was evident that he knew them well. He talked only to Lambert, and then almost in a whisper. And indeed Lambert did most of the talking,
and the pockmarked man confined himself to fragmentary and wrathful ejaculations, which sounded like an ultimatum. He behaved superciliously, was ill-humored and sarcastic, while Lambert, on the other hand, was extremely excited and was evidently trying to persuade him all the time, probably urging him on to some undertaking. On one occasion I put out my hand to take a bottle of red wine. The pockmarked man immediately took a bottle of sherry and handed it to me, though he had not said a word to me till then. "Try this," he said, offering me the bottle. I guessed on the spot that he, too, knew everything in the world about me, my story and my name, and perhaps the fact that Lambert was counting upon me. The idea that he was taking me for a satellite maddened me again, and Lambert's face betrayed an intense and very stupid uneasiness when the pockmarked man addressed me. The latter noticed it and laughed. "There's no doubt that Lambert depends on all of them," I thought, hating him at that instant with my whole soul. In this way, though we were sitting at the same table, throughout the whole dinner we were divided into two groups, the pockmarked man with Lambert facing each other close to the window, while I was beside the grubby Andreev, and Trishitov sat facing me. Lambert hurried on the dinner, continually urging the waiters to make haste with the dishes. When the champagne was brought, he held out his glass to me. "To your health, let's clink glasses," he said, breaking off his conversation with the pockmarked man. "And will you let me clink with you too?" said the pretty youth, holding out his glass across the table. Till the champagne arrived, he had been very silent, and seemed pensive. The Dade said nothing at all, but sat silent and ate a great deal. "With pleasure," I answered Trishitov. We clinked glasses and drank. "But I'm not going to drink your health," observed the Dade, turning to me. "Not because I desire your death, but so that you may not drink any more here today." He spoke gloomily and ponderously. "3 glasses is enough for you. I see you are looking at my unwashed fist," he went on, putting his fist on the table. "I don't wash it, but as it is, I put it at Lambert's service for smashing other people's heads when he's in a tight place." And saying this, he brought down his fist on the table with such force that he set all the plates and glasses rattling. Besides us, there were people dining at 4 other tables, all of them officers or gentlemen of dignified appearance. It was a fashionable restaurant. All broke off their conversation for a moment and looked round to our corner. And indeed, I fancied we had attracted curiosity for some time past. Lambert flushed crimson. "Ah, he's at it again. I thought I had asked you to behave yourself, Nikolai Semyonovitch," he said to Andreev in a furious whisper. The latter gave him a prolonged stare. "I don't want my new friend Dogorowki to drink a great deal here today." Lambert flushed more hotly than ever. The pockmarked man listened in silence, but with evident pleasure. Andreev's behavior seemed to please him for some reason. I was the only one who did not understand why I was not to drink much wine. "He says that because he's only just had some money. You shall have another 7 rubles directly after dinner, Only do let us have dinner. Don't disgrace us. Lambert hissed at him. Aha! The Dede growled triumphantly. At this, the pock-marked man was absolutely delighted, and he sniggered spitefully. "Listen, you really—" began Trishitov to his friend with uneasiness and almost distress in his voice, evidently anxious to restrain him. Andreev subsided, but not for long. That was not his intention. Just across the table, 5 paces from us, 2 gentlemen were dining, engaged in lively conversation. Both were middle-aged gentlemen who looked extremely conscious of their own dignity. One was tall and very stout. The other was also very stout but short. They were discussing in Polish the events of the day in Paris. For some time past, the Dede had been watching them inquisitively and listening to their talk. The short Pole evidently struck him as a comic figure, and he promptly conceived an aversion for him, after the manner of envious and splenetic people, who often take such sudden dislikes for no reason whatever. Suddenly, the short Pole pronounced the name of the deputy, Madier de Mongeau, but, as so many Poles do, he pronounced it with an accent on the syllable before the last, instead of on the last syllable. This was enough for the Dede. He turned to the Poles, and drawing himself up with dignity, he suddenly articulated loudly and distinctly, as though addressing a question to them. "Madier de Mongeau?" The Poles turned to him savagely. "What do you want?" The tall, stout Pole shouted threateningly to him in Russian. The Dede paused. "Madier de Mongeau?" he repeated suddenly again, to be heard by the whole room, giving no sort of explanation, just as he had stupidly set upon me at the door with the reiterated question, "Dogorauke?" The Poles jumped up from their seats. Lambert leapt up from the table and rushed to Andreev, but leaving him, darted up to the Poles and began making cringing apologies to them. "They are buffoons, Pani, they are buffoons," the little Pole repeated contemptuously, as red as a carrot with indignation. "Soon it will be impossible to come." There was a stir all over the room, too, and a murmur of disapproval, though laughter was predominant. "Come out, please, come along," Lambert muttered, completely disconcerted, doing his utmost to get Andreev out of the room. The latter, looking searchingly at Lambert, and judging that he would now give the money, agreed to follow him. Probably he had already extorted money from Lambert by the same kind of disgraceful behavior. Trishitov seemed about to run after them too, but he looked at me and checked himself. "Ah, how horrid!" he said, hiding his eyes with his slender fingers. "Very horrid," whispered the pock-marked man, looking really angry at last. Meanwhile, Lambert came back looking quite pale, and gesticulating eagerly, began whispering something to the pock-marked man. The latter listened disdainfully, and meanwhile ordered the waiter to make haste with the coffee. He was evidently in a hurry to get off. And yet the whole affair had only been a schoolboyish prank. Trishitov got up with his cup of coffee, and came and sat down beside me. "I am very fond of him," he said to me, with a face as open as though he had been talking to me like this all his life. You can't imagine how unhappy Andreev is. He has wasted all his sister's dowry on eating and drinking, and in fact all they had he spent on eating and drinking during the year he was in the service, and I see now he worries. And as for his not washing, it's just through despair. And he has awfully strange ideas. He'll tell you all of a sudden that he's both a scoundrel and an honest man, that it's all the same and no difference, and that there's no need to do anything, either good or bad. They are just the same. One may do good or bad, but that the best of all is to be still, not taking off one's clothes for a month at a time, to eat and drink and sleep, and nothing else. But believe me, he only says that. And do you know, I really believe he played the fool like this just now to break off with Lambert once for all. He spoke of it yesterday. Would you believe it, sometimes at night, or when he has been sitting long alone, he begins to cry. And do you know, when he cries, it's different from anyone else. He howls in an awful way. And you know, it's even more pitiful. And he's such a big, strong fellow, and then all of a sudden, to see him howling. It is sad, poor fellow, isn't it? I want to save him, though I am a wretched, hopeless scamp myself, you wouldn't believe. Will you let me in, Dolgoruki, if I ever come and see you? Oh, do come. I really like you. What for? Well, thank you. Listen, will you drink another glass? But after all, you'd better not. He was right when he said you had better not drink any more. He suddenly gave me a significant wink. But I'll drink it all the same. I have nothing now. But would you believe it? I can't hold myself back in anything. If you were to tell me I must not dine at a restaurant again, I should be ready to do anything simply to dine there. Oh, we genuinely want to be honest, I assure you, but we keep putting it off. And the years pass by, and the best of our years. I am awfully afraid that he will hang himself. He'll go and do it without telling anyone. He's like that. They are all hanging themselves nowadays. Why, I don't know. Perhaps there are a great many people like us. I, for instance, can't exist without money to spend. Luxuries matter a great deal more to me than necessities. I say, are you fond of music? I'm awfully fond of it. I'll play you something when I come and see you. I play very well on the piano, and I studied music a very long time. I've studied seriously. If I were to compose an opera, do you know I should take the subject from Faust? I am very fond of that subject. I am always making up a scene in the cathedral. Just imagining it in my head, I mean. The Gothic cathedral, the interior, the choirs, the hymns. Gretchen enters, and medieval singing, you know, so that you can hear the 15th century in it. Gretchen overwhelmed with grief, to begin with a recitative, subdued and terrible, full of anguish. The choirs thunder on, gloomily, sternly, callously. Dies irae, dies illa. And all of a sudden, the voice of the devil, the song of the devil. He is unseen. There is only his song, side by side with the hymns, mingling with the hymns, almost melting into them, but at the same time quite different from them. That must be managed somehow. The song is prolonged, persistent. It must be a tenor. It must be a tenor. It begins softly, tenderly. Do you remember, Gretchen, when you were innocent? When you were a child, you came with your mother to this cathedral and lisped your prayers from an old prayer book. But the song gets louder and louder, more intense, on higher notes. There's a sound of tears in them, misery unceasing and hopeless, and finally despair. There's no forgiveness, Gretchen. There's no forgiveness for you here. Gretchen tries to pray, but only cries of misery rise up from her soul. You know when the breast is convulsed with tears. But Satan's song never ceases, and pierces deeper and deeper into the soul like a spear. It gets higher and higher, and suddenly breaks off almost in a shriek. The end to all, accursed one! Gretchen falls on her knees, clasps her hands before her, and then comes her prayer, something very short, semi-recitative, but naive, entirely without ornament, something medieval in the extreme. 4 lines, only 4 lines altogether. Stradella has some such notes, and at the last note she swoons. General confusion. She is picked up, carried out, and then the choir thunders forth. It is, as it were, a storm of voices, a hymn of inspiration, of victory, overwhelming, something in the style of our "Borne on high by angels," so that everything is shaken to its foundations, and it all passes into the triumphant cry of exultation, "Hosanna!" as though it were the cry of the whole universe, and it rises and rises, and then the curtain falls. Yes, you know, if only I could, I should have done something. Only I can never do anything now. I do nothing but dream. I am always dreaming. My whole life has turned into a dream. I dream at night, too. Dogoruki, have you read Dickens' Old Curiosity Shop?
Yes. Why?
Do you remember... Wait, I will have another glass. Do you remember there's one passage at the end when that mad old man and that charming girl of 13, his grandchild, take refuge after their fantastic flight, and wandering in some remote place in England, near a Gothic medieval church, and the little girl has received some post there, and shows the church to visitors. Then the sun is setting, and the child in the church porch, bathed in the last rays of light, stands and gazes at the sunset, with gentle, pensive contemplation in her child's soul, a soul full of wonder, as though before some mystery, for both alike are mysteries. The sun, the thought of God, and the church, the thought of man, aren't they? Oh, I don't know how to express it. Only God loves such first thoughts in children. While near her, on the step, the crazy old grandfather gazes at her with a fixed look. You know, there's nothing special in it, in that picture of Dickens. There's absolutely nothing in it. But yet one will remember it all one's life, and it has survived for all Europe. Why? It's splendid. It's the innocence in it. And I don't know what there is in it, but it's fine. I used always to be reading novels when I was at school. Do you know I had a sister in the country only a year older than me? No, now it's all sold, and we have no country place. I was sitting with her on the terrace under the old lime trees. We were reading that novel, and the sun was setting too, and suddenly we left off reading, and said to one another that we would be kind too, that we would be good. I was then preparing for the university, and... Dogoruki, you know, every man has his memories.
and he suddenly let his pretty little head fall on my shoulder and burst out crying. I felt very, very sorry for him. It is true that he had drunk a great deal of wine, but he had talked to me so sincerely, so like a brother, with such feeling. Suddenly, at that instant, we heard a shout from the street, and there was a violent tapping at the window. There was a large plate-glass window on the ground floor, so that anyone could tap on the window with his fingers from the street. This was the ejected Andreev.
Où est Lambert? Où est Lambert? Notez-vous Lambert?
We heard his wild shout in the street.
Ah, yes, here he is. So he's not gone away? Cried the boy, jumping up from his place. Our account, Lambert cried through his clenched teeth to the waiter. His hands shook with anger as he paid the bill, but the pockmarked man did not allow Lambert to pay for him. Why not? Why, I invited you. You accepted my invitation. No, excuse me. The pockmarked man pulled out his purse, and reckoning out his share, he paid separately. You'll offend me, Semyon Sidorovitch. That's what I wish, Semyon Sidorovitch snapped out, taking his hat, and without saying goodbye to anybody, he walked alone out of the room. Lambert tossed the money to the waiter and hurriedly ran after him, even forgetting my existence in his confusion. Trishitov and I walked out last of all. Andreev was standing like a post at the door, waiting for Trishitov. "You scoundrel!" cried Lambert, unable to restrain himself. "There!" Andreev grunted at him, and with one swing of his arm he knocked off his round hat, which went spinning along the pavement. Lambert flew abjectly to pick it up. 25 rubles. Andreev showed Trishitov the note, which he had just got from Lambert. "That's enough," Trishitov shouted to him. "Why must you always make an uproar? And why have you wrung 25 rubles out of him? You only ought to have had 7. "Why did I wring it out of him? He promised us a private dinner with an Athenian woman, and instead of women he regaled us with the pockmarked man. And what's more, I did not finish my dinner, and I have been freezing here in the cold. It's certainly worth 18 rubles. He owed me 7, so that makes 25. "Go to the devil, both of you!" yelled Lambert. "Now send you both packing. I'll pay you out." "Lambert, I'll send you packing. I'll pay you out," cried Andreev. "Adieu, mon prince. Don't drink any more wine. Petya, marche. Où est Lambert? Où est Lambert? Hâtez-vous, Lambert!" he roared for the last time as he strode away. "So I shall come and see you, may I?" Trishitov murmured hurriedly, and hastened after his friend. I was left alone with Lambert. "Well, come along," he brought out, seeming stupefied and breathing with difficulty. "Where shall I come along? I'm not coming anywhere with you," I made haste to reply defiantly. "You're not coming?" he said, startled and apprehensive. "Why, I have only been waiting for us to be alone." "But where to go?" I must confess I, too, had a slight ringing in my head, from the 3 glasses of champagne and the 2 wine-glasses of sherry I had drunk. This way, do you see?
But this is an oyster bar. You see, it is written up. It smells so horrid.
That's only because you have just had dinner. We won't have oysters, but I'll give you some champagne.
I don't want any. You want to make me drunk.
That's what they told you. They've been laughing at you. You believe blackguards like that?
No, Trishitov's not a blackguard. But I know how to take care of myself, that's all.
So you've a will of your own, have you?
Yes, I have a character. More than you have, for you're servile to everybody you meet. You disgraced us. You begged pardon of the Poles like a lackey. I suppose you've often been beaten in restaurants?
But we must have a talk, you fool! He cried with the same contemptuous impatience, which almost implied, "What are you driving at?" Why, you are afraid, aren't you? Are you my friend or not?
I am not your friend, and you are a swindler. We'll go along simply to show you I'm not afraid of you. Oh, what a horrid smell! It smells of cheese. How disgusting! Breaking in. We have just been introduced to 3 new characters, with the thickening of the Lambert subplot. The pockmarked man, Semyon Sidorovitch, will be used as a mere plot device in the chapters ahead. Lambert's prior dealings with the man, which we never get insight into, apparently give the older fellow the upper hand in dealing with him. We should expect him to be the more accomplished criminal. Our other 2 characters are more interesting, although Andreev, the big dade, will mostly drop off the stage at this point. While his behavior is brutish, it should be clear that his intellect is more sophisticated than his appearance. His linguistic antics, which begin at the front end of Section 2, show that he has a refined sense of French, but deliberately abuses it to make fun of the clumsy literati in both France and Russia. Some of the linguistic humor in Section 2 is too nuanced and peculiar to parse in these comments. When he repeatedly blurts out the line, "Où est Lambert, êtes-vous Lambert?" he is tapping into a nonsense phrase that took off in France in 1864 as a wild social contagion. Something like the 6-7 craze in America in the last year or so. In 1865, Dostoevsky used that very line to open his short story, The Crocodile, a satirical tale that lampooned the vapidity of the press of his day. Andreev uses it to lampoon Lambert. Andreev's apparent belief, as reported by Trishitov, that there is no difference between good and evil, should be noted as yet another specimen in the menagerie of perspectives appearing in this novel. Certainly the man is capable of good, and we should note just who was encouraging Arkady to drink in this scene, and who is not. The pockmarked man offers sherry, and Lambert offers champagne. Andreev goes the other way. Trishitov, like Arkady, drinks a bit too much in this scene, and his lengthy monologue recalls the dreamer type that we see in the short story White Nights and elsewhere. As Arkady is a bit of a dreamer himself, we can see 2 kindred spirits here. When describing his idea for an opera, Trishitov taps into Goethe's version of the Faustian legend, and Gretchen, the girl in his cathedral,
is the innocent who has been seduced by the power-hungry philosopher. Later, of course, another church appears in his recollection of a scene from Dickens's Old Curiosity Shop. We'll see just a bit more of Trishitov going forward. And naturally, we have a female shark in these waters too. Hopefully it is clear from Section 1 that Anna Andreevna is skillfully attempting to manipulate Arkady, exaggerating his devotion to her, doubling down on a fanciful story of the wickedness of Katerina Nikolaevna, and so on. Two bits of information are worth noting. First, Baron Buring is apparently still in the suitor business with Katerina Nikolaevna after all. Darya Onesivna led us astray in Chapter 2. Second, Arkady's lodgings are planned to be the landing stage for the old prince, if Anna Andreevna and company can successfully abscond with him. Arkady seems to have seen through Anna Andreevna's game. But now we must see how he fares when in company with Lambert and with a head full of drink. End of comments.